Yeah, I did. What was it like in that first year to be able to contribute as much as you were able to as only a ninth grader?
It definitely feels great. I feel blessed for sure. I feel like it only comes with the hard work that I put into it. But besides that, I shocked myself kind of. Even since I was a little kid, I've been putting in work. So, it's good to see it pay out.
Mike, he doesn't look like a guy that just finished his freshman year.
No, he doesn't. And it's not often on this media day we have a sophomore here, so that says something about how good he is. Archie, I wanted to ask you, you have about, 12, 15 Division I offers so far?
17.
17, my fault. Yeah, glad you know exactly.
Don't sell him short, Mike.
But your father, assistant and secondary coach at Pitt, right?
Yep.
And everybody just assumed, no, I shouldn't say they assume, but Pitt is one of the schools that has offered you. And what kind of impact has your father had on you growing up? And where did you come from before you came to Montour?
So I grew up from Michigan. I was born in Detroit, moved to Mount Pleasant at an early age. Then I moved to Pittsburgh when I was 8. So, but yeah, no, Pittsburgh has definitely been, a big moment of my life growing up here. I feel like I've been taken in great people too. I just love it here. I feel like this would be a place I'd settle down at.
What has your dad meant to you? I mean, since you've been a toddler, has it been expected to play football?
No, he kind of, he let me, develop the love for the game myself. So I remember my first time ever touching a football. I was about 4 or 5 years old. Because I used to go to my dad's football games because he's always coached my whole life. So I was like, Dad, let's go play catch and all this. Next thing you know, ever since there, I've just had a love for the game.
We have Amari Marshall who joined us as well from the Montour Spartans. You're new to the program, transferring in. What's it been like just assimilating to the way that Coach Ciro does things, and how excited are you to make your introduction to Montour football?
He's a sophomore too, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm super excited. I'm eager to be here. Archie is eager for me to come. I shout out to my boys for getting me in and just getting me in the groove. Like, I feel like everybody's treating me with respect here. Like, I have nothing but greatness from this team. So I just will hope to love to play with this team and go win a state champ this year, honestly.
Guys, I think we got to move them on because it's you guys got all these stations to go to. But thanks so much. Appreciate you joining us. And have fun
Thank you for
media day.
us.
Yep, that is Amari Marshall and
super sophomores.
Thank you.
See ya.
Archie
for
Collins.
being late.
No,
sorry.
you're fine. You're fine. No worries.
Your fine will be at the door. You can pay it.
Those guys, boy, they finished really strong last year. They won their last 3. They lost in a heartbreaker at Newcastle, who had a great year last year as well. Keemon, how are you? Good. Javian, how are you? We have Keemon Spell, Javian Robinson joining us from the McKeesport Tigers. And we'll see again. We're going to see Montour, McKeesport. So those guys kind of rubbing shoulders with one another. They're set to face off in week 1. I guess first things first for you guys, how much are you looking forward to just playing football this year?
I'd probably say it's just I don't know how to explain it. You could word it for me.
I'm ready right now.
Yeah, we're all ready right now. The intensity is just there for us. We all see it during practice, during our weightlifting, warming up, everybody's bouncing around the music, jumping around. I would say it's a different culture this year. We're bringing in a different piece of the team,
For sure.
a different piece we were missing last year that's gonna get us over that hump this year, and you guys gonna see it.
Keemon, I think he meant, or Javian, he meant with all the stuff going on. And we're not going to get into what happened, but with all the stuff going on with the coaching change, I mean, how hard has it been to just maybe concentrate on football? And are you glad maybe that all that stuff's behind you?
Honestly, like when it first happened, like we didn't really care for all that. We were just like all on the field like the same day, like day after all that. We just kept going to the field, not even into social media.
Yeah, and I could back them up too. It's just we're focused on one thing. The goal is to make it to the Whitby State Championship. And when the coaching changes happened, we weren't all focused on that. We were focusing on what's in the future. What could we do without the coaches? Without coaches right now, what could we do? We held our own practices, because we didn't have no coaches at the time. So it's just a culture thing with us. We're all trying to come together and be together as a good team. And I think that's what's coming for us this year.
How much did the way last year ended fuel you guys in this offseason? How much does that fuel you now?
All the way, man. It's bringing energy to all the returning guys. We have a bunch of guys returning, all our linemen, our linebackers, him, Hav, everybody coming back. They got fuel and the energy and ready to go, man. and we can see it in everybody's faces.
I want to ask you, Javian, the Keemon Spell mixtape. So, like, back in the day, they used to put together these insane mixtapes, you know, Noel Devine and all these guys in West Virginia. This guy's, like, making a mixtape that's, like, it's going viral every time he touches the field. What's it like as a guy that's out there? You make plays yourself, but to kind of see the highlights that he puts together, what's it like having him on the field? And what's it like for you, Keemon, having Javian out there as well? Like, how much do you guys play off each other? And you got to love making highlights, right?
For sure. It's a blessing. Like watching his mixtapes, like, I repost them all the time because, like, that's my guy since day one. So, like, seeing, like, what he's able to do is, like, really, like, emotional and, like, you know.
Yeah, like I said, it's a blessing. You know, we're both going to SEC schools. We played each other our freshman year, so it's always going to be a connection thing with me and him. Every time we step on that field together, we're praying together. We're talking about the game plan early on in the day for real. And, you know, hopefully my guy's going to get a lot of targets this year, not just me running the ball, man. My guy's going to get the ball this year. Going to see a bunch of balls in the air going to Javian Robinson,
Sure.
and it's going to be a good year.
That was my question. 2 questions real fast. Javian, is it the same offense kind of when Matt Miller was there? And any chance you'll see the ball more this year?
For surely.
For sure?
I'm
Okay.
all around this year.
Going to South Carolina, first WPIL kid to go sign out of high school, South Carolina, since 1981. Rich Inglewood Seton South.
Wow. I didn't know
Can
that.
Keemon Spell go to the University of Georgia? So are you still 100%?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
I've been hearing a little about Miami.
100% Georgia. 100% Georgia.
I thought I'd get something out of you there.
Well, guys, appreciate you taking some time. Enjoy yourselves here at Media Day. We look forward to seeing you week 1. Make some more highlights, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Keemon, Javian, thanks, fellas. Appreciate it. I got to tell you, Mike, as a, I'm not going to, I don't think it's all that of a secret, but I'm a big-time Tennessee fan, so seeing those guys make those commitments, it did hurt me a little bit. It hurt me a little bit, especially the Georgia one, because
well, you don't see WPIL kids go to Georgia or South Carolina.
No, the kicker from Fox
The
Chapel,
kicker
right?
did,
Yeah,
right. But besides him, I don't know the last one that went there.
Speaking of guys that are going D1 and have already committed, we're joined by now the Pine Richland Rams. We have Ubi Schrader and Khalil Taylor. Fellas, welcome. And it's funny because we just talked to McKeesport about the way their season ended last year, and I think that's a good segue for you guys. How much in this offseason do you talk about the way your season ends, or do you just put it behind you and just go right into the next one?
It's definitely something that we talk about a lot. You know, we emphasize it a lot, especially on, like, finishing anything that we do. Like, if we start something, we got to finish it, and that's something that we've been preaching, and, you know, that game is a big example of what we preach.
Khalil, favorite moment from last year on the field? Favorite play? Anything stand out in particular?
Shoot, our game against Penn Hills, that one-hander back in the end zone, that post.
Is there a ball that you feel like you can't catch? Like, is that your confidence level? And Ubi, too, like, is it just like, hey, just get it in that guy's general area and he's going to get it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I can catch anything. Like, I'm one of the top players. I mean, I'm going to show it. Like, I got that ability, and I'm going to show everybody what I can do.
Khalil, you're a two-way player, offensive, defense. Ubi, 4th year as a starter. But, well, I'm going to ask, someone just told me, is Greg Perry helping out now, former Mount Lebanon coach?
Yes, sir, he is. He's helping out with the quarterbacks. You know, he's been with me a lot. He's a great guy. Love him in the coaching
Big
staff.
quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Big quarterbacks. Okay. 4-year starter, basically. Now, Khalil, you've been around for a while. Did some average 40 yards. This guy averaged 40 yards on every score he had last year.
It was insane.
Well, with Greg Perry there. Well, and without giving away any secrets, Khalil, first any difference we'll see in you this year on offense, and will this offense be any different? I mean, I know you had Mac Miller last year to run the ball, but without giving away secrets, will this offense be any different?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm trying to play anywhere I could go. I mean, I'm trying to play running back, possibly play wildcat. I mean, I'm out of receiver, slot. I mean, I'm trying to play everywhere.
So you might be a wildcat sometime.
Yeah, I'm trying to do whatever I can to get to the main goal.
There's a warning for the rest of WPIL. Well, if he goes wildcat, do you have to go off the field, Ubi?
I mean, well, it depends on. I might go to running back, to be honest. We did have that package last year, but I don't know if we'll bring it back. But I definitely think that we'll see a lot of changes in our offense this year. I feel like we'll be a lot more pass heavy. You know, just with the athletes that we have coming back, I feel like that's the type of team that we'll be.
You don't see a lot of 4-year starters at quarterback. How do you feel, especially at the level that you guys play at in 5A, how do you feel like from Ubi is a freshman to Ubi now as a senior. Like, what's been the biggest development, like the biggest part of your development from then to now?
I would just say my intelligence and like my way to take coaching. I feel like that's been like the biggest thing, growing up in the system, like from a freshman to now, it's been, the same coaching that's been preaching to me. And I feel like understanding him and getting on the same page as him has been like the biggest difference from my freshman year till now.
Khalil, can I ask you, committed to Nebraska now, first Western PA kid to sign out of high school with Nebraska since 1991. And I know this because I covered the kid, Dennis Martin from Perry. How in the world did a kid from Pittsburgh get to Nebraska? How did that come about?
I mean, they've been recruiting me since my freshman year. They were like my 4th or 5th offer.
Adam DeMichael, has he been the one?
Yeah. So, I mean, they just been on me since freshman year. I mean, just building relationships with the receiver coach, Coach Rule.
But that's so far away.
I mean, I don't care. I'm different. Like, I want to be different. Like,
do you like corn? That's a big question. Okay, perfect. You're going to fit right in there.
On the cob or frozen corn? Okay. All right.
I like corn.
It's interesting, like, you talk about Nebraska now that you guys, and Kent State, right?
Yes,
now
sir.
that you guys kind of have that element tucked away and behind you, does it help you focus on sort of what's ahead now that that's all over with? You just go play football now?
Yeah, I definitely think that that's something that has helped me focus on senior year, commit early in April. I feel like that's something that has helped me just, like, that's been a big relief for me, and I've been just working on getting everything for the team.
Guys, we appreciate you taking some time. We're going to hit a break right now, but we'll see you week 2 against Central Catholic.
Appreciate it.
Looking forward to that one for sure, and have a good time here at Media Day. That is Khalil Taylor and Ubi Strader from Pine Richland. 3 teams down, plenty more to go. We'll be back in just a minute here at Acrisure Stadium. It's KDKA Radio's High School Football Media Day. Right.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Back to the KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week Media Day Show. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Back at Acrisure Stadium, it's High School Football Media Day here on News Radio KDK alongside Mike White. I'm Josh Roundtree, and we now turn our attention to a team that really broke through last year and made a major impact. The Newcastle Red Hurricanes, 9 wins last year, a trip to the semifinals, and we're joined by Kai Cox and Marino Graham. Fellas, welcome. First of all, do people think that you're brothers?
Yeah, a lot.
You have to get that all the time, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about the season that you guys had last year. Obviously, Newcastle for a long, long time. It's been basketball. Everybody knows you're a power in basketball. Both of you are really exceptional basketball players. What was it like to put it together on the football field and just see how everything came together throughout last season?
I think it was different. It was a shocker to all the city around us. It felt great, and it was just a shocker. That's what I think it was.
Kai, what led to it? Could you feel it the year before? Could you feel it in the summer? When did you guys start to maybe get the confidence that you could put together, the season that you had?
The off season of hard work we put in, and the new coaching staff, they always help us and lead us to be a better team, and they teach us a whole lot of discipline. So I think that led us to the good season we had.
It might not be fair to ask you right now, but what season do you get excited for more, basketball or football?
It's like an in-season thing.
Yeah.
Football, basketball.
You just turn it on and turn it off when it's time for the next one.
Yes, sir.
Kai, I want to ask you, both you guys, as you said, excellent basketball players. This kid, I've never seen a freshman with the coolness that he has in football and in basketball, like this cat right here. And I mean that as a compliment, Marino Graham. Kai, you're a year older than him, and you were really good as a freshman. Didn't play football as a freshman. Came out last year, and you got an offer from Max School, I think. Is it certain now that pretty much that football is your future, or is it still up in the air?
Yeah, I feel like football is certain to be my future.
As a D-back?
Yeah, probably, or a wide receiver.
What are you going now? What's your height and weight?
6'2", 185.
Bigger than you were like as a freshman?
Yeah.
Okay. Marino, how about you? Well over 2,000 yards last year as a freshman, counting passing and rushing. What does Marino Graham have to improve on? I mean, usually there's a big jump from freshman to sophomore year. What do you want to improve on if this team is going to go far?
Definitely passing better because we lost our key slot receiver, Chase, and now the passes are just going to have to get farther, getting stronger, and just being a reading defense is quicker.
I heard there's a kid from Mississippi, though, that came and can throw the ball.
Yeah.
Is that not better than you, though? No. You said very humbly.
Yeah. That's my guy.
The kid from Mississippi? Okay. All right.
I go back to last year. I thought one of the best games that we did last year was your playoff game against Montour. Marino, you went out for a while in that game. You were a little banged up. Were able to come back in that. But when that game ended, when that clock hit 0, what was that like? And what was it like to see then in the days after that, the town's reaction? Because everybody knows like Newcastle is kind of an insulated community when it comes to sports. What was it like to see the support that night and then just the reaction from the town after you guys won that playoff game?
It was amazing. You know, it was our first. We got a home playoff game and we won. And it was our first in like 7 years. So everybody you see congratulating you, it was just a great time.
I don't think that there's a better Italian food town in Western PA either.
Oh, no.
Are you guys Italian food fans?
Yeah, I like Italian food.
Pagli's?
What's
I like Pagli's.
You don't like Pagli's? What's wrong with you?
No,
what's the
Pagli's.
spot then?
What's the spot for Italian
What's
food?
the food spot in Newcastle in general? And do you get to eat there for free yet?
No, we don't never get to eat for free.
Okay.
Oh, that's not true. Coach Blundo eats for free all the time up there.
He's not sharing the love.
It's on his tab all the time, but we don't usually eat for free.
All right, Coach Blundo's paying for it. Fellas, appreciate you taking some time. Appreciate it. Kai, Marino, thanks so much, and have fun here at Media Day, guys.
All right, thank you.
That was that game was fantastic. It was one of those 14-13, came right down to the wire, and it had that big game energy, and you could feel like you know this too, like you could feel the town in the stadium that night. Like you could feel it, and it was just an exceptional night of high school football, and that's one of those you remember for a long time that night. All right, let's speaking of teams that had great years last year, the Avonworth Antelopes. Nothing like a Whitfield State Championship to really put a feather in your cap. But we're now joined by two members of the defending state champion Avonworth Antelopes, Dimitri Velasaris and Brad Hines. All right, guys, welcome in. What was last season like for you? What was it like putting together that year, watching that, being a part of that, and seeing kind of all the hard work pay off with a state title?
Yeah, I mean, last year I think it was like such a surreal feeling. You know, you see like everyone getting to the state championship, or first off Whitfield championship, then state championship and winning. And you're like, man, like you wish that was you. And we ended there last year, and it was just such a great feeling.
You didn't get to play in the state championship game. How much does that fuel you now coming into this season, and how much do you want to be a part of that longevity and making that run again?
You know, it leaves a bitter taste in your mouth. That makes me want to work even harder, get back on the field, and just play like I never have before. And it's just, I'm so excited.
You guys have some key players back. You lost some key players, Luca Neal, Peter Bonnet, Navy. But you have some key players back. First, two questions. First, who's going to be the quarterback? Or is it going to be by committee?
So we
Brad's going to answer this. The lineman. Let me hear
It's
from
not
him.
going to be Brad. I can tell you that.
I wish it was me, but we have two quarterbacks in the running, Jackson May and Mason Mobley. So they're going to have their little quarterback battle with Coach John Core in practice, and whoever beats the other one, they're going to be the quarterback. So
could Jaden Jones even see some time back there?
I mean, if it comes down to it, I mean, he can sling the rock. So,
yeah. No, but with some, including Jaden Jones back, some other people. Metz is back, your leading tackler.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not asking you to predict you're going to win a championship.
Yeah.
But could this team, Neil's a big loss. Could this team potentially be as good as last year?
I think so.
100%.
In what ways?
All of our, I don't even want to say key players. I'd say just all of our starters. I want to say we've been there, done that. We know how it is, the feeling of everything. We know what we have to do, how hard we have to work to get to our destination, state championship. And I think last year was a great team, but
biggest question mark with this team.
Biggest question, I think.
Quarterback?
That, and I'd say, I don't want to put us down, but I'd say lack of effort from some people on our team. No one in specific, but in general, I think we could work harder to get back.
Your teammates are listening.
Well, along those lines, though, one thing that always stands out covering you guys and Coach John Core is you've built a culture of toughness, it seems like, with your program. And that's not just linemen. That's running backs. That's defensive backs. It's everybody. What fosters that? How do you get the mindset of we need to be a tough football team?
I would say, to his point, it's mainly putting the freshmen in the right peace of mind, because they've never been here before. We've been here for 4 years now. Just getting the freshmen ready to grind every single morning, 6 a.m. lifts. I would say, and keeping the brotherhood strong. We've all played. I've played with him since I was 6 years old. I'd say keeping the brotherhood strong and never forgetting what we're here for.
Brad, Dimitri, appreciate it, guys. Have fun here at Media Day. Have fun this season, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Hines, Dimitri Velisaris, Coach John Core here as well. He's done a phenomenal job. You want to talk about, I think, the last, I don't know how many years now, eight years maybe. I think among the best coaching jobs we've seen in
I agree. I figured out the coaches in the last 6 years, he has winning percentages first or second among all WPL coaches.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised to hear that. A team with some big expectations. The Hopewell Vikings join us now. Hopewell, the Vikings looking for a big season. We're joined by James Boo Boo Armstrong and Trey Cameron. No. Okay, they gave me the wrong name.
Brody Rock.
Okay, all right. Fellas, welcome in. James, I'll start with you. Talk to me about the expectations. Obviously, you guys were able to show some things last year. You were able to show some flashes last year. How much confidence did that give you, and how do you handle now maybe added expectations as you go into this season?
We've always had confidence, what our team was capable of. So, just seeing that other people had confidence in us definitely gave some people on our team a little confidence boost. But this year was really just about grounding ourselves and just making sure that we're just playing football the way that we know how to. Because if we get outside of our head, we could get stunned a lot like we did last year a couple of times. A couple of games we should have won that we ended up losing. So I think that that's just a testament to, us just having to stay focused and not really worry about anything else except winning football games.
Tell everybody, how many sports do you play?
I play 3. I play basketball, football, and baseball.
Why? I feel like we're in an age where, guys pick one sport maybe now and just go with it. Why do you want to play multiple sports?
I really just enjoy all of them. I enjoy my friends at my school. So really I've never really found a chance to quit. I wouldn't really want to. I feel like I just want to play. I want to always be busy. And by the time I go to college, and I'll obviously have to play football, but until then, I might as well just keep doing what I'm doing.
Touchdown pass, dunk, or home run? Which one makes you feel the best?
I'd probably say home run. A home run's just, it's not
he can't dunk.
Yeah, I can. A home run is it doesn't happen all the time. So if it did happen, it would make me happy. So
I'm going to ask for you one quick question, and then I go to Brody. Last time I talked to you, you were getting ready just to leave the house to go on a trip to a lake house with your friend to go fishing. Did you catch anything?
No, I didn't. I didn't really fish that much while I was there. I was riding a lot of jet skis. That was fun.
Brody, Boo Boo gets a lot of publicity, and rightly so, going to Penn State and done some great things as a freshman, sophomore. But you're one of the guys that is key to this team. Do you, and there are a number, and Boo Boo's even a lot of times to the media said, we got a lot of guys on this team that people don't know about that are really good. Do you feel like there are guys on this team that are overshadowed, that this is maybe their year to really step into the spotlight, including you?
Yeah, I think this year I'm going to really show out. I think Avery Bocar's one. He's been doing really good. Trey Cameron and Bruiser, we all got to show ourselves this year. We work out with him a lot. We always work together. Like, this is just the year. Like, I was hurt last year, so obviously I couldn't show anybody, like, what I got. Like, I had a good freshman year, and I was hoping to have a good sophomore year, but I couldn't play. So this year I'm really trying to, like, show them who I am and show how good I am.
First game of the season against Avonworth, they beat you last year. First game of the season, is it really that big? That's a big game to you guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why?
I mean, it definitely is just, given our history against them, in junior high. And when we all played for Potter Raccoon when we were younger. We went undefeated we went undefeated. No one scored on us the whole year. Yeah. We played them in the championship and lost 6-2 or 6-0.
What grade? What grade?
I was 9. Okay. I was in 4th grade, I think. But we've always
and still remembers.
We've always just went back and forth with them, and they're one of the respectful teams that don't talk trash. They don't do any of that stuff. So when we play against them, it's solely just business. We have no hard feelings, but definitely on week 0, we want to show them why we're one of those top teams too, because I think that a lot of people, when they talk about 3A, kind of will overlook us because Hopewell hasn't been what they're supposed to in the past couple of years. But I mean, we got something for that this year.
Guys, appreciate it. Best of luck this season. Obviously, really looking forward to seeing you guys down the line here, and go get them. Have a fun season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. Brody Rock and Boo Boo Arms, Rock and Boo Boo. That sounds like a cartoon from the 70s or something.
Doesn't Boo Boo even look bigger?
Yeah, he looks gigantic.
I wouldn't want to tackle him if I'm a 5'10", 160-pound cornerback.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got to get to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have members of the Western Beaver football team. They'll join us here at Acrisure Stadium. This is KDKA Radio's High School Football Media Day right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The summer of savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice semi-boneless New York strip steaks are $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe seedless watermelons are $3.99 each. In our deli, Isley's chipped ham, $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Popsicle Pops, 12 to 18 count package, $3.99 each.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richert. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week Media Day Show. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Josh Roundtree with you here at Acrisure Stadium. It's High School Football Media Day. Thanks to Mike White. He'll be back in about a half an hour, but we'll tag in our sideline commentator. Donnie Football joins us now here at Acrisure. And we're also joined by 3 members of the Western Beaver football team. Braden Mayo, Damian Lutton, and David Ventresa. Is that right? Ventresca.
Yeah.
All right. Guys, welcome in. Thanks for being here. First of all, best thing you've done so far since you got here? Have you got to enjoy the stations throughout Acrisure? What have you guys done so far?
We got interviewed and we went to go see the stadium and the new grass and stuff, but that's about it. Took a couple pictures.
Yeah. Best question you got in the interview? Most interesting?
Probably who we got circled on our schedule, what game we got scheduled. And I said Hopewell because KDKA game of the week. Biggest game of the year probably other than championship when we make it, but
you guys had a great year last year, 10-2. You went 6-1 in your conference. Got off to a great start. When did you guys get this sense last year? Was it before the season started? Was it early on? Did it take a couple of wins? When did you get the sense like, hey, we have something kind of special starting to brew here?
I would probably say like after like the first 2 games, I realized like our team chemistry was like pretty strong, and kind of like from that point we just started like, you know what I mean, just like catching on, and like our team was just doing really good.
Chemistry is interesting because guys leave, guys come into the program. How do you keep chemistry going from one year to the next when it works well one season?
You just got to remind everybody that like we're on the same team, so we're a brotherhood. We gotta act like it. We gotta come together because the main goal at the end of the day is get a championship.
What are some of the off the field stuff that you guys like to do together? That it's more than just between the lines, more than just football.
Me and my guy Bray, we go to the gym every day. Yeah. We hit the field. It's always me and him, always getting extra work in.
What's the method of accountability for, not just you guys, but like the whole team showing up to summer lifts, summer workouts? That's something that goes a long way if you want to have a successful season.
I say, getting in our little group chat we got, people don't show up, we get on them immediately, call them, text them, let them know it got to be mandatory if, we want to take it all the way that year. But, people don't want it, they're not going to show up.
It's true. Are guys normally pretty receptive to that then?
Yeah, for sure. There's a couple of stragglers don't like take accountability, but we like to get on our team a lot for stuff like that.
What's the favorite off-season workout?
Man, I'd probably say for me personally, just like receiver drills, like routes and stuff like that.
I would probably say, because since I'm like an outside linebacker, I probably say like linebacker drills and stuff. So.
Last year, you guys made it to the semifinals. You lose to Steel Valley in the semifinals. What you've mentioned, like go all the way, championship. What is different about this team? What will be different about this team to let you get over that hurdle and get to a championship game?
I think it's just like it was our mentality. Like we came into the game scared, but we're really punching it into our teammates. Like if you're scared, get out. Like we're not here to play no games. If you don't want to play football, play the teams we got on our schedule, then leave. Just straight like that.
You guys co-op with Lincoln Park?
Yeah,
correct.
That's where I go. Yeah.
You go to Lincoln Park. Do you go to Western Beaver? Or?
Yeah, Western.
Okay, so what's that dynamic like? Like so many times, like you see guys in the hallways and all that, but that's kind of not the case when you're a part of a co-op. What's it like, and like how do you mesh the guys from Lincoln Park with the guys from Western Beaver?
I'm not gonna lie, like practice, just like every day, just people being there. That's kind of how we like bond. Kind of like connect. Mm-hmm. But really, yeah, that's it. And yeah, it's kind of weird. Just like I go to Western, he goes to LP, but you know what I mean. But like everybody talks. Everybody like communicates through that group chat.
Yeah,
we're
I go to
all
LP
close.
and he goes to Western, but we're best friends. So it really. It's 2 different environments. Western is more like in the country. Lincoln Park's more like city area, not city area, but people from the city. But yeah, we make it happen. We make it bond.
You don't do like performing arts or anything, do you?
No, I'm in there for health science.
Perfect. I didn't think so, but dancing or something like that might help on the football field. You never know.
Yeah.
Fellas, appreciate you taking some time. All right, good luck this year.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you against Hopewell.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Western Beaver. My father-in-law, a Western Beaver grad. And I can back him up. It's in the country. Western Beaver's in the country, and Lincoln Park's it's not the country. It's up there. It's Midland, but No, it's such an interesting dynamic, like blending those two schools. Like when you were playing Donnie Greensburg Salem, like could you imagine playing with guys that you don't go to school with? Like you got to force chemistry. Maybe sometimes it's a good thing, but you got to kind of force chemistry.
Yeah, that would be really weird because it's guys that you don't see every day. Because how many of the kids are going to come by today, and one of the things they'll say, oh yeah, I mean I got class with this guy. I see
right.
3 classes with this guy. I see him all the time.
Yeah, they make
that
fun,
would be
they
difficult.
make fun of the same teachers.
Yeah,
they don't get to do that.
Same lunch table.
All right, Bethel Park joins us next. Will Sabatos, Nate Purcell, correct?
Yep.
Gentlemen, welcome in. Welcome to Acrisure Stadium. Take me through this offseason so far. What's it been like for you guys? What's the grind been like to get ready for the new season?
It's been long. We've been going since January. So from January to about March-ish, we've done morning lifts before school, like 5:45, going in there, getting our lift in. And then once we get to about April, we started going outside as well, doing some field work, getting out there with our offensive, defensive groups, putting some plays in. And then this summer was really long. We got a bunch of good in. Offense, defensive wise, especially our new coordinators on defense, learning a whole new playbook and just getting everything amped up for the season.
Are all of those mandatory right from the jump starting in January? Because it could be difficult for guys that play the winter sports or spring sports.
So they're classified as not mandatory, but I mean I'd say probably about 80% of the team goes to them.
Yeah, so it's the classic, like, hey, guys, it's not mandatory, but nudge, nudge.
Yeah, but you want most of the people to be there.
You're supposed to be there.
Will, Miami of Ohio, right?
Correct.
What led to that decision? And I think you committed back in April. Kind of nice to have that all out of the way and just kind of enter this season with that not really on your plate.
So they were obviously my first offer when I was going into my junior year. And then throughout that season, I was talking to some schools, but nothing much really popped up. And then January was when everything kind of ramped up. And I kind of narrowed it down towards, I'd say, March probably. I kind of rolled out the Ivies. It wasn't my fit, I'd say. And I rolled it down to Miami of Ohio, Eastern Michigan, and UConn. The UConn coach I was talking to is actually from Pittsburgh. So I narrowed it down to those 2 schools. And then I don't know. Miami really put in for a plan for me, how they see me playing and fitting their scheme. Whereas some of the other schools, they were in between me playing linebacker or safety. So I don't know. Miami just kind of, I wanted to do finance also. Their business school is pretty good. That was another decision. But Miami really put a plan in for me, what they see, what my strengths are, what my weaknesses are, instead of just saying, we're going to get you here and see if you can play safety or play linebacker.
Nate, you guys obviously, you make a run to the quarterfinals last year. You run into Peters Township. They had a great year, obviously, but you got that win against North Hills pretty convincingly in the first round. What did that game tell you guys about what you're kind of capable of doing and carrying that over now to a new season? Like, do you take the momentum from that win and kind of say, hey, we can put this all together and be a pretty good team?
Yeah, so I've always thought our group of seniors, we've always been really good, and we're very tight-knit. And that North Hills game, we all came in together, especially the senior class last year and us, and we beat them pretty well. And that momentum we can take into this year. We all are there almost every day of the week, putting in that grind, getting at work in. And I'm excited. I think this group that we have this year is a very good group, and we all really want it.
You guys mentioned, new defensive coaching, new playbook that you have to learn. How easy / difficult has that been over the last few months?
It's been somewhat easy, somewhat difficult. The scheme's pretty easy to learn and the plays are easy, but just, every day getting in there, making sure that you actually know what you're doing. And it's a grind, but it gets done.
Nate, I also got to say that you're very well spoken. I'm a former offensive lineman, so I'm glad to see that that tradition lives on, because they're often the smartest guys in the team and nobody really knows it. We know all about Will's journey to Miami of Ohio. So how's the recruiting process going for you?
It's going good. I got an offer from St. Vincent, and I want to be a pilot. So that's kind of what I'm going towards. I
got
just
it right next door.
Yeah, and it's all right there. So hopefully once I get applied and everything, which I just did, and I hopefully get accepted, that's where I'll be going and getting all that done.
I actually cover a lot of their home games, by the way, so I might run into you again.
Go. Anybody on your team a better golfer than Coach Pekic? Really? Have you played with him?
I've never played with him. But
I just played golf with him last week. He's not a bad player. He's
I think
kind
I
of
could hold my own with him. I mean, I'm a pretty avid golfer. So
all right. Might have to get you out. Do you play for the golf team there?
If I could, I would. But
Okay.
yeah, it's the same season as football.
This guy
Football
has
gets
some
in the way.
connections.
I have some connections. We can maybe get some golf between, maybe a match between you and Coach Beckett. We can get that going.
That'd be a pretty good one.
Fellas, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Good
Thank
luck
you.
this
Nice
season.
meeting you.
All right,
Thanks, guys.
have fun.
Thank you.
All right, the Bethel Park Blackhawks, big expectations. We will have them week 5 against West Allegheny. Coach Palco's return to West A. That's going to be a lot of fun, that game. And I think we have a couple guys from West A. We'll take West A, then we'll hit a break. And let's bring in our guys from West Allegheny.
Mason, nice to meet you.
Mason? Oh, there you go. Guys, throw the headsets on. First of all, can you introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Mason Bryan. I play quarterback.
I'm Liam Bloomling. I play center.
So we got a center.
This is good. This is really
perfect.
good.
Yeah, we can get into the minutia of the quarterback center relationship.
Yeah.
Take us through that first things first. Like how much there's chemistry is a big part of that, right? Like how much are you guys working? How much is communication key? I'm going to let Donnie get on this as well because I know he played center. He knows a lot about it. But how much is communication key between you guys?
Yeah, I mean, if we can't communicate, I mean, you can't play a football game. So, I mean, we're always together. Like we're going out to eat after practice, or we're hanging out, swimming. So we got a good bond. So we got to keep building that chemistry.
Liam, how often do you get blamed for any sort of exchange issues? 100% of the times it's still the same as it's been over the course of forever?
I really don't get blamed often. I mean, there's not many mistakes that happen between us two.
That's a pretty good flex.
Yeah, never really get blamed. We don't blame each other. We just.
Well, I'm not specifically saying him, but normally when it's a screw up, it's always the center's fault. That was something I learned.
Yeah, if there is a mistake, it's definitely his fault, not mine.
There we go. Obviously, one of the big stories of high school football this year is the return of your coach to West Allegheny. I'm curious, how old were you guys when Coach Palco left and then ended up at Mount Lebanon?
Jeez, I mean, I remember as a kid being at the football games back in like my youth football days, and just seeing him. And
right.
We probably were like 10.
I was like 8 years old.
Yeah.
Was there ever a thought then, like when you got into high school, that guy that's won all of those championships and accomplished all that could end up coaching you guys again? And what was it like when you found out?
Never. I never thought that.
No.
After our last coach resigned, it was a big thing, a conspiracy theory almost, but none of us really believed it until it actually happened. It was really cool. The culture change, you could tell it happened so fast. Like everything, first day he came in, see you guys at 5:30 Monday to work out. So yeah, it was huge change, big difference.
Yeah, is there like an intimidation factor, like a mystique? Because like he truly is on the Mount Rushmore of Whitfield High School coaches.
You know, we definitely want to fulfill his legacy, keep it going, so live up to his standards. So I'd say so.
Growing up in the community that you guys grew up, not just Coach Palco, you've had exceptional players, exceptional teams, championships won. What's it like to be a part of that community that really embraces high school football the way the West A does?
I think it's great. I feel like we grew up watching. In 2018, I was 8 years old watching them compete for Whitfield Championship, and now I'm playing for the same guy. It feels great.
I was also 8 years old in 2018. Fellas, appreciate it.
Of course, thank you. Thank you.
Have fun out there. That is West Allegheny. We got to get to a quick break. Donnie and I will have more players when we come back to Acrisure Stadium. It's High School Football Media Day right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Let's return to the KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week Media Day Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Welcome back to Acrisure Stadium. It's High School Football Media Day. This is KDK Radio's coverage of high school football powered by Bowser. And we're now joined by the North Allegheny Tigers. We have Brady Brinkley and Declan Flaherty alongside Donnie Football and Josh Roundtree. Fellas, welcome in. What's the favorite thing you've got to do so far here at Acrisure?
I'd say this, honestly,
all right.
Being on the camera.
All right, well, perfect. That's big for us.
That's big.
Yeah, we're gonna carry that one here for sure. Brady, take me through this offseason that you guys have had. Last year, you guys win 8 games. You make it obviously to the championship game, but I know there's more that your program expects and wants. What was it like this offseason, taking the steps to get back to where NA typically is and it is competing for?
Yeah, so I mean, for the most part, we stayed as quiet as we possibly could. We worked, in silence, and we're nothing what we were last year. We're a completely different team. We're completely forgetting about last year. We were good. We made it to the championship, but we want to be much better than what we were. And from January and workouts, we worked our tails off, and since then I've done as much as I could personally to get better. And I know the rest of the team has, because we all have a bigger goal than how last year went out.
Kind of along those same lines, the pressure that is just built in for playing at North Allegheny. Like, people know North Allegheny when you mention the school. We joke it's a university. It's bigger than most of the colleges in the area. So how is it to balance that and know that, North Allegheny, there is a very high expectation every year?
I'd say, for the most part, we obviously know we go to school, in that school every single day. We know the pressure we have with the community and the teams that have played, in the past. But we don't look at that. We look at what we can do this year, and what we look forward to, and trying to get as many goals as we possibly can. So the pressure of the school itself, we hear it, but it doesn't affect us that much.
Declan, what positions positions do you play?
O-line and D-line.
You have a more favorite side of the ball?
I mean, I really enjoy both. Maybe D-line a little bit more, but
is that because you get to hit people? Like, you get a chance to sack the quarterback and all that?
Yeah, get your name called.
What's better, a sack or a pancake?
Probably a sack.
All right, I like it. Take us through, working with this guy, with Brady. What have the steps been for you guys as a line to improve for your quarterback? What's it been like to just sort of mesh and gel? How much, do you work off the field on things? Can you take us through that process?
I mean, I think our main focus has been being more crisp with everything, getting to the line, getting down, and just working at a higher pace than we have in the past, and just being our best at that.
Declan, what's the best piece of advice that you've gotten from, one of the guys that you played with that have moved on to college, that maybe has stayed with you going into another big season?
I think it was my sophomore year. It was the first time I got on the field. It was against St. Francis Academy. And one of our linebackers came up to me and just told me to do my part. And when it comes down to it, that's all you have to do. You have to do your part.
Fellas, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of Media Day. I think we got photos, everything like that, interviews. So have fun out there. Enjoy.
Thanks for having us.
We'll see you guys against Central Catholic in a few weeks here. All right. Yeah, we'll have NA against Central Catholic coming up in week 6. We'll have that game. We have one more group to get in before the top of the hour, and that will be the Franklin Regional Panthers. Franklin Regional against Woodland Hills in week 7. And the Panthers will join Donnie and I right now as we're moving right along here at Acrisure. All right, we have with us Jet and Ben.
Sure.
Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Ben, how do you pronounce your last name?
It's Carrizio.
Carrizio.
Yes,
So we
sir.
have Jet Taylor and Ben Carrizio. Fellas, welcome in. Take me through the day so far. What's it like to be down here, and how much fun is it to sort of interact with all these other teams and everybody that's down here for Media Day?
I think it's a really fun experience, honestly, seeing all the competition and getting some cool pictures on the field, especially in Heinz Field or Acrisure now. But I think it's pretty cool that we're in the same stadium as the Steelers as well.
You guys obviously a tough year last year, but there's more expectation, I think, on this group this year. When you have a year that's challenging like that, what do you do as guys that have been through it to kind of put it behind you and sort of get the group motivated for a new season?
Yeah, we really got to change up the mentality throughout practices and lifting, bring up the energy, and honestly just focus on winning games and doing all we can to during practice and make sure we achieve those goals.
I just love how your guys' schedule kind of lays out, because it feels like you guys have a ton of what I would say are like geographic rivalries. Like, not every team gets to enjoy that, but you're playing a bunch of teams that are right next to you. You got Plum, you have Gateway, Norwin, Penn Trafford, not too far away either. So are those the types of games that you guys maybe highlight? Because, at this day and age, social media and everything, like you're probably buddies with guys that play at those schools.
Yeah, I feel like Plum's our biggest rivalry game by far. Like, crosstown rivalry. It's always a tight game, usually between us. Our first loss in like 10 years against them was last year. That kind of hurt us. It's our senior year now. I'm trying not to go out there and lose to them again this year.
Let's have a little fun. What's the spot in Murraysville after practice? Where are you going? What's the restaurant? What's the spot to go to?
Probably just the hometown Sheets, probably.
Sheets? Come on.
They got that one right next to the high school now. It's an easy go to
the high school. There's not like a pizza place or anything like that?
I mean, there's Moe's, Burgatory, downtown Murraysville, but those are like expensive places for high school kids.
All right, that's fair. What do you feel like is going to be a strength of this team this year?
I think definitely our run game is going to be one of the strengths of ours. We can always drain teams down with the run game, and then throw in a little quick passing downs in there too. So we should be good on that.
I want to talk to you guys more. We got to get to a quick break. We'll be right back with Franklin Regional as we are here at Acrisure Stadium for High School Football Media Day on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
A flash flood warning has been issued for Allegheny County and Butler County, effective until 5:48 p.m.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And when I went to go back down to the lobby area, the door opened and there was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I stopped and I said, "Looks like you guys are busy. Go ahead." He goes, "Get in." And then Bruno tells Arnold, "I hope I didn't frighten your little friend." I feel like sometimes I'm leading a Forrest Gump type life.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Back to the KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week Media Day Show. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Well, we had a little weather. We didn't know what was going on outside because we're inside. Probably a good decision to be inside, but we didn't want to shortchange our guys from Franklin Regional. Guys, I want to ask you one more question, and then we'll let you get out of here and move on to the other stations. But you mentioned leadership. Culture is a big part of that. As you start to embark on your final season, what does it mean to kind of leave this thing in a good spot and kind of, get that culture rebuilt at Franklin Regional that's had some really good teams over the years?
I mean, honestly, I think our senior class is good this year. We're good camaraderie. We're playing as one a lot, but I think we're developing like the freshmen in the upcoming class a lot. Like we've built good relationships with like the underclassmen, and I think we're leaving them on a good foot. If we have a good year this year, I feel like they can carry that momentum into next seasons and stuff like that.
Appreciate it, guys. Good luck this year, okay?
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. That is Jet Taylor and Ben Chirizio from the Franklin Regional Panthers here at the home of the Panthers, the Pitt Panthers. So Donnie's going to slip out. Mike White is going to step back in for the next half hour. Those two getting to tag in and out. And Mike's going to try to work his way. And we'll be joined next by members of the Thomas Jefferson Jaguars. This TJ team, always such a perennial powerhouse contender year in and year out. And we are joined by TJ's Tyler Eber and Kane Egerton. What's up, fellas? How are we doing?
Great. How are you?
Doing well. 9 wins for you guys last season. Obviously, such a storied history in the TJ program. 9 wins is a good year for a lot of teams, but for Thomas Jefferson and Bill Chirpak's teams, I'm sure you guys kind of left that season wanting more. How has that motivated you this offseason, and how do you get more than 9 wins this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, like, for other teams, that'd be a great season, but for us, I mean, the games that we lost were extremely disappointing. We got beat by Avonworth, and we lost to Trinity. We had that game, and when something like that happens, and we kind of got punched in the face a few times, but we didn't have the type of comebacks that we used to have my sophomore year. So yeah, I mean, we just got to keep working hard, and it's something that's completely controllable by us.
As a running back, you get so many carries in that TJ system. How do you keep your body healthy? How do you get ready for the longevity of what is typically a long season for you guys? How do you sort of get ready to go and make sure that you're 100% entering the season, that you stay close to 100% throughout?
Yeah, I kind of don't get super sore after games. I mean, I put it all out there, but for some reason I love the game enough to nothing's going to stop me. So I kind of go by the saying that movement is medicine. So as long as I get up and get moving, the more I move, the more I'll feel better the day after. So,
Kane or Tyler, you guys move up to 5A this year. This is the 10th anniversary of 6 classifications. You've never been in 5A before. What are your thoughts? Any apprehension? Looking forward to it? Obviously, it's another level up, and some people say it's a big jump from 4A to 5A. What do you guys think?
It's nothing but excitement. I mean, it's definitely going to be tough, but we're ready for everything, so it's going to be good.
Is there anything you played 5A teams in the past? Is there anything you think will be different in 5A? More size, anything different than 4A?
Defensively, I think other teams are going to air the ball out more. Like 4A is more ground and pound. 5A's got a lot more passes, a lot more schemes and offenses. So we got our D-backs, linebackers, we got to be ready for anything back there. While more in 4A, it's more like you're always ground and pound.
Yeah.
Are you guys preparing for that now? I mean, are you looking at the teams that you're playing, the systems that you're playing, and saying, all right, we need to, and maybe this is a better question for Chirp, but are you looking at that and kind of emphasizing that more maybe this offseason than last offseason?
Defensively, yeah. We're going a lot more already in the summer, being ready how to stop that.
Is there offensively a thought that you guys might try to air it out a little bit more, or will you still be?
Look at Tyler. No way.
Tyler's like, no, I'm getting the ball.
The thing is, last season, he was hurt for a lot of time, and that definitely hurts us. We need a pass game. And you think about how successful we were with Braden White, for example. when we were in the midst of our season last year without Kane, we had 10 guys in the box running against 10 guys. So it made things difficult. So, it would make everyone's job easier, and it would make our team so much better if we can just, get that pass game well and make sure it runs smoothly.
Kane, you guys have obviously, you've been in 4A, you've played the Bell Vernons and the West Mifflins and McKee Sports over the years. Now that you move to 5A, is there a game that you look at on the schedule and say, like, I'm really looking forward to playing this team, or a rivalry maybe starting with this group?
There's many games, definitely. Like Upper St. Clair, I've known all of them for a while, so I'm excited to play them. Peters Township, we've had a rivalry in basketball forever. I'm excited to play them. So it's pretty much every game.
You know what game we're doing? Upper St. Clair, Thomas Jefferson.
I know. And
So
Upper St. Clair, there's two of them right behind these two TJ players. So you guys can talk some trash when you leave there.
Oh, yeah, we've been all day.
Oh, really? Tyler, you got a lot of yards in your career, and I know you're not about personal stuff. Is there any part of you that, like, boy, I'd like to get like maybe 5,000 yards for my career? Any personal goals?
Yeah, you're very right. I don't like to speak on myself too much, but I'm trying to start to get a little bit more out there and say what I mean. And I definitely want to get back to that 2,000 mark this year, make it 6,000 yards in my season, and my main goal is to score 100 touchdowns in my career.
Where are you at now?
I'm somewhere near 70 touchdowns or so. So
you need a big year.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I haven't had under 30 touchdowns.
That would put you in top 10 all time.
Yeah, that's what I'm after. I want to cement my legacy here at TJ, and that means so much to me, being a kid from here, born and raised here. So yeah.
You mentioned that, obviously, the TJ legacy, and so much of that is tied to your head coach with Coach Turpak. What is it like playing for him? What's it like coming into the program? Like, take yourself back to when you're ninth grader, you're coming in, and you know about the championships, the Whitfield championships, state championships. What's it like walking into that program and seeing how he runs it day by day and the expectations that come with that?
Yeah, for me, it was like I was a ball boy in 6th grade, so I was there when Jake Pugh won the state championship that year. So I watched it all happen, and what happened was that made me so motivated to get up here in 9th grade. And the thing is, I had zero hype, I had zero anything. So coming in and then being as successful as I ended up being in like my sophomore year, it was totally unexpected, and I just take that with so much pride.
Anything else?
I'm good.
What's the biggest strength of your team, do you think? Can you look at something and say, we're going to be really good here?
I think our strength of the team is we're just going to keep going. Like, we won't give up. We're mentally tough. We're ready for anything. So the whole game from first to fourth quarter, especially the second half, we're just going to keep playing hard.
When are you guys and the rest of your team is going to dye your hair gold? When's that?
It was supposed to be in like 45 minutes after this, but it got postponed, so we're doing it Tuesday.
Where do you have it done at?
Right at the field.
Right at the field.
Yep.
Is this like a hairdresser come and do it or what?
It's like the boost. It's pretty much a bunch of moms.
I've had our right tackle Beckett Everly dye my hair before, so it's not too great sometimes.
Does anybody, and you don't have to name names, does anybody opt out of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I would say,
do they get abused?
They definitely don't get abused. It's something we're not risking anything for Hayes, and
Good answer.
Yeah,
that's a great answer.
We're not risking anything. I mean, people can do what they want, but it's about team, it's about camaraderie. So
I like it. It's definitely unique, fellas. Appreciate it, Tyler.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Kane. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Yeah,
this
thanks
season,
for having
guys.
me.
I think Peters Township Hockey maybe did that as well. When they would get to the playoffs, they would.
There have been some other teams in other sports have maybe done that, but that's a long tradition.
Yes, it is. We will see Thomas Jefferson October 23rd against Upper St. Clair, and that is going to be a fun game. That's one of those reclassification games that you look at and say, those are nearby communities. Now we get to see them play one another in a meaningful conference game. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And speaking of Upper St. Clair, we are joined by two members of the Panthers, John Banbury and Ryan Robbins. Ryan, you look like you're ready to go play right now. You look like you want to step out on the field and just block somebody right now.
Yeah, I'm ready. I can't wait.
Take me through. Obviously, you had a great year on the basketball court. Football, really strong season as well. as a guy that plays a lot of snaps, as a guy that plays a lot of minutes on the court, how do you like decompress after all that, and how do you sort of like turn the page, get your body ready? Like, can you take me through the process of going from one season to the next, and then obviously getting ready for that next season?
Yeah, I mean, it all started after basketball ended. I just immediately went with the team and started lifting for football and immediately connected with the guys. So I'm all football, and I was all football as soon as basketball ended. So it's been really good to connect with the guys and get working for the football season.
Recruiting all out of the way, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk about that process? What was that like, and is it nice to have it all in the rearview mirror?
Yeah, I mean, the recruiting process was definitely really fun. I definitely enjoyed all of it, and like all the communication I was getting with all the colleges. But now that that's done, it's pretty good. That it's pretty calm now, and I know where I'm going to go. So it's definitely super calm now.
John Orion, no secret fact, you guys come up short in playoffs last few years, and I'm sure you feel like this year may be different.
Mm-hmm.
Will it be different, and why? Has anything changed? And why would Upper St. Clair be able to go all the way this year? What's going to be different?
I think it'll be different because we do have more of a chip on our shoulder. We have had some unfortunate endings to our last couple seasons, and I think that's a built-up emotion that, with our leadership from Coach Junko and us seniors, we're going to make sure the guys go out there and use that chip to our advantage. And, I think it's something that could really push us over the edge and make that happen.
Any without giving away secrets, any different schemes offensively or defense? This guy's going to play more defense, right?
Yeah, we've got some stuff.
About time.
We got some stuff in the works. I think we'll see in the scrimmage in week 0. I think you guys will be pleasantly surprised.
Really?
Yes,
all
sir.
right. Who you got week 0 scrimmage?
Mount Lebanon. Scrimmage is North Hills.
North Hills.
Week 0 is Mount Lebanon.
It seemed like you last year, John, like Coach Junko kind of waited to get you involved a little bit. And when you got involved, you were able to make a pretty serious impact. Do you expect more of a bigger role earlier offensively?
Yes, sir. Yeah, last year I was supposed to, me and Dante were going to have a pretty even split, but I did have some issues like hamstring problems early in the season. So we were holding off on the offensive side, but once those issues passed, we were all ready to go on the offense, and I'm ready to pick up where we left off.
You one brother who played or multiple brothers who played?
I got 3 brothers.
3 brothers.
2 of them played in the Ivy League, and 1 of them played in the NESCACs, which is a small D3. The Little Ivy is what they call it.
The toughness of the Banbury family, is that kind of the trademark? And,
yes, sir.
And where does that start? Like, how does that develop?
It starts with the dad. My dad, he was a fullback at New Hampshire. He had the neck pad. He was.
Oh, yeah.
He had all that stuff.
He went to St. Clair, didn't he?
He went to Lebo. Unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, no, he had his head down blocking. So he instills that toughness into all of us.
I like how he said on.
Well, his mom went to Lebo also, right?
Yeah,
your mother
right.
And your dad went to St. Clair.
No.
Where
he
did he
grew
go?
up in
Ohio.
North Canton, Ohio. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But your mother's the best basketball player in the whole family. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct. I'm glad you admit that finally.
You must have had a great year last year. Not only what you did, but to watch your brother's team as well on the basketball court. What was that like to and for both of you, like you've been able to watch your brothers play at the next level. What's it like to watch, your brother go from high school to college and then have success in college, play in college?
At Miami, Ohio. Yeah.
In Miami, Ohio. Like, what's it like to watch that?
Yeah, I mean, last year was a great year, and there was a lot of winning between me and him in basketball. So, I mean, there was no really downtime, and it was kind of like for my mom especially and for my dad, they were just watching game after game, and it was really interesting for us, and it was a fun year for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Guys, we look forward to seeing you this year.
Sir.
We'll see you against TJ.
It was a pleasure.
Late October. That's going to be that's one I think we have circled right now. Thomas Jefferson and Upper St. Clair. That is going to be one heck of a football game. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll keep it going with our player interviews here at Acrisure Stadium. This is High School Football Media Day on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week Media Day Show. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Welcome back to Acrisure Stadium. Alongside Mike White, I'm Josh Roundtree. This is High School Football Media Day at Acrisure Stadium, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, KDKA Radio. We're now joined by two members of the Bishop Canevin Crusaders. And Bishop Canevin having a 9-win season a year ago, and certainly one of the teams with a lot of expectations here in 2026. We're joined by Monte Mott and Justin Melvin. Fellas, appreciate you taking some time. What's been the best thing you've done so far? What's been the experience like here at Acrisure?
I would say probably the pictures outside.
Yeah, the tunnel photos or probably the Navy pull-up.
Are they going on the Instagram when you get them?
For sure.
All right, perfect. Right. Just making sure. Just making
Doesn't everything?
Yes, it has to. Well, obviously, you guys last year had a nice year, 9-4. But I know there's some big expectations now for this program this year. What's the process been like getting ready for this year, and what are the expectations like internally for your team?
Yeah, we just got to get over the hump. We've been more connected this year. Just going out, having fun together as a team, being more like a family. And I feel like we should do good things this year.
You guys have some Division I talent. You have a few guys that
yes,
have offers that are going to go play at the next level. Does it feel like this team is primed to have something really special happen? And what do you feel like is going to be the strength with those guys that you have?
No, yeah, it felt good. I ain't going to lie. The strength's probably the freshmen coming up. We got a lot of freshmen that's putting in good work. They look nice. They look like they're ready to play. And the upcoming sophomores, they look good. Like Newell Boone, Malik Davis. They look nice.
That's interesting. You don't hear guys say, like, freshmen are going to be a strength of ours. What is it about that group? Like, what's impressed you in particular about the young guys in the program? And what's it been like maybe, kind of bringing along those guys?
Definitely their work ethic. Like, they work hard. They work harder. And they work like they're seniors. Like, they work good. They work.
Exactly,
yeah, they work good.
Hey, I got to tell you guys, I talked to a coach that saw you guys playing a 7-on-7 tournament, and I'm not going to say who the coach was, and he said when they walk in, they look like a Class 6A football team. And if they don't win the championship, I would be shocked.
No, yeah. In 7-on-7, we compete with anybody.
Well, never mind 7-on-7.
The skill, we got a skill that can match anybody.
I know you do.
It's just the lineman side.
Is this team better than last year?
I think so.
This sounds like it. And do you guys, he asked about the expectation. Is it championship or bust?
Championship or bust. Yep. State championship.
Really?
I think we got to whoop your championship, like, secured already, in my opinion.
I love that.
I think we got a championship secured.
I love that.
Any opponents listening, you think? Who's never mind you guys. Who's the team to beat in your classification?
Team Lizelle.
Team for sure.
That's senior night, too, so it's a big game.
Yep.
That's at home. You guys are going to play a game or two at the new stadium in Hazelwood. Am I right on that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think too.
Yeah. Did you know that, Josh?
I did not know that. That's great.
Yeah.
They're going to play in our kickoff classic.
Yes, they are.
The first game on KDK Radio this year will be Bishop Canevin and University Prep. So that's going to be a lot of fun to watch these guys right off the bat and kind of see what they have. On the field, schematically, where do you feel like you guys have improved? What will we see, let's say offensively, what will we see from you guys this year? What's that offense going to look like?
I think it's going to be really balanced. We have weapons all over the field. We can go any direction you want, pass, run, option. We can do anything, I feel like.
I love it.
Rod Steele comes last year. You guys are around before he came, right? What's been the difference besides some players showing up? But what's been the difference with him being there and the staff being there?
Definitely, like, the mentality and, like, the energy he brings. he wants to win. Like there's no other option but winning. So it's kind of good hearing that in your ear all day and just I don't know. Yeah.
Is there any scheme-wise that you guys like that they've brought that you didn't have before?
Me personally, yes, because I'm a running back and he loves to run the ball. He loves hard-nosed football. So yeah, I love that.
Yeah, they've had some success. Rod's had some success running the football over the years for sure. State championship and all that. Thing for you guys, fellas. We appreciate it. Looking forward to week 0, 5 o'clock, first game that Friday night against University Prep. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of media day. Okay,
yes, sir. Appreciate
all
you.
right, Monte. Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait a second.
And
That's your dad. Is that Mike Mott from Stowe Rock?
Mike's making connections. We're going to bring in from the Crusaders to the Vikings, one Catholic school to the next, Central Catholic. The Vikes will join us here. Central Catholic last year winning a WPIL championship yet again. They will be a part of our KDKA Kickoff Classic as well. Looking forward to seeing them against Bergen Catholic out of New Jersey. Last year making it to the state championship game, fell to LaSalle there, but had a really great year with 13 wins on the year. And we're joined now from Central Catholic by Roman Thompson and John Sasek. Fellas, how are you?
Good, how about you?
I'm doing well. You guys look like bouncers. I'm not going to lie. Like, you look like you're ready to throw me through a wall if I get out of line.
Is that a compliment or not?
Yeah, it's a compliment because they're football players. No, they're football players. Obviously, you guys had a terrific year last year. There's a lot of expectations. You bring a lot back. There's a lot of Division I talent. When you're at this point in the year, though, how do you handle the expectations, not letting it get too carried away? Is it something that you embrace? Is it something you kind of block out? Like, how do you handle that internally?
Well, I think it's something you got to take for you can't take for granted. We're blessed to be in the position where we are, where we have these high expectations. We have a lot of noise surrounding our play this season, but our coach makes it very apparent that we're just getting started. We got to block out all the noise and take it one day at a time. There's nothing to be proven in the summer, so we got to wait until week 0 to really play our game.
John, your guy's quarterback, Owen, he's a year older. You would think a year better, right? What have you seen from him from last year to this year? And do you feel like you guys can be pretty balanced and dynamic?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying. Like, he's definitely grown as a person. You know, I think he was really timid in his sophomore year and, not throwing the ball like with 100% confidence. And now I see him with 100% confidence in practice, throwing the ball really efficiently. So
you guys have both you've both committed, right? Miami of Ohio and Penn State. Good to get that all out of the way. And I know you have a few guys that have offers and have gone through it. Is it good to have other guys going through those processes with you along the way?
100%. You're able to look at the kid you're grinding with and just be able to relate to somebody in that situation. But now that it's all said and done and I'm committed, it's just a big weight off my shoulders, and now I can really just focus on football.
I can also add to that too, like, especially with the O-line class committed that we have.
Yeah.
We all bring back techniques and fundamentals that other coaches teach, like with my coach up at Penn State and Kalis' coach up at Ohio State. We all bring back drills that we all do during defensive days, which is great.
That's great.
Josh, their offensive line, John Sass going to Penn State, Jimmy Kalis going to Ohio State, and James Haller going to Notre Dame. And I'm going to write this, and I researched it yesterday because I'm the only guy who has this stuff. Going back, I only have it back to 1985. There has never been a WPIL or City League team with 3 players at one position going to Power 5 conference schools, at least since 85.
And on top of that, our 2 younger guys at guards.
They have Power 4 offers too. Now, this is what I was going to ask you. I was thinking this. Okay, you guys offensive line. You had Power 4 offers for a while, and you went to Miami.
Yes, sir.
Your quarterback has at least a couple Power 4 offers. Your running backs have at least a couple. You have Zach Gleason going to West Virginia, and Chris Black will and does every position, a tight end, do any of your tight ends have any Power 4 offers?
We don't really use a tight end, but in the case we do use one, he'll probably have Power 4 offers.
But he doesn't right now. No. And how about linebackers? Any of them? I'm sorry, defensive linemen.
Defensive linemen?
Yeah, Jalen Smith. He's
not Power 4,
not Power
FCS,
4, but he's FCS, yeah.
We have offers
Youngstown
on
State.
the D-line, too.
So every position but 2 has Power 4 offers. They've either committed or have offers.
Yes, sir.
That's incredible.
You guys
for
are,
around here.
You guys are playing your home games at the Steelers place.
Yeah, the
right?
Hazelwood Green. Yeah.
They have their own locker room there now.
That's new. You're new to that, right?
Yes, sir.
What's that going to be like? And are you excited to kind of make that like a little home field advantage for you? Because you guys have kind of bounced around a little bit over the years from a home field standpoint.
Well, honestly, I don't even think it's going to play much of a difference because we don't even have a practice field. We're getting on a bus every day to practice. So,
but the practice field will be done again next year, and you'll practice in Central, right?
We're not going to be here next year.
Well, I know that.
Yeah.
It might. Supposedly, it's
out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be
That's
done.
what Coach Ryan told me the other day.
It's supposed to be done by like middle of next year, but who knows with our Pittsburgh weather? It could get delayed, but hopefully they have the field to practice on. But yeah, talking about a home field, we really never had a home field, so I don't think us having one now makes a difference because we still have to travel to it. We still have to take a bus, so nothing's really changed in where I'm at.
Roman, are you still wrestling?
I am not.
You stopped wrestling?
I stopped wrestling last year.
Who's the one guy that you wouldn't want to wrestle on your team?
Nobody. I will wrestle all of them.
You would. That's the right answer. That's the right answer, fellas. Appreciate it.
Really appreciate this.
Good luck
Thank
this
you.
year. Go get them. Have fun.
Thank you.
All right. That was. I knew he was going to say that because like he was a state ranked wrestler. He's like the third best wrestler in the state.
Yeah, I think he was 33-8 his sophomore year, and but he wanted to go all football.
That's big time. That's big time. And he's had a great year. He scored like 4 touchdowns a game.
He's our second leading rusher.
Yeah, they bring a lot back in that backfield too with Chris Black, and yeah, they're going to be tough. They're going to be tough for sure. I don't know if anybody's going to challenge them in 6A. We'll find out. University Prep joins us next. Demir Adair, Braden Clark.
Yes,
right?
sir.
How you doing? How you doing, guys?
Good.
Having fun?
Good. And you?
How's it been so far?
It's been good. Fun. I like it.
What's the best experience you got? What's the favorite thing you've done here?
Probably this.
All right. I love it. All right. That's the second time someone said that, so I appreciate that. Take us through the expectations you guys have this year. Obviously, you had a nice season last year. How do you carry over the momentum that you built a year ago?
Trying to go back to city champs, even go farther in states.
Yeah, working harder. We got a younger team, so we're going to put in all the work that we can to get back to the championship.
Westinghouse ran the City League for a good while there. What was it like to kind of dethrone them and become the new top dogs in the City League?
It felt great because during the beginning of the season, they were talking a lot, and it felt great to humble them. So,
Jameer, you're a sophomore, junior now.
I'm a junior.
Junior, yeah. But you played as a freshman, right?
Yes, sir.
Different role for you at all this year now that you're a junior? I mean, last year, I think you in the championship game, you had a big game. Are you more of a leader now, or how has your role changed now that you're a junior?
More of a leader. Like, our team's younger, so I'm more of a leader. We work harder. Yeah.
Either of you guys, still Westinghouse is probably going into the year to be the talk of the city. They have a lot of kids back. Can this team be as good?
Yes, sir.
Can you beat them?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I got the confidence in our team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's this team going to do well?
We can face adversity well.
Where does that come from? Like, did you guys learn that last year? Because you started 0-2 last year. Like, you kind of got hit with some adversity early, and then you got into a rhythm. Like, what did you learn in those first 2 games last year that led to that ability to handle adversity?
It was really the punishments after the games.
You were running a little bit?
Yeah. And up downs, a lot of up downs.
I wanted to ask you, they're called University Prep, but everybody calls them USO. It's 3 schools at University Prep, Science and Technology in Obama, right?
Yes, sir.
And Coach Lou Berry, I think, very underrated what he's done. How tough is it to have – do you have players from all 3 schools?
Yes, sir.
How tough is that to come from 3 different schools? The WPL has cooperative sponsorships with 2.
Yeah.
With 3, and does Coach Berry manage that, and how does he manage it?
So they usually catch the PAP bus after school to University Prep so we could practice, and we lift first, and then we'll go on the field. and then catch the bus back home after practice.
Is it tough at all to create some camaraderie because you come from 3 different schools?
Yeah.
Yeah. Traffic.
Yes, sir.
What do you do to create that camaraderie among the team?
A lot of bonding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing what? Doing
Does that
what?
happen on the football
Like,
field or off the football?
On the football field and off the football field.
What do you do off the field?
Practice
Huh?
with the field.
Yeah.
What do you do off the field? The bond.
We'll either
Play the
just
game or something.
yeah,
Okay.
or just be over each other's houses,
Yeah.
just chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Guys, good luck. Congrats on the city title last year. Have fun this year, all right?
Nice to meet you.
Same
Thanks,
here.
guys. All right, that is University Prep USO, and Mike's going to tag out. We're going to go to a break. Donnie's going to come back in. We'll be joined by the Woodland Hills Wolverines when we return. This is KDKA Radio's High School Football Media Day, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, right here on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. S-A-I-L-E-S. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's return to the KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week Media Day Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Is this going to drop this year? Or it's live right now? Yeah, we're live right now. We're back right now. Okay.
Welcome back to High School Football Media Day. I'm Josh Roundtree here at Acrisure Stadium. We're joined by 3 members of the Woodland Hills Wolverines, Malik McLeod, Devon Jones, and DJ Detrill.
Yep, Detrill.
Detrill? Yeah. All right, so we got Detrill at the end. Malik.
Devon.
Sir. Fellas, Devon, I'll start with you. This season, obviously, is coming up. We're 3 weeks away.
Yes, sir.
What's been the off-season process like for you guys? You won 8 games last year, but what have you guys done to sort of take that next step here and win a little bit more in 26?
We've been trying to prepare better. So when we get to the first game, everything's on point, everything's set. We've been trying to prepare for all these teams we're coming up with because, we got a new schedule and everything. Kind of the same conference, but we're still trying to prepare everything, get ready for the season.
I look back at your season last year. You guys lost to North Allegheny close. That's a 6A team. You lost to Central Catholic, 6A team in that game out in Canton. Obviously, Central really, really good last year. And then you gave St. Clair a pretty good game in the playoffs. Did you guys feel like you were pretty close there last year? And is that kind of fueling you as you head into this new season?
It is. I feel like we could have definitely been better. Everybody wasn't on the same point. We could definitely come back this year, though, and go way better than last year.
DJ, what is it? He says everybody on the same point. Like, what does that mean? How do you go through, like, from a leadership standpoint, how do you go through making sure that everybody's together and kind of focused on the same thing?
I mean, working out together, and it starts off the field and not just on the field. So if we got to get with each other to work out or even just have fun, that's what it got to be.
Tell me about Coach Turan. I've got to talk to him before. It seems like he's a guy that's really passionate about developing you guys, not just as players, but people as well. Can you tell me about what it's like to play for him as a coach and what he means to you guys, not just as a coach, but kind of as a mentor as well?
He's a good coach. He's going to always want the best out of us and he's gonna give us the best at all times. So when he's talking, he mean what he say, and he gonna do what he mean.
Devon? Malik, sorry. Malik, you guys play in the best stadium in the Whippeal?
Yeah, for sure. Yes, sir. The Wolverina is definitely the best stadium in Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, and definitely a top 5 stadium in the United States.
I think you're right. Well, we have you guys in the KDK Kickoff Classic. You get Newcastle at your home stadium in that first week in week 0. What's that going to be like? They obviously had a great year last year. And is this the point where you guys are like starting to look at that first game and kind of getting ready? You just want to get out and play and kind of hit somebody for real right now?
Yes, sir. We've been watching film for about 2 weeks now, so they've been posting a lot on Instagram, TikTok. So yeah, we ready to see them boys week 0. I'm telling you, yes, sir.
I love that. What is this team's strength? You guys, any of you guys can answer them. What is this team's biggest strength this year?
I think it's our skill guys. Our skill guys is going to hold us together this year, and our defense. Skill guys and our defense. Yes, sir.
I don't think, me personally, I don't think it's like nothing skill-wise. I think it's our mentality and how we take on the game. So it's like I said, just preparing to be better. And so when we verse Newcastle, they see what we bringing.
You guys had an all-time playmaker in Scoop. Who kind of picks up the weight there from a special team standpoint, wide receiver standpoint? How do you guys kind of move past that and move into sort of a new era here?
He's good enough to, I mean, we know he's not one person to be just replaced by, but our big guy that we got coming up is Nico Major, coming from Central. He's a big returner and could do some stuff on offense as well.
Yeah, he's going to be our speed guy this year.
What's the legacy at Woodland Hills? The guys you've put into the league, the guys you guys put into college. When you put that jersey on, what does that mean to represent those guys? And what's the culture like at Woodland Hills, just from the history standpoint of football there?
I just felt like me putting this jersey on, it's a big standing point out because everybody knows Woodland Hills as all people going to the NFL, going to college. This is a big point putting a jersey on.
Best stadium, best color scheme?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
For sure.
I agree with that. Guys, hey, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
I appreciate
Have some
you.
fun this year, all right?
Yep.
All right, that from Woodland Hills. You guys can take those off. And we'll get Donnie back in here as well, I think. We have, again, that was Malik McLeod, Devon Jones, and DJ Detriel from Woodland Hills. As we're moving right along, I think we have 2 teams left to go, and then we'll have just some football talk here at the end with a couple football guys as well. And Farrell is going to join us next. The Farrell Steelers here at the home of the Steelers as they get lined up. Farrell, not a WPL team playing up in District 10, but they are one of the top programs in high school football in this region. No question about that. You guys put those headsets on. All good? All right, so they're all situated. Guys, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
I'm Aaron Pegues, quarterback, class of 2027, Slippery Rock commit.
Jason Marshall, running back and linebacker.
Jaden King Vincent, athlete, 2027.
What does athlete mean?
Overall, I could play anywhere.
You can play anywhere.
Yes.
Offensive line?
Yes.
No,
If I got to block, I got to block.
All right. That's a Farrell mentality, isn't it? If you got to do it, you got to do it, right?
Sure.
Obviously, we don't get a chance to see you guys a ton, but you've had such a successful program over the years. I think in Western Pennsylvania, particularly up in your region, you guys have been dominant at times. What's the culture like at Farrell when it comes to football, when it comes to athletics? Can you tell people that maybe in this area aren't fully familiar with you guys what that is like and what it means to you there?
Football means everything in Farrell. Sports in general means everything in Farrell.
I see football as like in Farrell, it's like really one of the main ways to get out. So like people take it really serious, especially in the town. Like it's really important.
Facts. Like me coming from Erie, because I transferred down to Farrell, like seeing from this past year, I've seen like overall the city runs through football. So like without football, there's not.
What's the thing you guys look back the season that you had last year? What's the thing that you took away from that, and what did you want to get better at from last year to this year?
I said we won a lot more. And I just want to win more for real. Go back to states, win states.
With the winning, and, it's a lot of our losses came from like small little, like stuff like penalties, stuff like that, little things. I want to clean all that up and get back to states and win states this year.
How do you clean it up? Like, how do you go about cleaning up something like penalties and like small things, mental miscues? Like, people say like, hey, I want to clean it up, but like, how do you actually do it before the season starts? Is it attention to detail in practice? Like, how do you talk about it? Like, what do you do to get better?
All that starts in practice. That started months ago. From months ago to now in fall camp, that's where it starts.
What's kind of like the bread and butter of Farrell football? Like, when you watch Farrell, like what is the expectation of what you guys are going to do well?
I feel like we can do anything, to be honest. If you watch our games, we real life do anything. Like,
we're versatile.
Literally. We'll take kickbacks, we'll run the ball, we'll pass the ball, we'll do anything you could think of, like anything.
You guys are going to get a chance to play in our kickoff classic at the Wolverina. You're going to play Clairton. I know you're not a WPL program, but I'm sure you know Clairton's history, a lot of success. You guys, I think, have been two of the premier programs as far as smaller schools go. What's it going to be like stepping on the field, matching up with the Bears, and playing that game at the Wolverina in a couple weeks?
It's gonna feel great. I think we're overall the better team though, so it's gonna be a real exciting experiment.
Yeah. Aaron, you said Slippery Rock?
Yes, sir.
Can you take me through why Slippery Rock? What was it about them? And
I would say the coaches, Coach Lutz, of course, Coach Morella, quarterback coach, and just the University of Slippery Rock. I love it up there close to home, so my family can come watch.
Absolutely. How about you guys? You want to play at the next level? What's that look like?
Sure.
Big season in that regard for you then?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Guys, we appreciate you taking some time. Have fun out there. Hopefully you've enjoyed Media Day here. Steelers here at the home of the Steelers. So glad we had you down. Appreciate it, fellas.
Sir, thank you.
All right, that is the Farrell Steelers. Again, they're going to take on Clairton. That is going to be at a 3:30 kick at the KDKA Kickoff Classic. That game will be the fourth of 5 that weekend. It will be Bishop Canavan at 5 o'clock against University Prep. That will be followed by Central Catholic against Bergen Catholic. That's a program out of New Jersey. Then the next day, that's an 8 o'clock kick. The next day at noon, Westinghouse against Hickory, and then Clairton against Farrell, Woodland Hills against Newcastle. Of all the games, there's actually only one that features 2 WPIL teams playing one another. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and take a seat. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, then we'll come back with the Clairton Bears. The Bears will join us next here on KDKA Radio.
Flash flood warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a flash flood warning for Central Armstrong County in west central Pennsylvania, southeastern Clarion County in west central Pennsylvania until 6:30 p.m. At 3:37 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 3 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Katanning, Ramsburg, Ford City, New Bethlehem, West Katanning, East Brady, Worthington, Dayton, West Hills, Hawthorne, Manorville, Ford Cliff, Applewold, Lenape Heights, Templeton, Distant, and Mahoning Creek Lake. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
You're still glowing, flirting,
grooving. You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Back to the KDKA Radio High School Football Game of the Week Media Day Show. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Welcome back to Acrisure Stadium. We have one team to go here at the home of the Steelers and the Pitt Panthers, and that would be the defending PIAA Class 1A champs, the Clairton Bears. The Bears join us now, and representing Clairton are Dakota Harris and Cash. Cash, your last name?
Amos.
Amos. All right, perfect. Appreciate it, guys. Two linemen, I'm guessing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I kind of figured that out. I also love that you're wearing the state champion. That's the
Whipio.
That's the Whipio. You got the Whipio and you got the state medals. I love that.
These guys called each other.
I think that was
they planned this out. The alternate uniforms.
We was going to bring our rings, but we forgot our rings.
Best part.
I love it. I love that you guys did that. I want to go back to last year with you guys first. First game of the year, you lose. You don't lose again after that. Did you learn something in that first week? And I'm sure you'd love to go back and play that game again.
Yes, we would.
Yes.
But did you learn something in that first game that you carried over to the rest of the season?
It's got to come that much harder.
Yeah, it's come that much harder.
Take that much more grit. You know what I'm saying? You got to be better than the other team, the man that's in front of you. I wanted more.
And it just proved the point that we wasn't untouchable. We came into the game thinking we was untouchable. We had a couple bad calls and we lost the game, but after that, we just started rolling from there. It definitely did something to our team.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, the next week you guys hang 79 points on the board. I'm sure that felt good. Tammy, then, obviously you really not all that challenged after that until really, you get to the quarterfinals against Jeanette and you get a close game there. How did you guys handle not being challenged much throughout the course of last year? Like, how do you deal with that when you're up 40-0 at halftime? Like, how do you deal then when you all of a sudden you're thrown into a tight game?
Say that again for me.
Yeah, so you were so dominant throughout the course of the year. When you got a close game finally, how did you react to it? How did you get yourself ready to play a tight football game when you didn't have many?
It was fun. We was waiting all season for a game to be close, and we got it right there. That was the best game of the season as fun wise. It was fun. We love the competition. We don't like being teams 70-0, 80-0. We like the competition.
It started getting a little boring after a while.
Yeah, I don't like sitting out in the second half.
But once we blow a team out, say 59 halftime.
Yeah.
The starters is out for the rest of the game. That's no fun for us. We happy that these young boys again time to get in, but
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Cash, you guys, obviously that championship game, 8-6 against Laurel here at Acrisure. What was that like? Because you hung a lot of points on people last year. Then you get that tight, gritty, low-scoring game. Was that fun to be a part of that, a game that physical and that intense?
Absolutely.
Yes.
That was probably the funnest game, if I'm being honest.
That was fun.
They're big boys, Josh. They don't care about scoring all the touchdowns. They're not the ones that get to do that.
Donnie,
they do all the dirty work to make that happen.
The trenches.
You guys want to take a guess at what position Donnie played when he was in high school?
Wow.
Yeah, he was an offensive line. Ask these guys some offensive line questions.
The camaraderie when it comes to playing offensive line is always something special. It's like the five dudes you're up there up front with. How close knit is that group? That really brings together the entire offense. Then
man, we're all
like
close.
this.
like dang, they're like brothers, pretty much. The whole offensive line group, not even just the start and the five, every single lineman that was on that team. We came to practice every day, competed, everybody, and it was a fun group to play with, and we was just very locked in.
What are those off-season workouts like too when it comes to the weight room? Because the big boys want to be able to throw, they want to throw the plates around a little bit.
Come in the weight room every day, ready to work, ready to get the job done, and ready to beat yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because it's only you versus you.
Yeah.
What does Clareton do for an encore this year after a state championship? How do you follow it up? And you have some pieces to replace, obviously, but how's that process been? And what are you guys looking forward to coming into the season?
The progress has been good. We starting to fill in them spots that's missing. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same accent as last year. Come back here, win
another
again,
championship.
win another one of these. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to have 2 rings.
And I'm excited for a bunch of these young guys to play. And I think it's going to be a pretty good season. We filled in our pieces, our lines coming back together. It's going to be good.
What is it about the community that you guys live in and play in? Because I think Clareton is one that is a truly special one in Western PA, because there is such what is turning into a legendary high school football background. So, what's it mean for you every Friday night to play for the town and the name you have in the front?
It means everything.
I say it means everything.
Everything we do reflects our city. If we lose, the city's down. If we win, the city's up. Last year when we lost the Whitfield Championship, the whole city was down after we lost. But then once we won the states this year, we came back to a whole parade and everything. So whatever we do dictates how the community goes.
And I'm saying, I'm following up what he said. It's like the city is on our back. Football is the heart of Clarion. Without football, it really wouldn't be. Clarion will never be like how we know it as it is today.
Yeah, and then the old heads, they always take it out on us, especially when we lost that first game.
Yeah.
One of my old coaches texted me. He was like, hey, "What's going on, man? Y'all gonna be straight." Every week he would text me, especially those last couple playoff games. He was like, "Yeah, I need to lock in this and that." So I think everybody takes football pretty seriously in the community.
Yeah.
Guys, state championship last year. Hopefully we see you back in a state championship game.
Yes, sir.
In a few months. Appreciate you taking some time.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
See you guys.
Cash and Dakota from the Clareton Bears. I think we're going to get Mike White back in. I think Mike's going to join us here in a moment. But Donnie, I think you look at this football season coming up, and thanks so much to all these guys for joining us. We have about 7 minutes here to kind of just go over this offseason and now the season coming in. I look at it, I think there's a couple of big storylines, and I'm curious if Mike rejoins us here. I think one of the big stories of the offseason has been the growing transfer portal nature of high school athletics. It seems like every week there's changes in that regard. Teams are kind of changing shape, and I think that's interesting. But beyond that, I look at this. I look at the depth of talent that we have individually, and it's not maybe what it was, say, 30 years ago, but there's a lot of really good players playing high school football. And we've talked to a lot today. We didn't talk to some today because that's just how deep it is. It probably starts with Central Catholic and how truly deep they are from a Division I talent standpoint. But this is. And we feature a lot of these guys. There's a lot of really, really fun to watch high school football players in Western PA.
Yeah, I mean, we've had several kids come through the table with us today that have Division I aspirations. Some of them it's non-Power 4. A couple of them are. I mean, we happen to have the best running back in the state of PA in our backyard, and for my money, one of the best running backs in the entire country in this 2027 class. So, getting an opportunity to kind of figure out everything going on with him and his squad going into his final season. We have a quarterback that's bound for Penn State. Like there are a multitude of really, really talented kids,
right
and even ones that don't play at that D1 or Power 4 level. I mean, there's something special.
We've talked today to multiple Penn State commits. Nebraska commit, South Carolina commit. We're seeing, and Mike's talked about it a little as Mike rejoins us now, the and maybe NIL is part of this, I guess, this world, but guys going places that you would not anticipate them going. It's a new story, I think, here in this offseason. And Mike, I'm curious to get your thoughts. You talked about storylines kind of this offseason and entering the season. What's the biggest storyline in high school football right now for you as we get ready for the 2026 year?
Oh, boy.
Is it the transfer portal of high school football? I mean, it's
that's been there. There have been transfers, so many. I think kids are moving. The good ones are moving maybe a little more than in the past.
Yeah.
But, you talked about NIL. It's really kind of funny because I just asked Keeman Spell on the record how much, and I'm gonna do a story on this. How much does? And I did a story on it last year, and kids were very honest with me how much money they were being offered.
Yeah.
Before they even get to college, and I'm not. One of them said they was offered $450,000. It was by North Carolina before they even got to college. And I asked Keeman Spell today, how much does NIL money to high school kids mean in recruiting now? And does it mean a lot? And he said it means everything. And he said, I talked to a lot of guys, and I know a lot of guys that are going to places just because of the money. And I said to him, well, could you have gotten more money anywhere else besides Georgia? And he said, yes, I could have, but I wanted to go to Georgia because I think they're going to give me the track record of get to the NFL. So I thought it was kind of interesting.
They have a good track record of doing that with running backs.
I thought that was kind of interesting. And so
I think there's always a chance to go make more money. It seems like, though, like there's for a guy at that caliber, like you got to find the right fit because the money's going to be there. You got to find the right fit, but like it's, and I do think that's why, and maybe along those lines, I just said when you sat down, I think we're seeing kids go places that maybe traditionally they wouldn't go to. You've talked about it a lot today, and I think that aspect of it of, hey, well, this school that maybe wouldn't traditionally be on a Western PA kids' radar is now on their radar because they said, hey, we can give you this much.
Well, I think recruiting has gone globally across the country.
Right.
It started, I think, probably in the 90s or early 2000s, more of recruiting. You never saw Pitt get kids from California or anything like that. But storylines, I really think, I know they've been good and they've been talked about. The talent at Central Catholic just is eye-opening as far as recruitable. I mean, I asked those guys. I mean, you've got 3 guys going to Power 4 conference schools, and I just researched it because I have recruiting classes of all the WPL guys back to the mid-'80s. There has never been a team with 3 Power Conference guys at one position. They're all offensive linemen. That's incredible. I don't know if it's ever happened. You could probably go back to the 60s or 70s when there were scholarship limits. There weren't none that happened, but the talent there, I mean, it's just at Central. It's just amazing to me. And are they good enough to win the state championship this year? I mean, it's still St. Joe's Prep, and LaSalle College, and I think
we'll get an idea that first game because Bergen Catholic, they didn't win the New Jersey championship last year, but they won 4 straight before that. They're a premier program.
I've seen 4 of their top players have transferred there to other private schools in New Jersey. And in New Jersey, they have separate private and public championships. So that's not that big of a deal if they transfer to another private school. But I also think what another big storyline is what James Boo Boo Armstrong does the next 2 years. I think people are going to be really interested in that because quarterbacks always attract a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And, we said today he looks bigger than he did before. I was of the opinion that even last year, and when I saw him play basketball, how strong he was, and I saw him play football in a game once last year, I said, man, he might be a linebacker or something at the next level. But no, he's an all quarterback.
Donnie, quickly, a few seconds, just the thing that you're looking forward to most here in 2026.
I mean, if you want to ask at least like a story that I'm wondering what will transpire over the next few months, will McKeesport finally get over the hump? I mean, with the amount that took place
with everything that's happened
off the field during the offseason, not to mention, we just so happen to have the best running back in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they'll certainly be a contender, no question. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks so much. Our entire KDK radio crew, I think we had about 800 people down here working. Appreciate all of their efforts. Really great. All the social media stuff led by Ben Tenuta and his entire team. Michaela back in the studio producing as well. Gabe James here alongside engineering. PJ Kamanchik, Amy Mock, all the setup work. Great event. Thanks to everybody we talked to, all the players, coaches. Really, really fun stuff. We will start the 2026 high school football season. Week 0, the KDK Kickoff Classic, just a couple weeks away now, a few weeks away, coming up here at the end of August with the KDK Kickoff Classic that Friday and Saturday, the last week of August. Looking forward to that already with 5 games at the Wolverina. We'll talk to you then. A lot going on before that, though, so make sure you check out KDK Radio for all of your high school football coverage. For Mike White and Donnie Football, I'm Josh Roundtree saying so long from Acrisure Stadium. This has been KDK Radio's High School Football Media Day right here on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And when I went to go back down to the lobby area, the door opened and there was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I stopped and I said, "Looks like you guys are busy. Go ahead." He goes, "Get in." And then Bruno tells Arnold, "I hope I didn't frighten your little friend." I feel like sometimes I'm leading a Forrest Gump type life.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Over 5,000 acres have been burned by 3 fires in Spokane, Washington. Officials estimate at least 600 structures have been damaged or destroyed. In Washington State, ABC's Alex Stone.
Spokane seeing massive plumes of smoke billowing over mountains and neighborhoods. Thick gray clouds covering the skies as air crews desperately try to combat the flames from above. The destructive inferno fueled by hot, dry, and windy conditions, threatening at least 5,000 structures, scorching entire homes in its path.
Crews are fighting fires in the Sierra Nevadas and elsewhere in Central California. Utility PG&E is monitoring whether any power lines should be de-energized. Iran's foreign minister says negotiations with Oman concerning the Strait of Hormuz are in their final stages, but there are no details yet. That from Iranian state media. Mideast allies pressured President Trump to call off attacks on Iran. ABC's Matt Rivers in Jordan.
Iranian state media reported earlier that the country's foreign minister made calls to warn regional leaders about any escalation, and clearly those threats were taken seriously enough to have those leaders then lobby the White House to stand down.
States including Michigan and Georgia joining Minnesota in reporting hacks to their water systems. Federal officials say Iran is suspected. ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky.
Security and intelligence officials have been warning this is exactly how Iran would retaliate, that Iran poses just this kind of threat not only to water systems, but to other critical infrastructures. But the priority now is safeguarding the water supply as the war in Iran is well into its 6th month.
Senator Bernie Moreno, in a video on X today, said his former son-in-law and fellow Ohio lawmaker, Congressman Max Miller, should not be serving in the House and should seek professional help. Miller defending himself against allegations of domestic abuse. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Israel and Hamas appear to be at an impasse in their Trump-announced disarmament deal. It's over who complies first. In an Iowa town, city leaders are working with a structural engineer to assess the damage, identify a cause, and determine whether nearby buildings are at risk after 2 buildings collapsed Friday. A longtime citizen of Muscatine.
The question is, how many more buildings will have to go as they go up the block because of all the shared walls they have.
Nobody was hurt in the building collapses. Michigan has a Senate Democratic primary election Tuesday with a fierce battle between progressive former public health official Dr. Abdullah Saeed and moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens. ABC News political director Avery Harper traveled to the state.
Stevens supporters pointing to her experience.
Haley Stevens is a fighter. Her push, her work, her drive, she doesn't give up.
But back in Detroit, we met voters excited about El Sayed.
He's actually looks like he's willing to work for the people.
What do you say to Democrats who think that Abdullah El-Sayed wouldn't be able to win in a general election?
I would say look at Trump, because people said that about him too.
The winner faces former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers in November. Flight attendants with WestJet, Canada's second-largest airline, went on strike today in a dispute over pay. Hundreds of flights have been canceled. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
If you Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A flood watch is in effect through this evening, as well as rain and a thunderstorm at times through the afternoon, which could produce flash flooding and locally damaging winds, high 78. Could have a shower or thunderstorm left over tonight, low 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Welcome back to Start Here Weekend from ABC News. I'm Brad Milkey. Now, I mentioned the memorial for the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham.
May Lindsey Graham hear your own well done, good and faithful servant. It is in your eternal name we pray.
This was intensely emotional at the Capitol because, remember, he had relationships on both sides of the aisle and really around the world.
There can be no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest. He died doing the work he was born to do. He was truly a great politician.
But if there's one cause that Graham would have wanted to see through, you'd think it would likely be the war effort in Ukraine. The hawkish Republican had long described Russia as one of the greatest threats to the Western world and constantly advocated to arm Ukraine in its resistance.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war.
Well, on Tuesday, guess who else was in Washington? Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This was the other big meeting of the day. So let's check in with our foreign correspondent, Patrick Reevell, who was based in Moscow for years. Patrick, the war in Ukraine itself has kind of evolved in recent days, right? So what were they talking about in the Oval?
Yeah, Brad, as you say, the war in Ukraine has been shifting in recent times. And this meeting between Zelensky and Trump, by all accounts from both sides, went well. The message is that it was positive. and they're both being very polite about it. And obviously that is a big change from that meeting, that notorious meeting at the start of President Trump's second presidency, where they fell out spectacularly in the Oval Office.
Mr. President, you're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people.
It's probably notable that this meeting took place without journalists in the room, without cameras. But we know, in terms of what was discussed, Zelensky said that they again talked about giving a license to Ukraine to produce Patriot air defense missiles, which Ukraine desperately wants. And also they talked about trying to push diplomacy forward, hoping that maybe as the war has started to tilt more in Ukraine's favor, perhaps there is now more of a chance for diplomacy.
A little birdie told me this about the fact that we'll give them the right to make Patriots.
But clearly what we've seen in recent months, and since that meeting in the Oval Office early on, is this big shift in how President Trump seems to view Zelensky. He seems now to see him much more positively.
Right, and Zelensky actually came out afterwards in an interview with Fox claiming that Trump approved the licenses for those Patriot missiles during that meeting. But Patrick, I was going to say, is it just me, or has Trump re-warmed to Zelensky? And if so, why?
Yeah, I think it's clear in recent months, or recent weeks, really, we've seen a shift in how President Trump views Zelensky, and he seems now to have much more respect for him and seems to view him more warmly. We saw this recently at the NATO summit where they were together.
Ukraine has tremendous potential. He understands that. We talk about that.
If there is a reason for this shift, the prime one is Ukraine itself and how it has managed to start tilting the battlefield more in its favor, because in the past 6 months we have seen Ukraine do things that very few people expected them to be able to do. They've started launching pretty much almost daily these very spectacular airstrikes into Russia, hitting all across the country, deep into Siberia, making these spectacular attacks on Moscow. At the same time, on the battlefield, Russia is barely moving forward, and in some places actually been going backwards. And Crimea is basically under a type of blockade from Ukrainian drones. And all of this has been because of Ukraine's extraordinary development of its own drones. And it's been doing this with a great deal less support from the United States than at the beginning. And President Zelensky has actually said it publicly at points. He believes that President Trump likes winners. He wants to be associated with winners. And suddenly President Trump seems to see Ukraine as a much better prospect in that regard.
For years, I've been pretty anti-Ukraine.
And it's not just President Trump who seems to be changing his opinion of Zelensky. Inside the MAGA movement, there's been a very interesting turn. The MAGA influencer Laura Loomer, who for a long time was a very extreme opponent of Zelensky and of support for Ukraine, who used to call Zelensky corrupt, she has had a complete turnabout.
I mean, I was shocked too. I had no idea. I came here and I had to learn all this information myself, but I was consuming media that was propaganda.
She, this week, has been in Kyiv. She's interviewed Zelensky. She now says that she was completely wrong. She says she was a victim of Russian propaganda and that Zelensky is a wartime hero and that the US needs to support Ukraine and that she now understands what Ukrainians have been going through. It seems like elements of the MAGA movement, not all of it, but also President Trump, seem to be coming around to a much more positive view of Zelensky.
That's really interesting because, again, we've talked about this before, how on the far right, especially, the Iran war, it's been said, has the ability to totally reshape people's opinions of the Trump administration. So this is really a high-wire act. And yet, on the Ukraine issue, you're even seeing some attitudes start to soften a little bit. Patrick Reevell, really interesting context. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
This week, American officials opened a new bridge that will cross the border into Canada, connecting the cities of Detroit, Michigan, and Windsor, Ontario. Fittingly, it's named the Gordie Howe Bridge, named after the hockey legend who was born in Canada but plied his trade for the Detroit Red Wings. That bridge is almost the physical manifestation of that relationship. Two countries, each with industrial ambitions, exchanging their best.
It's really exceptional and going to be so important for our redundancy, homeland security, and and, of course, our economic future.
It had been under construction for almost a decade. Well, on this same day, President Trump flew into Michigan to talk about the economy. But what's ironic about this is that despite President Trump championing this project in his first term, he was arguably the chief reason it took so long to open. The Trump administration had threatened to block this opening for months until Canada agreed to split the toll revenue with the U.S., despite Canada having to fund construction in the first place. Then, just last week, President Trump took his tariffs to a new level, adding new taxes to billions worth of Canadian products.
We are intensifying our negotiations with the United States in pursuit of a comprehensive agreement that addresses all tariff-related sectors.
In fact, earlier I said American officials had opened this bridge. That's because it had been scheduled to be a joint opening until Canadian officials, furious over these tariffs, opened their own section last Friday. American guests were uninvited.
We felt it's inappropriate to have a big joint celebration when we're working through those challenges. I think we're confident that we're going to work through this. We always do between U.S. and Canada.
That was the background hovering over all this as Trump delivered a speech to Michiganders on the economy. But as he looks forward to the midterms, are voters buying what he's selling? Let's bring in ABC's Elizabeth Schulze, who covers economics. Elizabeth, what was the overall message from Trump in a moment like this?
The message from President Trump, Brad, on the economy is that everything's going great.
We're blowing it away this time. We're blowing it away. You're going to see the results very soon.
He told a crowd of supporters in Michigan that things are looking good when you think about prices, when you think about jobs. He defended his tariffs, his overall policies of trying to boost manufacturing. But as we've talked about, that isn't always what the data is showing, and it's not always what people are saying about the economy right now. We know that prices have been going up. Inflation has been going in the wrong direction, largely because of the spike in oil prices from the Iran war. The president at one point actually acknowledged that the war has been making inflation a lot harder, and he said, oh, don't worry, we're going to get that under control soon.
When the fuel comes down, which it did for a little while, then they didn't behave, and I had to go back, and now they're behaving again. You know, it's like playing a banjo.
But we've actually seen gas prices go in the wrong direction as the president has kind of escalated his rhetoric on the war. This was a speech to his supporters trying to make the case that his policies are working at a time that we see in poll after poll, Brad, Americans say that this economy is not working with them, that they are not better off financially than they were before the president took office, and that his economic approval ratings are near an all-time low.
Well, and I can imagine that oil prices and gas prices play really big in a place like the Motor City. But you mentioned tariffs. I was so confused when I saw these new tariffs hit last week because they sound similar to the ones that were actually expiring, but they're also different. Like, can you just break down what these tariffs are doing?
This is basically, Brad, Liberation Day 2.0. We remember last spring when the president came out, he had this big splashy announcement announcing what he called reciprocal tariffs on most countries, most of our biggest trading partners. Those tariffs took effect. The stock market freaked out. There was a whole bunch of back and forth. There were exemptions that were carved out. And ultimately what happened, Brad, is those tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs, were struck down by the Supreme Court. So what's happened in the months since then, in the past couple of months, the administration has been looking for ways to basically rebuild that tariff policy under different executive authorities. They had found one sort of stopgap way to do this that kept a lot of the baseline tariffs in place after the Supreme Court struck them down, but that was going to be a short-term measure. That expired, and basically the day that those tariffs expired, the administration came out with another sweeping round of tariffs under a new authority.
Countries and companies were coming in and just robbing us blind, and it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers.
What we're talking about here are tariffs on more than 80 countries, accounting for 99% of all products that are imported into the U.S. So I kind of say virtually every single product coming into the U.S. is going to be hit with these tariffs in some form. The rate is between 10 and 12.5%. That is in many cases lower than those Liberation Day original tariffs, Brad, but that's still a pretty high rate.
We're actually up against a break right now, but when we come back, we will talk about the reasoning behind these tariffs. That's after the break.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The summer of savings continues at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob.
In our meat department, boneless pork loin chops or roasts are buy one, get one free. In our produce, locally grown white mushrooms, 8-count packages, 2 for $4. In our deli, Coon's 12-inch cheese pizza, $6.99 each. And additional savings this week, original or Simply Gold Peak Tea, 52-ounce bottles, 2 for $4.
At Coon's Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the Free Care Fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Welcome back to Start Here Weekend from ABC News. I'm Brad Milkey. 2026 marks 15 years since the Fukushima nuclear disaster in Japan, which you might remember was kicked off by a 9.1 earthquake and a subsequent tsunami. The nation's collective psyche still hasn't recovered. Well, this week, southern Japan was shaken by another strong quake. And of course, this set off alarms on both sides of the Pacific. ABC's foreign correspondent Britt Clenna is based in East Asia. She joins us now. Britt, what do we know about this quake?
Well, it was a powerful 6.8 magnitude earthquake, rocking southern Japan. Its epicenter is near the southwestern island of Kyushu, and, the effects saw buildings collapsing.
I was in the office on the 8th floor, and I felt I was in danger. I was surprised to see everything had fallen.
Officials confirming dozens of people were injured or missing at one point, extensive damage to infrastructure.
We've already confirmed extensive damage, including casualties, collapsed buildings, damaged roads, and fires. I'd first like to extend my deepest sympathies to all those affected by the disaster.
And hundreds of thousands of residents were told to evacuate the affected area, with thousands of emergency rescue teams trying to now, survey the damage and contain it.
And at one point, there were tsunami warnings. I think we are past the worst there, but this ended up becoming deadly, right? The Japanese prime minister said there were over a dozen people dead, including at this mall in Kumamoto. What happened there?
There was an explosion there that ripped through this mall. And, there's video capturing the moment of the blast. It could have been caused by a gas leak. We just don't know at this point. But, we can see part of the building collapsing. Authorities say they've rescued some people, but, there are others remain unaccounted for at this point. We do know that there were many shoppers that had evacuated that mall about 90 minutes earlier, just after the quake hit. So certainly that's massively concerning for the people there, and their families will be anxiously waiting.
Well, and earthquakes are so difficult to comprehend because the scale goes in factors of 10, right? So when we talk about a 5.0 earthquake somewhere on Earth, 6.0 is 10 times more than that. Fukushima, then, we're talking about something close to a 7 in Japan. Fukushima was 100 times worse than that. So I guess where does this lie on the scale, and how well were Japanese authorities able to handle this?
Well, I think it's testament to, as you say, the systems that are in place, the infrastructure in place in Japan that can sustain these shocks. It's a 6.8 magnitude earthquake. That's huge.
Right.
And any other major cities would feel that in a very big way in terms of the impact.
It was really something. It didn't fall down piece by piece. It came crashing down all at once. It really shocked me.
But as you say, Japan is fairly used to this. So this is contained compared to what we might see if they weren't this prepared. At the same time, the Japanese Prime Minister has come out and said that everyone should be worried or caution about aftershocks in the coming days.
Please avoid entering dangerous areas and take all precautions to ensure your safety. Over the next week or so, please remain alert for the possibility of earthquakes with a maximum seismic intensity of 7.
And warning that, there's still a fear that there could be more buildings collapsing, landslides, that kind of thing.
Right, the sort of hidden damage that they're still kind of exploring right now. All right, Britt Clennett, covering East Asia. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brad.
It's a tale as old as time. Someone trying to make their way through college needs money and turns to OnlyFans. There's going to be judgment. It's not the life you expected to be leading, but hey, it pays the bills. Well, recently, that's been happening more and more at famed universities, not just in the case of students, but professors and researchers too. However, that doesn't mean there's always nudity involved, among humans at least. This is the sound of a marmot. These are chunky rodents that live across North America and North Asia. A groundhog is a type of marmot. This one is a yellow-bellied marmot that lives in the Rockies. Yeah, they kind of stand on their hind legs and scream at you. Anyway, for years, a professor at UCLA named Daniel Blumstein has been researching marmots, but last year, his funding dried up. So at the urging of some of his research students and volunteers, his team set up an account on OnlyFans. OF, as it's known, is almost synonymous with explicit content. At this point, more than 4 million creators have set up accounts, posted videos in various states of undress, and then charged different amounts for subscriptions. The account from Blumstein's lab is called OnlyMarms. Now, on this profile, you are likely to see marmots tanning themselves on a porch, or frolicking in the grass, or whistling at marmots passing by. To be clear, this is all completely G-rated. The most exciting video is probably a marmot wrestling with a cage full of food. But just like any other OnlyFans site, this asks users for tips, and the researchers are seeing cash come in. It's currently hundreds of dollars, not thousands, but it is paying for those bait stations that attract animals to the marmot cams. And weirdly, this kind of speaks to how mainstream OnlyFans has become. More and more college students talk about how rising tuition forced them to consider side hustles, even risque ones. Some of them have been invited to speak in college lecture halls about the creator economy, prompting backlash about modern acceptance of sex work. And as the site becomes more normalized, more accounts are springing up that aren't sexual at all. all, whether academic projects like this one, or comedy or makeup influencers seeking some direct donations. Small-scale fundraisers have turned to sites like GoFundMe in the past. Now some are thinking, why not OnlyFans? The Marmot Lab at Rocky Mountain Biological Laboratory is coming up with other non-traditional fundraising endeavors. At one point, it helped launch a specialty beer called Marmot Tears IPA. Blumstein said he'd rather be spending his time on actual research, but as long as the funding streams are not safe for work, he will continue, asking you to like and subscribe. And one last thing. Earlier this month, the world seemed to fall in love with BTS once again. The South Korean boy group sang its hit song Dynamite at the World Cup final halftime show. They just released a new album earlier this year, but in many ways, this was their reintroduction to the wider music world. You might remember all 7 members have spent the last few years completing compulsory military service, which might be why they're not backing down from a fight now. You see, for years, the BTS army that comprises its fan base has argued that the group is overdue for a Grammy. They've been nominated several times, but they've never won, which, if you're giving out awards, you might think is a shame. Like, sure, BTS has kind of a sugary pop sound, but it is one of the most popular acts on Earth. You want the Grammys to stay relevant. Well, last month, the Grammys announced they were creating a new category, Best Asian Pop Song. It seemed almost geared toward K-pop fans and BTS's new hit song, Swim. Maybe I just swim. In the eyes of many fans, this wasn't exciting. It was patronizing. The message seemed to be this music isn't good enough for Best Pop Song, so maybe you can win Best Asian Pop Song. From the point of view of the Recording Academy, this is simply about recognizing the growing landscape of music. There are lots of different genres. Artists would love to win Best Country Album or Best Rap Album. This is why they also just created a Best Latin Song category. Reward the artists. BTS announced in a joint statement they will not be submitting their songs to the Grammys this year. Not for Best Asian Pop Song, not for any song. They're effectively boycotting the contest. Quote, "We hope our music can be heard and loved for what it is, rather than being divided by region or language," end quote. It's still an open-ended question as to whether this standoff will spread to other acts or if BTS is now the most battle-hardened among their peers. If you're a Start Here OG, you know that Brad stands Youngkook as his favorite BTS member. You were the ones who told me he was the best. It checked out. It never stopped being true. I'm loyal. All right, that'll do it for us. Thank you so much for listening to Start Here Weekend from ABC News. Start Here Weekend is produced by Aaron Ferrer, Emily Schutz, Jen Newman, and Anthony Ali. Ariel Chester is our social media producer. Josh Cohen is director of podcast programming. I'm our managing editor. Thanks to John Newman, Tara Gimbel, Eamon McNiff, and Katie Dendos. If you want to hear the daily edition of Start Here, check out our podcast. We are up every weekday morning on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your pods. Hit that follow button and you will get the latest episode beamed right to your phone. You can find Start Here and other ABC News shows at abcaudio.com/podcasts. And of course, check us out right here for another edition of Start Here Weekend. I'm Brad Milkey. See you next week.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED. For for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Celebrate the month of August with Zero Res. Buy 2 rooms of carpet clean to get 2 rooms free, plus take $100 off your air duct cleaning too. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings. Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Workdays work better with food. And not just any food, the good stuff. That's why there's Easy Cater, the workplace food platform where you can order from a huge variety of great restaurants for any group size, anytime, anywhere, all in one place. Whether it's gourmet deli trays for the client meeting, spicy noodles for the night shift, tacos for the weekend crew, or a big box of brownies to tell your team, thank you. Just use Easy Cater, one platform to feed them all and feed them well. Start an order at easycater.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show Monday, 5:30 until 10. New month, new attitude, and a lot going on. We'll fill you in.
Welcome back to Start Here Weekend from ABC News. I'm Brad Milkey. Before the break, we were talking with ABC's Elizabeth Schulze about some new tariffs from the White House. And Elizabeth, you mentioned like the percentages and rates and the impact, but why? Like, what is the justification for this latest round of tariffs?
The justification for these new tariffs are that a lot of our trading partners use what he called forced labor practices. This is an authority where, basically the administration did all of these investigations into these other trading partners, and they determined that they violated these labor practices. And unsurprisingly, Brad, a lot of other countries are pushing back, saying that's just not true. Right. But what it really underlines, kind of big picture here, is that we are living in a world of much higher tariffs. Even after that monumental decision from the Supreme Court, he is doubling and tripling down, saying we're going to find more ways to keep these tariffs in place.
And then how does that, you mentioned that importers then have to pay these higher taxes because of the tariffs, but with the economic landscape in a place like Michigan, I guess, how does that impact sort of personal finances and perhaps voters in a place like Michigan?
That's a state that has seen a pretty direct impact from this tariff policy. A group that represents small businesses in Michigan put out numbers saying that $22 billion in tariffs have been paid by Michigan businesses from March 2025 through 2026. And they kind of made the comparison. That's nearly 5 times the cost of building that bridge that you were talking about in the beginning. I mean, these are big numbers, especially when you're thinking about smaller or medium-sized companies that are really dealing with a lot of uncertainty, and they've been facing this whiplash over policy. These are, in many cases, industrial companies that have to plan ahead. You can't just make a last-minute decision when you are putting in orders for, 18 months, 2 years out. And this uncertainty has made doing that job a lot more challenging, along with the fact that there are just added costs from a lot of these policies that have been put in place.
Right. And if our listeners are wondering, well, the Supreme Court got rid of that big package of tariffs earlier. Maybe they'll do that here. A lot of legal analysts say these tariffs are now being done under different legal authority that probably has more staying power. So Elizabeth Schulze in D.C., thank you.
Thank you, Brad.
Last month, you might recall the Supreme Court concluded it was legal for the Trump administration to follow through with an order it had been trying to enact for more than a year, ending temporary protected status for large groups of migrants.
It's the right call. I've been doing this since 1984. TPS has never been temporary.
Specifically, this order applied to Haitians and Syrians.
And the recent Supreme Court ruling, of course, means that now millions of illegal immigrants from Haiti, who were previously beyond the reach of the law, are now within the reach of the law.
Altogether, there are about 300,000 of these people living here legally under the status for years now.
If someone rejects you, okay, fine, let me go back home. But I cannot go back home.
Under a court order, that status would end on July 27th. Well, that was this week. ABC's Armando Garcia covers immigration. Armando, can you just remind us what temporary protected status is and what happened to it for these people?
Hey, Brad, yeah, Congress created temporary protected status in the 90s to prevent immigrants who are already in the United States from being deported to countries deemed too dangerous to return to because of natural disasters, civil unrest, and other temporary emergencies. For Haiti, TPS was originally designated in 2010 after that devastating 7.0 magnitude earthquake that decimated the country. Since then, TPS has been redesignated as the country has been wrestling with poverty, civil unrest, even the assassination of a president. Now, even though Congress created this program, it gave the Secretary of Homeland Security wide discretion to end it, but left in some guardrails. It would have to be in consultation with the State Department, for example. It would have to be based on the conditions of the country. Attorneys representing TPS holders said that's not what happened when former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem ended TPS. But in June, the Supreme Court handed a major win to President Trump, saying her decision to end TPS was not subject to judicial review. And this will have major implications, not only for Haitian TPS holders, but other TPS holders as well.
Well, and so the deadline then was Monday, right, Armando? So are all those people from Haiti and Syria gone now? Like, that seems unlikely, I guess, is what I'm thinking. So what happens to them?
Well, if they're not eligible for other forms of relief, then yes, they could literally be finding themselves out of a job, at least legally able to hold a job, and suddenly deportable.
Should I stop working now? I mean, will I just go ahead and go to Canada, go somewhere, because they refuse to go back to Haiti. There is no Haiti to go back to.
Now, so far, the Trump administration seems poised to carry out enforcement operations targeting Haitians, at least according to a source familiar with the situation, who said that those plans could change. DHS has so far been unapologetic in its pursuit of deporting hundreds of thousands of these TPS holders. A spokesperson for DHS told ABC News it's, quote, closing time, and encouraged them to self-deport.
Yeah, what does the process look like for self-deporting, according to the Trump administration?
Well, they claim that by going through the self-deportation process, you could be eligible for a $2,600 stipend, so to speak, or a check, so to speak, if you go through that process. Of course, our reporting has found that that process actually isn't as cut and dry and as easy as they make it out to be, and it doesn't account for how difficult this is. We're talking about people who, in some cases, have been living in this country for years.
I have lots of my close family members that are TPS holders,
and they're depending on this because they have kids to feed, and they've been in the U.S. for a long time, so this is literally their home.
Now they're being told you can no longer be here, you can no longer work here, and you gotta get out.
Yeah, I was thinking about this through both the eyes of the migrants themselves. Let's not forget so many of them have children and other family members who are U.S. citizens, but also through the eyes of people who have now become their neighbors. I mean, what does this mean for these communities that these people would be leaving behind?
Listen, it's hard to underestimate how huge this is. We're talking about nearly 350,000 people. Imagine living in the country legally, in some cases for years. All of a sudden, you lose your job. And here's the kicker, Brad. The Trump administration now wants to deport you to a country that it says is way too dangerous for American citizens to travel to. That's what's happening in the case of Haiti TPS.
Does the administration consider Haiti a safe country?
For Haitians, absolutely.
For Haitians?
Yes.
Despite the do not travel warnings,
Yes, so yes, Haitians live in Haiti. It's not our position that Haitians should leave Haiti.
Over the past couple of years, we've spoken to a man who was a doctor in Haiti, now is a practicing nurse in the United States.
The idea of going back there right now in this situation, is scaring me. It's killing me inside. But there is not much I can do about it.
A pastor who runs a Haitian community center and is a key figure in his community, a toxicology lab assistant. These are just a few of the people who may be impacted now that TPS has ended, but everyday American citizens will also be touched by this. By some estimates, TPS holders are 15% of non-citizen healthcare workers, over 20% of Haitians work in healthcare, thousands work in elder care, child care. That means someone's nurse, someone's nanny, could now be deported.
And Armando, right now we're just talking about Haitians and Syrians, but there are other groups of migrants who live under TPS right now as well, right? Like, is that about to change in the near future?
Well, it certainly could, Brad, and that's the biggest fear here. We're talking about possibly now 1 million people that could be deportable if other TPS designations, and this could definitely have major repercussions.
America for us, it's not a dream. It's just most like a jungle. I'm sorry, but we're trying to survive every single day.
In their order, the Supreme Court said the DHS Secretary's decision was not reviewable. The Trump administration has attempted to end TPS for over a dozen countries. We're talking Haiti, Syria, Venezuela, Myanmar, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, Yemen, El Salvador, Nepal, just to name a few, Brad.
And Venezuela dwarfs all these other countries, apparently. Like 600,000 people here under TPS from Venezuela alone. So that would be far bigger than even the countries we just saw on Monday. Armando Garcia, really great context. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
All right, next up on Start Here Weekend, a terrorizing earthquake rocks Japan as recovery efforts continue. That's after the break.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join Allegheny County for the summer concert series with free live music all season long at Harwood Acres and South Park amphitheaters. Bring a blanket, bring your friends, and come hungry. Local food trucks, Black Dog Winery, and Hop Farm Brewing Company will be on site starting at 6 p.m. Concerts kick off at 7:30. No tickets, no cost, just great music and even better vibes. Your summer soundtrack starts here. Visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer for the full lineup.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the weekend. President Trump expects a peace deal. He is not so sure. We start here. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tells ABC that all signs point to more war.
When I have to stand up for the interests of my country and the security of my country, I do so.
But he's still denying he's been influencing the president. Lindsay Davis is here to walk through a sit-down interview. A high-stakes meeting in the Oval Office. President Trump seems to be coming around to a much more positive view of Zelensky. Why Trump and perhaps the broader MAGA base are changing the tone around Ukraine. And hundreds of people are newly at risk for deportation.
They refuse to go back to Haiti. There is no Haiti to go back to.
How temporary protected status has run out for Haitians and Syrians. From ABC News, this is Start Here Weekend. I'm Brad Milkey. There have been reports this week that President Trump is growing more and more frustrated by the situation in Iran, asking advisors what his options are, only to be told there aren't great ones. In the meantime, Iran is still waging war in whatever ways it can. Earlier this week, they launched strikes on U.S. troops. Well, then the Trump administration struck back. This is a status quo no leader would be satisfied with. But then critics say there's Benjamin Netanyahu.
I think there's a common consensus that this regime must not acquire nuclear weapons.
The Israeli prime minister championed this war, publicly arguing for American intervention. The president himself said this week that Netanyahu wants the U.S. to stay involved. But what exactly is Netanyahu pressing Trump for? And 5 months into battle, what are his motivations? Well, this week, Netanyahu sat down with ABC's Lindsay Davis, the anchor of ABC News Live Prime. Let's go to her now. Lindsay, it's such a unique moment for Israel. Like, Netanyahu came to Washington to pay respect to Lindsey Graham, but let's be honest, also went to meet with Trump at the White House and perhaps shore up support from the American public. What is his overall message here?
You know, what's interesting, this is the first time that President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are actually meeting in person since the war began with Iran. Remember, a war that they both estimated would potentially take 4 to 6 weeks, and now we are in excess of 5 months of this war in Iran without any potential for resolution in sight. And what's really interesting is that what has been clear is that both of them have different assessments of the ultimate outcome and how at least it'll be achieved, right? President Trump has suggested that he's really looking for a diplomatic solution, and he has said multiple times that Iran really wants to make a deal. Mm-hmm. Prime Minister Netanyahu says he's not so sure. In fact, his actual words was he's skeptical.
Well, I don't know if it's unlikely, but I'm skeptical about Iran's mode of operandus. I mean, the method of operating. They always lie, they always cheat, and they always play for time. Could that, with sufficient pressure, diplomatic, economic pressure, could that change? Give it a try.
But he insists that he wasn't here to try to convince President Trump to resume attacks on Iran. He described that, as a matter of fact, as a caricature of their relationship. When you met with President Trump at the White House, did you try to persuade him to resume attacks on Iran?
Actually not. That's the caricature, the cartoon picture. That is not true. We actually analyzed all three possibilities, and I thought we did it in an open way between friends and allies, and it's his decision.
he strongly pushes back on critics who say that he in any way misled President Trump just to get the U.S. involved in this war with Iran. In fact, he described it when I asked him, President Trump on July 4th told an Axios reporter that referring to President Netanyahu, who the boss is.
But the truth is, we're partners. We're allies. He's the senior partner. It's the United States of America, let's not forget. And I'm the junior partner, but I'm the Prime Minister of Israel. And when I have to stand up for the interests of my country and the security of my country, I do so. But I always do so with a deep appreciation of the role that the United States under President Trump has played in joining forces with us against our common enemy.
Prime Minister Netanyahu says, look, President Trump knows what needs to happen, that they are aligned, that it's clear for both of them that Iran can absolutely not have a nuclear weapon. And so he says President Trump does what President Trump wants to do.
Well, and it's one thing for him to say, like, I didn't direct the president on what he should do, but he clearly had a thought of what he wanted to happen and what he thought would happen if the U.S. intervened. Does he think he got those predictions or, those perceptions right?
When I asked him, basically, we did have New York Times reporting that suggested that prior to the war, that Netanyahu had said to President Trump, look, they're going to run out of missiles. There is a possibility that we could have regime change, and that the likelihood is that we'll be able to do it without Iran having this chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. Ultimately, he says, look, I wasn't sure that they would actually play that hand and effectively try to shut down the oil supply for the entire world. But he thinks that that's an issue that can be skirted.
After this war is over, I don't think the straits are going to be that powerful a leverage, because people will move the energy pipelines out of the straits to the Red Sea, from there to Israel and the Mediterranean. We can unblock this choke point. And we will.
While he would not give a timeline of when this war would be over, he thinks that at some point Iran will give up.
And then the other Middle East conflict, that it's wild to think about, that this is not the only thing Netanyahu has been overseeing. He's also overseen, of course, the operation in Gaza, which there have been ceasefires, but it's still very much a conflict that is still resolving itself. How does he see his responsibility for what is happening there?
He really puts, in large part, the blame on social media for what he describes as a misrepresentation of what has and what is happening on the ground there in Gaza. He furthermore believes that the decline in support from the United States toward Israel is not necessarily tied to what's happening in Gaza.
The genocidal intent was Hamas. They wanted those civilians killed so they can go on TV or go to the corrupt International Criminal Court and accuse us of war crimes. But that's not us.
He said definitively that he doesn't believe in a Palestinian state. He really holds Hamas squarely responsible for the civilian deaths. He holds the condition that Gazans continue to live in. He says that Hamas has to bear that culpability.
Really interesting interview. Lindsay Davis, glad you got the chance to sit down with him. Thank you so much.
Brad, thank you.
Next up on Start Here Weekend, President Trump seems to be warming up to another world leader, and maybe not the one you think.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And when I went to go back down to the lobby area, the door opened and there was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I stopped and I said, looks like you guys are busy. Go ahead. He goes, get in. And then Bruno tells Arnold, I hope I didn't frighten your little friend. I feel like sometimes I'm leading a Forrest Gump type life.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Here she comes. Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop. Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations. Also, there's a beehive outside your store, and they're super aggressive. There's thousands of them.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired. Gross.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
A flash flood warning has been issued for Fayette County, Greene County, Marion County, and Monongalia County, effective until 8:25 p.m.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. 6 months into the Iran war, with President Trump repeating that Iran's military has been obliterated, the Iranian foreign minister phoned U.S. allies in the Mideast, warning them about any new attacks, and apparently got those allies to pressure President Trump to stop attacks. ABC's Matt Rivers in Jordan.
Trump saying he agreed to stop the attack at the request of regional allies. Notably, Saudi Arabia has been very vocal publicly and privately, urging the U.S. to de-escalate so its oil facilities wouldn't be targeted again by Iran. Iranian state media reported earlier that the country's foreign minister made calls to warn regional leaders about any escalation, and clearly those threats were taken seriously enough to have those leaders then lobby the White House to stand down.
Iran's foreign minister says negotiations with Oman concerning the Strait of Hormuz are in their final stages, but no details yet. That from Iranian state media. More states reporting hacks into their water systems. Federal officials say Iran is suspected. ABC's Christiane Cordero.
In addition to what the FBI describes as a cyber attack to more than 30 water systems across Minnesota, sources tell ABC News Georgia and Michigan are among the 7 states now reporting similar incidents. Some of the systems targeted reporting flooding and a loss of pressure, with the nation's top cybersecurity agency adding and hackers were able to crack passwords to take control of the water supply, in some cases even shutting it down completely.
3 fires in Spokane, Washington have burned at least 600 structures, officials say. In Washington State, ABC's Alex Stone.
A towering plume of smoke over Spokane as flames moved around the metro area. 3 separate fires burning at the same time, all pushed by strong wind. The governor declaring a state of emergency, issuing a burn ban through September, and activating the National Guard to support firefighters.
You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Senator Bernie Moreno, on a video on X today, said his former son-in-law and fellow Ohio lawmaker, Congressman Max Miller, should not be serving in the House and should seek professional help. Miller defending himself against allegations of abusing his daughter. In Canada, hundreds of flights have been canceled after thousands of flight attendants in the country's second-largest carrier, WestJet, went on strike, asking for better pay and compensation during the time that the plane is on the ground. Wildlife officials warning Americans to stay alert outdoors this summer as bear sightings become more common. ABC's Ike Ajachi.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife says there's been a 155% increase in bear activity this year in Douglas County between Denver and Colorado Springs. According to the Wall Street Journal, in California, South Lake Tahoe police have received 174 bear calls already this year, compared to 97 at this time last year. The reason? Bear populations have increased due to conservation efforts, and experts believe they're being forced into more populated areas.
ABC's Ike Ajachi. No Powerball winner again. ABC's Will Gans.
The jackpot rolls over again with no grand prize winners following Saturday night's drawing. So maybe not $707 million, but the jackpot has grown to an estimated $748 million. That's the 12th largest Powerball prize in history.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A flood watch is in effect through this evening, as well as rain and a thunderstorm at times through the afternoon, which could produce flash flooding and locally damaging winds, high 78. Could have a shower or thunderstorm left over tonight, low 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
This is On Deadline, where the biggest stories, the smartest journalists, and the conversations that matter come together from Odyssey news stations across the country. When news breaks, the story doesn't stop there. I'm Christy Strasser. Let's get started. We haven't talked about the economy in a while, but it continues to be, well, it's strange. Here's Dave Cohen in New Orleans.
Never since 1969 have so few people been filing for unemployment claims. Why? Is it that fewer and fewer people need a job, or is there something else going on? We wanted to get the chief economist and managing director at High Frequency Economics in here to explain this to us. So, Carl Weinberg, why is it that unemployment claims are the lowest since the 1960s?
The economy is in a place that it never really normally gets to, which is called full employment, where everybody who wants a job has a job. And we see that in the unemployment rate, which is the statistic that most people look at. It's around 4%, 4.3% to be accurate, but very, very low by historical standards, about as low as it's ever been. So when you get to the situation, the economy can't grow anymore because people aren't available to be put to work to make more GDP, to make more economic output. And that's where we are right now. Companies are finding it hard to find workers to do jobs that need to be done in order to make them grow faster, so they can't grow as fast, and they're holding on tight to the workers that they have, so there are very, very few layoffs.
I see.
That's what this claims is all about.
I see a lot of theories, though, that there are still a whole lot of people out there who don't have jobs, but they either don't want them or they've given up looking for them. So this is the actual number of people who are filing for unemployment benefits. Is there something else going on, as these theories would suggest, that there are still a lot more people who don't have a job or don't have a traditional job or don't have a full-time job, but they're okay with that?
Well, the labor force participation rate right now is extremely high, and it's not going up, which is to say we're not drawing a lot of people out of idleness into workingness. A lot of those people are people who are retired, and to be sure, we've seen a lot of retirees coming back into the workforce. A lot of these people are people who previously were stay-at-home people, housewives, students then become looking for part-time jobs and so on, who are attracted into the job market by higher wages. But there aren't a lot of them, and what we're seeing is that the labor force and the working age population is actually going down right now because of our demographics. And as a result, it's just really hard to find workers. There aren't that many idle people out there.
So what are companies doing if they are having so much trouble finding people who want to work or who want to leave their current jobs to come work for them with such a shallow labor pool and so few people available to attract? What do you do as a company?
Well, for sure, one thing they're doing is complaining, and we see that in surveys like the Federal Reserve's Beige Book. We see that in the National Federation of Independent Businesses. We see that in the National Association of Home Builders. They're all complaining they can't find workers. They have empty jobs, or they don't have enough qualified people to fill them. The other thing they're doing is they're just making people work harder. In economic terms, it's called increasing productivity, putting on an extra hour on the shift or giving somebody more tasks to do, or, best way of all, adding technology to make the people who are there more effective so you can produce more GDP, more output with the same number of people. And productivity gains is the way that we will grow in this situation. Until something happens and we have a recession and then we have idle people and then it's a whole new ballpark all over again.
So it really is that model of we have to find ways to do more with less.
And that's one of the first rules of economics. Productivity is the secret sauce that makes an economy grow faster. And when you're at full employment, the only way an economy can grow is by increasing the productivity of the people who are working already.
So, older people are staying in the workforce, but what is Gen Z doing these days? Here's KCBS in the Bay Area.
I have two Gen Zs, and they are socking it away. So why are you seeing this early savings in this group of under 30?
Yeah, it's funny. I've got the same situation in my life. And, the common perception is that they're all really chomping at the bit to spend money, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case. And I think there is a growing interest with more affluence that people are focusing more on money, and it seems to have caught the attention of Gen Zs that are trying to get a head start on their future financial wealth.
Yeah, this is a cohort that went through. They came of age when Obama was in office. They went through a pandemic. A lot of them were in college or high school at that time, and they could see that they really need to start stashing money away because maybe their parents won't be able to help them out.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. I couldn't really actually tell you why this is the case. It's sort of odd. One kind of perceives that this is not the case when you consider car loans now are stretching out to 6 years and 7 years and 8 years. But I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing not only for Gen Z, it's a good thing for the economy as well, being a little bit more prudent with money rather than just floating on credit.
Yeah, and they're pretty nihilistic about some things, but because they say, my son will say, I'll never be able to afford a house. I'll never have a good enough job to have a 401k and all of that. But they're not nihilistic about this. They really are putting money away.
Yeah, they really are.
No matter what generation you're in, we all experience the same weather, and it's hot outside. Here are tips on saving some of that hard-earned money on utility bills.
A lot of us are struggling with those electric bills, as hot as it's been, and with the price of fuel, what it's been. And so we wanted to get some tips from an expert. Is there anything you can do to reduce your cooling bill during these crazy hot summer months? Paul LaGrange is host of the Home Improvement Show and owner of LaGrange Consultant. For folks who are looking at these electric bills that are coming in and realizing just to keep their house at some kind of comfortable temperature is costing them an arm and a leg, what advice do you have?
The fastest, easiest, most effective way, if you haven't changed your return air filter on your air conditioning system in the last 30 days, you need to change that. And then you want to get one that's not too restrictive. When you look at air conditioning filters, you have a number of choices. You have the one where you can hold it up and kind of read the newspaper through it because it's so thin.
Yeah.
That's very ineffective, right? And then you have the pleated filters, and it comes in 3 different levels of performance. I normally use the one in the middle. If you've been told by your air conditioning installer or service technician in the past that your return air filter is too small, use the lower performing, the one that's not as restrictive for a return air filter. And you need to change this time of year. Dave, our ACs run so much daytime and nighttime, you need to change it at least every 30 days. Please don't go by what's on the package. The package tells you once every 90 days. That's for folks who do not operate their air conditioning system as long and as hard as we do here.
That's for folks in the other parts of the country where maybe their air conditioner runs 6 hours a day. Ours feel like they're running 26 hours a day.
You know what sounds great on a hot day? A vacation on a lake. Here are tips on making that happen without breaking the bank.
Henry Hartevelt is a travel industry analyst at Atmosphere Research Group and travel industry market research firm. Henry, thanks for joining us again. So if folks have missed out or want to get one last gasp of summer, are there still opportunities out there for people who want to get away?
Yes. Look, if you want to get a summer vacation in, you can. However, you're going to have to work hard. You may be able to get better deals on hotels. Airfares have gone up because of the fighting in Iran, and they've stayed up because, frankly, demand is strong, and the airlines are trying to recoup all the higher fuel costs they've been paying out for the past 4 or 5 months. So to look for a good fare, be flexible, use fare shopping engines like Hopper and Skyscanner and others, and be open to maybe flying into a neighboring airport as opposed to the primary airport, if that can save you money and if it's convenient for you. But there are deals out there, at least within the U.S. It's going to be a little more difficult to get a good deal to Europe. Unless you can go after Labor Day and when the airfares start to fall.
I'm going to claim ignorance here. Hopper, Skyscanner, these are tools I've not heard you mention and I've not used before.
There are a number of different websites and mobile apps that help you compare airfares and schedules across a lot of airlines, probably 99% of them. So Hopper is a mobile app. Skyscanner is a website. They also have an app. There's Google Flights, there's Kayak, and there may be others. And what they can do is give you a relative sense of comparison for the fares between airline A and airline B. But here's what I want everyone to be very careful of. These generally default to the least expensive fares, which sounds good until you realize that may include basic economy. Basic economy is heavily restricted. If you're traveling solo, it may be good for you. If you're traveling with a family, or if you think your plans may change, or if you want to be able to choose your seats in advance, it may not be right for you.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. S-A-I-L-E-S. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The day's biggest stories, the people behind the headlines, the conversations you won't hear anywhere else. I'm Christy Strasser. You're listening to Odyssey's On Deadline. We're going to talk about the natural world, where most of the news is bad, and then move on to the unnatural world, Spider-Man, where the outlook improves. Let's begin with the latest on lettuce.
I feel bold and adventurous if I eat a salad these days. This whole deal with the concerns about food safety and lettuce concerns, Taco Bell, explosive diarrhea. There's so much going on right now that we have to sort through. And you know what? This is something I thought I'd talk to with Elizabeth Schultz, but here we go. She joins us now with ABC News. Elizabeth, I know you've been really, really covering this closely. Should we be afraid to order a salad or eat a salad right now?
You know, I have been covering this more than I wish I could talk, without saying those two words that you just said. When you think about the symptoms of this cyclosporiasis outbreak, people are getting sick, and the symptoms for this are really bad, the severe stomach illness for weeks on end. Right now, the guidance is that if you are going to eat lettuce, the states that have been linked to this multi-state outbreak of this parasitic stomach illness, there's 9 states linked to it. Minnesota is not one of them right now yet, but it's shredded iceberg lettuce that was sourced by Taylor Farms from central Mexico. So that's the lettuce that's been recalled voluntarily by the company, and that includes actually a Walmart brand lettuce that was on the store shelves. The issue being is that we're seeing that lettuce was really distributed across the country and, to vendors like Cisco that provide foods to schools and hospitals and all sorts of other events. And so that's making it partially could explain why we're seeing cases go up across the country outside of those 9 states officially linked by the FDA to this outbreak, and possibly why we could see, cases keep going up from here just because of the scale of this and how much, is relied upon from that company and from this specific kind of iceberg lettuce too.
Well, that's what's so puzzling. So you talk to, let's say you go to a restaurant, they've got salad on the menu. I was talking to a server and asking her, and she was going, they can only say so much. How do you even know? You can wash it and do what you can, but how do we know? Is it the changes to how food safety is handled at the federal level and really sourcing these things that's causing the snowball effect of concerns about food safety?
Yeah, and it's a great point. And you feel for all those servers who are getting these questions right now, because we have been talking to food safety experts who say if you're going out to eat and you want to eat iceberg lettuce, ask the restaurant where the lettuce comes from. So, restaurants are facing these questions all the time. The outbreak specifically, by the way, was linked to Taco Bell. That's the only restaurant that's been cited, and they said they have removed all of that lettuce, that if you go there and get a taco with shredded iceberg, it's not going to have this recalled lettuce. There have been questions here at the federal level, and I actually put this question directly to the health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., about are the cuts that we have seen to federal agencies like the FDA and the CDC, has that kind of slowed down the response to this outbreak in any way? And he adamantly said no, that they have all the people they would typically have working on this. What we have seen is that there was basically a cut to a mandatory surveillance program for mandatory reporting of this specific parasite, cyclospora is the parasite. There were cuts to the reporting of that last year, but there is still mandatory reporting from states to get kind of to the bottom of this. So they're saying any of the cuts that we saw over the past year have not affected how the response has been. What's notable is that we are also seeing other outbreaks right now. There's a salmonella outbreak across dozens of states linked to eggs. All of this there's kind of no question testing at the very least. Federal food investigators and at the state level too, we're seeing states really have to, take the lead in a lot of this. And some of these, especially the stomach illness, it's really hard to trace because the symptoms can take 2 weeks to show up. And a lot of people are not remembering what they ate 2 weeks ago. So that can make this kind of even more complicated. But the jury's a little bit out on if this could have been any faster, if you had kind of more people in the federal government working on this. They're certainly saying no.
Okay. It's scary stuff. I mean, this is stuff that affects everyone. You just don't know. And these symptoms can be very serious for some people. So certainly something to think about. Feds meet this week. You got a preview for us?
We're looking ahead to that meeting. I mean, look, we are in this world where the Iran war is still dominating the outlook for the stock market, for the bond market, and that, of course, affects borrowing costs. If you are looking at those mortgage rates, they're now at the highest level in nearly a year. The Fed expected to stay on hold, but it's looking at inflation. It's looking at all of this from higher oil prices and saying, is that going to mean we're going to have to raise rates down the line? That's going to be the big question this week.
Okay.
Here's more on problems with our food systems. A KA moving on from diarrhea lettuce to heat-induced crop failures and issues with beef from Mexico. Next up, WCCO in Minneapolis.
Up until a week ago, the outlook for this year's crops seemed fantastic. Tom Peterson with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture.
Minnesota was kind of the garden spot for the whole United States, but with the heat that we've had, we are really worried that we're going to start to see some distress. 40% of the state last week was in D1 moderate drought and 13% in severe drought. And I think that's really going to increase this week as we see these warm temperatures. And so what that does is starting to put a damper on the crop. This cropping season was looking like a really bumper crop, and it still can get there if we can get some rain.
The Trump administration is lifting its ban on imports of cattle from Mexico. ABC News national correspondent Jim Ryan, who is in Texas. Jim, the idea here is to try to lower the cost of beef for consumers?
Yes, but at the same time, some ranchers say it might increase the chance of a further spread of the New World screwworm, that parasite that eventually made its way into the U.S. from Mexico early last month. That's what the ban was in place in the first place to do, was to try to limit the spread of that parasite into the United States. Didn't quite work. We've had 42 infestations in 15 counties in Texas, but one in New Mexico. But the administration has decided that controls are in place, and it's confident in lifting that ban, at least in a limited and phased-in way. So late next month, the first cattle from Mexico will come through the port of entry at Douglas, Arizona. After that, at some point, importation through New Mexico, and sometime down the road through Texas, where we've had all these cases here in the last month or so.
Yeah, the screwworm arrived on the scene with a lot of fanfare. We talked about it quite a bit. Did that
push up the price of beef?
Well, it did. It certainly didn't help. It was one of several factors. We've got a lingering drought that has cut into hay production. Hay production, of course, is what feeds the cattle industry, quite literally. We had the drought. We've had this shrinking cattle herd. The national cattle herd is the smallest it's been in 75 years, Steve. Add on to that this New World screwworm, the threat of it, and then the blockade of the southern border. And it undoubtedly helped to push up prices. Beef prices, by the way, are about 12% higher than they were a year ago. On average, Americans are paying about $6.75 for a pound of ground beef.
So what's a consumer to do in the face of diarrhea lettuce, skyrocketing beef prices, drought, and heat? Here's Dave Cohen in New Orleans.
Americans are pulling back from their quantities they're purchasing at the grocery store. The new report says that we're buying 2% less food than we were before this inflation that has driven up grocery prices by an average of 33%. David, I didn't really think about it, but I realize I'm buying smaller quantities just because it's costing so much. Are you buying less food?
No, we're not. 3 kids, 6 grandkids, so we have a bunch of mouths to feed. We have been bulk buying using the Sam's, Costco's, restaurant depots, and when buying, I'll buy 40 pounds of boneless, skinless chicken and vacuum seal it. I'll buy 20 or 30 pounds of ground meat, but by doing that, I'm saving probably $2 to $3 a pound. So the initial sticker shock at the register hurts, but it's maybe once every 3 months. It's not a weekly, gouge in the wallet, but it definitely has helped my funds get stretched.
Yeah, well, that makes sense if you have the money up front to do it, right? Yeah, if you're not set up for it, I don't know that it's for everyone. You got to shop the sales now more than ever, right? One person texts and says, we don't eat out at all. We buy in bulk and cook at home. We make our own bread, cornbread, and bits. Somebody else texted and said, I finally cook smaller portions. Yeah, are you eating less because of the prices? Someone else earlier pointed out that with more than 10% of all Americans now saying that they use these GLP-1s, these new diet drugs, that may also be a reason that people are buying less.
When it comes to crops and heat and food dangers, we'll just say there are no warnings about sitting in a chilled theater eating buttered popcorn, a crispy soda, with a box of chocolate in your lap. So, act accordingly. Here's Jeremy Jenkins in Detroit with his take on Spider-Man.
It's the fourth Holland-led Spider-Man flick and the follow-up to 2021's wildly popular Spider-Man No Way Home.
So could you get rid of the bad aspects but keep the good?
How would you decide what parts of nature are good or bad?
Peter Parker begins a confusing transformation as the pressures of protecting New York City start wearing on the famous web slinger. But when a new threat starts targeting the Department of Damage Control, Spider-Man will be pushed to new limits.
Think I might go see how MJ's doing.
You're not going to get away with this.
But he might.
Brand New Day is another solid entry in the Spider-Man franchise. Cretton nails his second MCU film following 2021's Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings. This is the best we've seen Holland as Spider-Man, whose Peter Parker now carries himself with a maturity only a decade in the role can bring. 4 out of 5 stars.
Thank you for listening to this special presentation of Odyssey's On Deadline. Subscribe to the daily podcast on your favorite platform.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside.
Speed, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right, you can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The summer of savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice Semi-Bonus New York Strip Steaks are $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe seedless watermelons are $3.99 each. In our deli, Isley's chipped ham, $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Popsicle Pops, 12 to 18 count package, $3.99 each.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The day's biggest stories, the people behind the headlines, the conversations you won't hear anywhere else. I'm Christy Strasser. You're listening to Odyssey's On Deadline. Remember summer break? Lemonade stands, freewheeling afternoons at the beach. Well, Congress still gets a summer break, although members say they continue to work back in their home districts. But whatever they're doing, President Donald Trump wants them to stop and get back to their offices. Trump demanded that Senate Majority Leader John Thune cancel their August break until senators pass the SAVE Act, a strict proof of citizenship voting bill that he supports. Critics note that even if they did cancel recess, the bill is controversial enough that Republicans seem to lack the votes to advance it. Here's WWL in New Orleans.
Talking to Todd Bell, professor, director of the political management program at George Washington University. Todd, I want to get to the politics behind this. Why is it important that they take this August recess?
Right. They traditionally take the August recess to go back home and to be with their constituents and especially to do some campaigning during an election year like now. And it's really hot in D.C. in August, and they just don't want to be there. So traditionally, that's when they take a recess.
Is it likely that they still do the same thing? Is there any way they have enough votes to keep the Senate in session?
It looks like they have 4 votes and to keep the Senate in session. I don't know that that's going to be enough because we also have Mitch McConnell who is absent, which changes the ratio you need for a majority. I don't think that they're going to have enough, but they will just take the vote anyway. See, usually when they adjourn, they do it by what's called a Senate unanimous consent decree, where any one senator can object, and usually none do. And Mike Lee has said he was going to object and force a vote on it. This is just sort of to try to name and shame the senators who won't stay and pursue the SAVE Act.
Kind of like everybody's stabbing Caesar, right?
Well, it kind of is. I mean, everybody's trying to shame each other into doing this and trying to get as much as they can dirt on each other for the upcoming electoral cycle. We know a lot of this stuff is going to end up in commercials.
So is this a problem that needs a solution or not?
The amount of illegal voting that actually happens in the United States is incredibly rare, and even very right-wing groups like the Heritage Foundation have found it to be, thousands upon thousands of percents. I mean, they found 99 cases going back all the way to year 2000, and that's thousands upon thousands of elections. So it's less than one vote per 10 elections or something like that. It's infinitesimally small. But there are things people do worry about. Here we had this recent episode in New Jersey where in New Jersey you can get an ID by being not being a legal citizen, and you check a box there, and those people were automatically registered to vote. There are about 6,600 of them, and that was a mistake that they're trying to take care of. But there, of course, are penalties for those people if they actually tried to vote. So that is being rectified, but it's usually we call it a problem that doesn't necessarily need a solution. Some people are trying to say, you have to show your ID to get pasta at Olive Garden and that sort of thing. Yeah. If you have to register, you have to have your birth certificate and you have to have a passport, which is real high level of identity.
It should at least be as secure as that year-long pasta deal, I'll tell you that.
One politician who's not on summer break is Donald Trump. Here's what happened with him and the leaders of Israel and Ukraine this week from KCBS in the Bay Area.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky visited the White House to meet with President Trump this week. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers. Karen, good morning. Do we know what the three leaders talked about?
It was notable to not see them all together yesterday. It was very different than what we're used to at the White House. The president stayed behind closed doors with both Zelensky and Netanyahu. They didn't bring in reporters for statements. They didn't bring them in to take some questions. The president afterward posted on social media that it was a good meeting with Zelensky, but we didn't hear much from the White House about either meeting beyond saying they were positive and productive. Now, the two leaders came out and spoke about it. They both did interviews with Fox News, and we saw some social media posts. Zelensky said that they were focused on what the United States can do to help Ukraine in terms of its air defense systems. And this was something that came up during the NATO summit a couple weeks ago. They talked about the United States giving licenses for the Ukrainians to build their own missile defense systems, and also trying to reinvigorate a diplomatic process to end the war with Russia. Zelensky noted that he was very grateful to the United States for what he called firm support. But on the Netanyahu meeting, there were tensions, of course, going into that. Friction in recent weeks over the war with Iran, over Israel's strikes in Lebanon, and how that was complicating matters about reaching a broader deal between the U.S. and Iran. And it was striking to hear the president yesterday in an interview with Fox News push back on reports that Netanyahu was coming to the White House with new information about Iran's rebuilding of their nuclear capabilities. The president said he didn't need Netanyahu to tell him that, and then he said he claimed that Netanyahu was just trying to keep him engaged in this war with Iran. So that kind of set the stage for what was potentially a tense meeting, but Netanyahu afterwards said it was the best meeting he's had with the president.
Here's what else Trump was up to this week from Phil Matier in the Bay Area.
Court documents show the Trump administration admits it killed off more than $7.5 billion in grants for clean energy politics.
What we have here is that, lawyers saying that, the money was cut in 16 states that all happen to be blue states, Democratic states, that all voted for Kamala Harris, and that it was political. Surprise, surprise. The obvious became official in the court documents. Up until then, the Trump administration had been saying, or at least the Energy Department saying, no, we held off on some 223 different projects across these states because they just weren't working out. It was a nice try, but things like the hydrogen highway, it's just not happening. And the fact of the matter is, it isn't happening. Some of these projects have proven to be too expensive. Some of them are unworkable. We were trying to do an experiment with a lot of alternate forms of energy. But yeah, if you're doing hydrogen work in South Carolina, you get your money. If you're in California, you don't. And let's be honest about this. They were put in the bills under the Biden administration in order to enhance those states. Okay, they were the pork that was going to those states and other states as well. So there's a question about what were they doing there to begin with? But it's never sort of admitted, openly. It's very quietly done. Yes, here's your money for your high-speed rail. We know it's going nowhere, and we know it's an embarrassment for your governor. But it's a big project and in the Central Valley, and it's creating a lot of jobs. So let's keep it going. What the Trump administration is doing is cutting those funds, but brazenly saying, yeah, it's political. So getting the money is political, not getting the money is political. How do they get away with not giving out the money? It's because Congress approves the spending of the money, but it's up to the president and the various departments to decide when they're going to spend it. And for a lot of things, yeah, they turn around and quietly just kill it. The difference here is that up till now, it was, the standards or the mores or the conduct didn't say you openly said it. I don't know if Donald Trump was openly saying this or some of his lawyers just screwed up. But I would bet that if asked straight out, did you do it as a form of revenge? He'd go, yeah.
Yeah, probably so. And then meanwhile, it looks like both sides are pointing at each other and saying you're being un-American.
Oh, I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked at that.
So that's Trump. But how about former President Joe Biden? Here's KYW in Philadelphia.
The recordings and transcripts stem from interviews that Biden did with a ghostwriter for his 2017 memoir. And the DOJ obtained the materials as part of a probe into Biden's alleged mishandling of classified documents. When Congress and a conservative nonprofit demanded the records be released, Biden sued in May and argued he had a right to privacy and personal conversations he had within his own home. But a divided appeals court panel disagreed on Tuesday, saying the public interest in the materials outweighs Biden's privacy interest.
Biden's court case about secrets and whether he was free to share them from inside his house to a ghostwriter is ongoing. But another secret is right out there in the public space.
Lovers of Kentucky Fried Chicken have a rare opportunity to purchase a piece of fast food history today when a Louisville auction house sells off dozens of items that once belonged to Colonel Harlan David Sanders.
Colonel Sanders has been the face of the fast food giant for decades. Among the items for sale include some of the pressure cookers Sanders used to refine his frying technique, his iconic bow tie and suspenders, the butcher block and stove from his kitchen, and a planner believed to contain a list of his secret 11 herbs and spices.
Cash registers were ringing for the Colonel. And you know who else had them working overtime? LeBron James. The 41-year-old superstar chose the Sixers over several other finalists to chase his 5th championship ring. Here's KYW in Philly.
It's Christmas in July for local businesses in Philadelphia.
That's John Boyd, principal of the site selection firm The Boyd Company. And they project the LeBron signing creates an additional $250 to $430 million in revenue.
This number reflects increased attendance and higher ticket demand and prices, more luxury suites and premium ticketing sales, longer hotel stays by fans and media.
Boyd says the most relevant comparison to draw in the wake of King James' arrival goes back to 2023 when Lionel Messi signed with Inter Miami.
We've seen billions of dollars of new business activity, the emergence of Miami truly as a global sports powerhouse.
And Boyd says the Sixers likely need to make the deep playoff run that's eluded them for a quarter century to reach the high end of that revenue projection.
Tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a tornado warning for west central Allegheny County in southwestern Pennsylvania, northern Washington County in southwestern Pennsylvania until 6:15 p.m. At 5:40 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Imperial, or 8 miles southwest of Moon Township, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Moon Township, Robinson Township, Kennedy Township, Stowe Township, Coraopolis, Sewickley, Imperial, Emsworth, North Fayette Township, Edgeworth, Sewickley Heights, Glen Osborne, Glenfield, Kaysville, Pittsburgh International Airport, and Ilo. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6:15 p.m. for the following counties in Pennsylvania, Allegheny, and Washington.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The day's biggest stories, the people behind the headlines, the conversations you won't hear anywhere else. I'm Christy Strasser. You're listening to Odyssey's On Deadline. Let's talk about second looks. From AI data centers trying to rehab their image to a copper mine that could go from red lit to green lit and all the way to Dr. Anthony Fauci. Many considered him a hero during the pandemic, standing up for science. But a Senate hearing went sideways. Here's KCBS.
Dr. Anthony Fauci declined to answer a barrage of questions about his role in the handling of the COVID pandemic. He repeatedly invoked the Fifth Amendment. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy. Stephen, good morning. What was the purpose of this hearing in the first place?
Well, the purpose of the hearing, according to the committee chair, Rand Paul, was to dig into the origins of COVID, some of the revelations that Rand Paul found in Anthony Fauci's diary, which was released by the committee earlier this week. But none of the questions were answered by the witness, who more than 100 times invoked his constitutional right against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment.
You know, Dr. Fauci has never been a shy person about talking. You've talked to him. I've talked to him several times. Why did he pick yesterday to invoke the Fifth 111 times?
What he said was that the committee's chairman, Rand Paul, has had an obsession with the notion of putting Fauci behind bars. And essentially the argument was that, well, as you read into what he said, was that if he were to give answers, perhaps those answers could be used against him. Now, Fauci didn't explain any more than that why he invoked the Fifth Amendment, and Rand Paul is now talking about repercussions. He is now setting up a vote next week in his committee to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress. It might pass the committee. There's no guarantee of that. But once it gets on the floor, it's subject to Rule 22 in the Senate, and that's better known as the filibuster. It would take at least 7, probably more, Democrats to cross the aisle and vote to advance that contempt resolution in order for this to wind up in court, which is where all these issues would truly have to be litigated, because we don't have a clear-cut example of a witness who has been covered by a presidential pardon and therefore has some degree of immunity, and therefore, and against that, refuses to answer questions because he's afraid he might wind up incriminating himself. And then, the courts would have to weigh whether the committee's interest in getting answers outweighs the witness's right to avoid self-incrimination. And these are very, very dense and novel legal questions that have never been presented before. So there's no clear-cut answer, but all this is theoretical because Democrats are likely to block a contempt resolution in the Senate.
Yeah, so the chairman, Senator Rand Paul, wanted to try to get some answers on the origins of COVID. And I guess the question is, did it come from a lab in Wuhan, China, or did it jump from animals to humans? I mean, are those kind of our A or B choices?
Yeah, it seems that way. And to Fauci, and Fauci has been relatively consistent in this, there's no way to prove it one way or another. The Republicans who believe in the lab leak theory, according to Fauci, are making a circumstantial case that they see what they've heard about the way that the molecular structure of the virus is and it happens, that they understand that the Wuhan Institute of Virology was working on that kind of research, and they argue that the U.S. government was funding it, which Fauci denies. And all of it is a whole lot of, well, this is the argument in this way and this is the argument that way. Fauci's view is that there's no data to back up the hypothesis, which is the judgment or belief of those who are making the argument. But how do you prove it? I mean, that's basically where Fauci winds up coming down. And ultimately, I don't know that there is going to be a definitive answer.
Let's move on to other second looks. A data center trying to rehab its image. A copper mine that could come to life. Let's start with KRLD in Dallas.
Dallas Market Hall looks like it'll close and give way to what else? A big new data center.
Most of the data center news recently has been about building them in rural locations where land is cheap and counties have little authority to regulate them. But Crow Holdings already owns the 40 acres of land where Dallas Market Hall sits, right there on Stemmons Corridor, which is already crisscrossed with dense fiber optic trunk lines, which would make connecting a new facility to global networks a lot cheaper and faster than building in a remote area. At the moment, there's no organized opposition to the plan, which the Dallas Morning News reports would be developed in conjunction with Clean Arc data centers. At the moment, no word on when construction could begin or when it could be complete.
Meanwhile, data center developers are trying to improve their image here in the state.
State lawmakers considering a pause on tax breaks for the industry under pressure from activists who feel the warehouses full of computers are hurting the state more than helping it. But the industry is pushing back, saying their investments can help shore up the power grid. Ray Fakuri with Amazon Web Services says they'd be willing to pay for upgrades if that's what it takes to win public support.
That would help ease costs on other customers by carrying those costs on ourselves and then turning that asset over.
In this fiscal year alone, the state has certified 59 new data centers and is considering 5 more thanks to these tax breaks.
New Range Copper Nickel says it has new plans for a controversial mine proposal in the Iron Range. The company says plans for the North Met project near Hoyt Lakes would shorten the mine's lifespan and update how materials are transported and disposed of. Assistant Minnesota DNR Commissioner Jess Richards says everything needs to be reviewed. The company's project changes would probably require some new or amended permits or other approvals from the state or the federal government or local governments. But no permit decisions could be made until after the environmental review process is deemed adequate and complete. And that should take about a month.
Speaking of second looks, turns out there's a silver lining in the Cyclospora parasite that's ruined salads for the summer. Here's WWJ in Detroit.
Farmers markets are quite busy all summer long. Joining me to talk about farmers markets is the general manager of the Farmington Farmers Market, which is a great one, Walt Gajewski. And we're hearing that farmers markets are really picking up a lot more attendance because of the cyclosporiasis outbreak, which has been happening over the last several weeks in Michigan. What have you been finding?
Well, it's an interesting question because when the outbreak first occurred, my concern was for the markets, dropping off, because of that people were just going to stay away from produce until they learned more. But that I was mistaken. We have been absolutely crushed in terms of our overall attendance. Last week, for example, we exceeded over 5,000 customers coming to market, which in and of itself is not unusual because right now is the peak season in Michigan. As you may be aware, Michigan is the second most agriculturally diverse state in the country. So, with over 300 agricultural commodities, a lot of those commodities are just, coming into peak right now. So August is typically a big month, but we started seeing a spike up in attendance, earlier. So in the last couple of weeks, the numbers have just been literally astounding. So, and comparing that to COVID, which was also another parasite, but the virus, we had an uptick in attendance then, but it was much slower because of, the shutdown and, people of fear of, contracting it and coming out, social distancing and all that. That's not the case now. So people are flocking in. Yes. In Farmington for sure. We have, thinking about that this morning, we've got, with our farmers, growers, producers, and foragers, we have around 14 of them that come to market every Saturday now that we are in peak season.
Any idea how much attendance has gone up since this outbreak?
I would say, if I had to put a percentage on it, I would say our attendance is up at least 15 to 20%.
Well, that's pretty good. And what advice do you have for people when it comes to buying, fruits and vegetables and lettuce and things like that from a farmer's market?
Well, the nice thing about a farmer's market, and it applies not only to the farmers, but also our artisans, and our makers, food artisans and makers, is that every vendor is almost, they have like a product on the shelf, if you will. And as opposed to being it on an aisleway and you put it in your cart, you get to actually talk to the person that produces. So, in the case of our farmers, for example, when you purchase from the farmers market, the people across the table from you are the people that planted the seed, cultivated the soil for it, grew the plant, harvested the plant, washed the produce, packed the produce, brought it to market, and then handed it to you over the table. So trust your farmer is our mantra. Talk to your farmers. They're going to be your best source of information.
Wouldn't you still advise people to wash vegetables and fruits and stuff that they buy?
Absolutely. Having dirt on the product is not a bad thing, when it comes to local produce.
Thank you for listening to this special presentation of Odyssey's On Deadline. Subscribe to the daily podcast on your favorite platform.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Out-of-control fires have 5,000 families out of their homes in eastern Washington state. Wildfires in central California and the Sierra Nevada have PG&E's Jeff Smith talking about cutting power.
Sometimes we need to de-energize our lines so firefighters can get into the areas that they need to in order to fight the fire, or just making sure that we, protect our infrastructure so we can keep the power on for folks.
Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno says his former son-in-law, Ohio Representative Max Miller, who's up for re-election, is mentally unfit and should quit Congress now. The senator's daughter says Miller was physically violent during their marriage and divorce. Her father says that he holds his breath every minute Miller has custody of his granddaughter. Miller says,
I have never abused our daughter.
And says the senator is being political. Former Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham also accuses Miller of being abusive. Iran says it convinced American Gulf allies to dissuade President Trump from a new bombing campaign, and now says it's speaking with Oman about the Strait of Hormuz. Unclear if Iran is conducting cyber warfare and attacks on U.S. water systems in the past week. ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky.
Security and intelligence officials have been warning this is exactly how Iran would retaliate, that Iran poses just this kind of threat, not only to water systems, but to other critical infrastructures. But the priority now is safeguarding the water supply as the war in Iran is well into its 6th month.
These attacks have involved water systems that plants use to remotely control their equipment. More than 30 attacks in Minnesota alone. Other states also reporting attacks. An explosion in central Moscow this weekend. 5 people have been killed. Russian officials are calling it terrorism. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
The gunman who shot up an In-N-Out Burger in Idaho killed himself after killing 2 others. And while police have no motive, we're told his family is cooperating.
It helps a lot because then we can get into social media, his telephone and all those things. And finally, what his motivation was. What's going on here?
Former NYPD Chief of Detectives and ABC News contributor Robert Boyce, an off-duty state trooper and an armed citizen fired toward the gunman, diverting him from the attack yesterday. One of those killed was an employee. The In-N-Out in Twin Falls just opened last week. The city of Mount Airy, North Carolina, the inspiration for TV's Mayberry, is under a local state of emergency. The Ararat River in the area rose more than 14 feet in a matter of hours overnight, forcing numerous water rescues in the Mount Airy and Pilot Mountain areas. The threat of more dangerous flooding over the next 24 hours now moves to the northeast tomorrow. Ariana Grande is stepping away from the public eye as talk intensifies about her health and thin appearance. She intends to step away after this summer's tour and may skip her role in the West End revival of Stephen Sondheim's Sunday in the Park with George. President Trump played in the Bedminster Club Championship at his golf club in New Jersey today, and he says he is honored to have shot a 70 to win the tournament, given the fact, he says, that unlike the rest of the field, I'm given very little time to practice. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual.
You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Here she comes. Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop. Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations. Also, there's a beehive outside your store, and they're super aggressive. There's thousands of them.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired. Gross.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A flood watch is in effect through this evening, as well as rain and a thunderstorm at times through the afternoon, which could produce flash flooding and locally damaging winds, high 78. Could have a shower or thunderstorm left over tonight, low 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And when I went to go back down to the lobby area, the door opened and there was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I stopped and I said, "Looks like you guys are busy. Go ahead." He goes, "Get in." And then Bruno tells Arnold, "I hope I didn't frighten your little friend." I feel like sometimes I'm leading a Forrest Gump type life.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
All right, let me welcome in right now Doug Johnston. He has been named the president of AHN West Penn's Hospital, and that goes into effect the 1st of the month. Good afternoon, Doug. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. How you doing, Colin?
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Lots of positives. The only negative is that you were working at AHN Allegheny Valley, so now you got to deal with all of 28 every day, I guess.
No, I'm actually a guy from the South Hills. So, yes, most recently I've been down here at West Penn for the last 2 years. Prior to that, absolutely, Allegheny Valley. And my commute got better. I was going from the South Hills of Pittsburgh, grew up in Baldwin, live in Upper St. Clair now, and was going out to Allegheny Valley. Absolutely loved it out there. Great leadership team, great care team. And, yep, last 2 years at West Penn, and just stepped in the presidency role, like you said, effective the 1st of the month.
Well, that's fantastic. That is great. And, you know, it's a hospital with a lot of history. My wife was in there a couple years ago for something, just for a couple days, and I'd found myself, you know, walking around the park right there in Friendship, and then back through kind of the back corridors with some time to kill. And one thing that strikes me, Doug, is you look at those old black and white pictures, you look at the old kind of nurses' college and everything. Do you ever get struck by or take into account all the history at a place like West Penn Hospital? And now you're the steward of it, but just how many people have been through there and how important it is regionally and especially to the city?
Absolutely. You'd be amazed at how many conversations we have about those photos where you're referencing. So we call that our long hallway. Right there's a lot of history on those walls. I don't know if you caught it. There's a lot there. We're the oldest public hospital in Pittsburgh. So we've been here about 200 years now and on the site of Liberty and Friendship for the last 125. And like I said, a lot of patient care come through here, a lot of great physicians, and you can imagine the innovations that have come through in the last 150 years dealing with supporting the steel mills and a lot of the burns coming out of the steel mill to what we're doing today in our burn centers and our women's care is amazing.
Doug Johnston, new president, AHN West Penn. Take me through the unique challenges or maybe the unique nature of this. There are a lot of city center hospitals, and now there are a lot of suburban hospitals. It seems like the city neighborhood hospital is something that's dwindling, but you're still going strong. What's a unique challenge with a city neighborhood hospital?
Absolutely. Access. So access comes with its pros, and it has its cons as well. So we're centrally located in Pittsburgh, right here in Bloomfield, part of the community, like we said, for 100-plus years. It's easy to get in. It's easy to get out. That's the pros. That being said, in an urban hospital, in a city-centered hospital, there's still areas where there's people in our area that unfortunately can't and don't have the ability to prioritize health care. So we got to go to them. And that's where we got to go out in the community with our mobile vans, set up mobile clinics, and we got to bring the care to the community for those that don't have the ability to get into the hospital.
Take me through, and you touched on it just briefly, when anybody hears, and they think about in totality all the services at West Penn, but for a lot of people, what rises to the top is the world-class burn unit. Nobody wants to be in it. Nobody wants to pay a visit there. Unfortunately, people do. And so I think you would have to take pride in just how acclaimed it is and also the level at which you have to keep innovating to keep it there, Doug.
Couldn't agree more. Burn center's been created. So our steel mills may be a little bit long and gone, but that's when the burn center came up. The burn center came up because we had so many burns coming from the steel mills back in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. It was one of the biggest patient panels we needed to take care of, and that's why it was stood up. How we were taking care of those burns back then, obviously much different 60, 70 years later. Today, it's a whole new world. Literally one of the most innovative things that we've got going on, and this is by Dr. Brett Hartman and Dr. Jason Bregg, they're actually 3D printing, bioprinting skin. So a lot of people, when they're thinking about burn centers, they think about the skin graft. Taking the skin from another part of the body, it's painful, it takes longer to recovery, and then moving that skin over to the area that needs to get treated. Today, for the right types of burns, we're bioprinting here. There's different things that we can put together. We're printing it and making it in the hospital, saving them from that transplant from the skin from the other area. It's a huge innovation, quicker recovery, less pain. It's a real game changer.
Take me through conglomerates, too. You're under AHN's umbrella, of course. West Penn is. And the advantageous nature with which you can pool resources, whether it's transfer patients to specialties, whether it's doctors that bounce back and forth, whether it's just a think tank of ideas between the administration at places. How much is it different than perhaps working at an independent hospital in that you have people you can lean on all throughout the system, Doug?
It's completely different between the two, being in what we call an integrated system. So for those that don't know, Allegheny Health Network is part of the Highmark Health family. Obviously, Highmark Inc., Highmark Insurance, is a Blue Cross and Blue Shield provider. You'll always hear about the healthcare battles between providers and payers and providers. In that friction, it doesn't exist here. They're on the same team. They're working together. So if you're a member of Highmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield, the AHN leadership team, the AHN hospitals across the entire region are connecting with them and making it seamless to find the care. It's worlds different than if you are a national insurance company trying to find somebody in an independent. That's when there's miscommunication, there's gaps in the care, and we don't have that in this family.
And it seems like, and last thing for you, it seems like, burn care in your burn center rises to the top. Everybody thinks about that when they think of West Penn Hospital. But the advancements, if you do just a cursory read on West Penn Hospital, the women's health, cancer care, advanced surgery, and neuroscience are the things maybe over the past, 2 decades or so where you're like, okay, right in Bloomfield, this is all happening. There's been an exponential spike, at least in what I can see, in the level of care at those different components at your hospital. Would I be correct in that?
Absolutely. If you're talking about those 3 services, you nailed it. Our largest services, again, women's, cancer, general surgery and overall, and neurosciences. If you just take women's, we are a level 3 NICU here at West Penn. Think about all the hospitals across the entire nation. Our women's care, headed up by Dr. Marsha Klein-Patel, is the 35th ranked women's center in the entire nation. That is something that we are extremely proud of. She's built an amazing program here. And again, to be one of the top across the entire nation by U.S. News and World Report, it's an honor we don't take lightly. It represents the quality and the patient experience.
Fantastic.
You take that across.
No.
You take that across cancer. Same thing. Headed up on cancer, we just completed a clinical trial for cancer, first in the nation. We do a lot of cellular therapy here. And so most of the folks listening probably don't live in cellular therapy day in, day out. Imagine that being you're taking cells from your own body, we're taking them out, we're modifying them, and then they're going right back into the body to go fight the cancer. Typically, you do that with healthy cells. Something that we just did for the first trial across the entire nation is called TILS trial. That is taking cells from the cancer itself, taking it from the tumor, modifying those, and putting them right back in to go fight that cancer, and we're getting tremendous results. So it's an honor to be part of that.
Fantastic stuff. It's great. It's innovative. And just wanted to have you on today, undertaking this new position. It's an exciting time. It's always an exciting time for medicine in Pittsburgh, but another innovation, another push forward. Doug, I thank you for your time. Appreciate it as always, and we'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Colin. Love listening on the radio. Been a fan for years. Keep up the good work and look forward to connecting again.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Doug Johnston, President, AHN West Penn Hospital. So always moving forward, and that is interesting to me how we think of the burn unit at West Penn, and there's so much more that they're doing there. But also, when you think of a neighborhood hospital, my wife was in there for a couple years ago, and the amount of people that were walking to their appointments. Like Bloomfield still sees it as theirs. So does Lawrenceville. The number of people that were getting off the PAT bus that were going there. It's a unique neighborhood hospital. So good on Doug for getting that job.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Before we're out of here today, Pittsburgh is losing somebody from its workforce that is a force. They just are. All right. What a day it's been. 866-391-1020. A positive show today. Big, not bogged down by all the negativity or name calling or things like that. Positive show. Program reminder, short show tomorrow, so remember that. I'll get into something about the anthem if we have time in just a little bit, but also let you know before we're out of here about somebody that we're losing, and we're going to be worse for it. That's for sure. Now, this is always a risky proposition when I press this button. It can go haywire real fast. It can go along a decent path and then make a right-hand turn into oblivion. It could be terrible from the jump, or it could actually sometimes be sensible. So I'm going to press this button and say, Dave in Wilkinsburg. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin, 2.5 gallons of Coons Market Finest ice cream for $6 is a pretty good deal. It's not ice milk, is it? That should be a little lower.
Right,
a little lower than $6. Coons Market, 2 for $6 on the half gallons of ice cream is a very good deal.
Right, Rob.
A pollinator-friendly agrivoltaic. There's lots of people listening on the radio in traffic now, in traffic all over the tri-state area.
Sure.
Pollinator-friendly agrivoltaics along I-79, bee-friendly, beneficial insect-friendly, would enhance the dairy industry to that point of maybe the Delaware Valley over near Philadelphia.
Gotcha. May I interject a little bit? What kind of ice cream? What kind of ice cream did you get, Dave?
The last ice cream I bought was salt caramel at the Save-A-Lot in Wilkinsburg. Salt caramel, a half gallon caramel salt.
How many calories were in that salt caramel that you bought at the Save-A-Lot?
I don't know. I am not an obese fat man. I am rather average build.
Svelte. Yes. Do you, hey, let me ask you something kind of adjacent to this. Do you like root beer floats?
Oh, yeah. Oh, but not with regular cola with sugar in it. Enough sugar in the ice cream, perhaps, but I like Splenda in my ice cream. I would like Splenda to be mass-produced in ice cream if it's possible to get the propulsion of the flavors of the ice cream through Splenda.
Oh, so it propels the flavors, you're telling me.
Oh, hell, it sure is sweet, and there's a lot of sweet honeys out there, Colin. Why don't you find one after work?
I'm married, pal.
Honey, call her honey. She'll do anything for you. The honey is get a flow in Western Pennsylvania if we get that I-79 pollinator-friendly.
Sure, I don't care about that. Have you ever suited up, speaking of honey, have you ever suited up and gone into like a beekeeper's thing? Do you ever do that?
I'm not crazy.
I've done it. It's fascinating and it's great. You should try it, Dave.
Maybe someday when I'm 30 or 40. Okay. I am not that age. I am past 50.
Enough of that. It was fun while it lasted. He was on a roll for a little and then sort of fell off the cliff. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Before we're out of here today, we're losing somebody that is much better for to have around. Did you hear about this study? This is something, Dave would appreciate this, but I'm not talking to him for a couple days. I had my fill of Dave from Wilkinsburg. But listen to this story because I got to tell you a story after it.
Studies suggest coffee may even be linked to a lower risk of heart disease, heart failure, stroke, and type 2 diabetes for some people. But before you turn that small into a large cup, experts say more isn't necessarily better. High doses of caffeine, especially from energy drinks and energy shots, have been linked to higher blood pressure and abnormal heart rhythms.
All right, well, thank you. But maybe I'm weird. I just seem to think that caffeine from coffee is different than caffeine from energy drinks. I might be strange by that. And maybe you're going, you're an idiot. But it just feels much, much different. Now, I've scaled back my coffee intake some. I used to drink 11, 12 cups a day. Easily. Now I'm down to 5 or 6. I've made a real vested interest, or not a vested interest, a real conscious effort, I guess, to do this. Always black coffee. Nothing in it. No Splenda like Dave likes. Nothing. Just black coffee, medium or so, 12 to 16 ounces. Probably about 5 of them a day. Maybe even 4 sometimes. And then I struggle through to kind of stay up through the night. But anyway, so there's that. And she was talking about energy drinks and tried to marry those two things. I don't think they're anything alike. I've had one energy drink in my life. Actually, I take that back. I had a Celsius at Daytona like 2 years ago. And I drank half of it and felt like I could fight Mike Tyson. It was crazy. But the other time I had an energy drink, I had a full-on 5-hour energy or whatever it was. I cannot make this up. Has this happened to anybody else? Behind my knees started sweating very profusely, like water dripping down, perspiration dripping behind my knees. It was summertime, but it wasn't that hot. It was probably only in the low 70s. And I'm thinking, this is weird. Then my shirt just drenched with sweat. Then I kid you not, after this 5-hour energy, probably 15, 20 minutes after I drank it, I could feel, and I swear almost see, my heart beating through my shirt. Boom, 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 boom. And you could hear it in your ears. And then my mouth got like really dry. I honestly thought I don't know what it's like to feel like having a heart attack. I really felt like I was going to have some sort of medical emergency. And I stood up. I was lightheaded. The sweat was pouring down the back of my legs. I will never have like a Monster, a 5-hour energy. I see these people that go into Sheetz and come out of Sheetz in the morning, and they got like 20-ounce energy drinks. I don't know how they do it. I don't. I had a 5-hour energy thing, and I felt like my whole body was going to explode. That was my one and only encounter with that sort of energy stuff. Never happening again. Never. I felt like my whole body was racing, but I was standing still. It was the worst feeling I've ever had. And I've drank back in the day. I mean, a lot. Anything there is. Wild turkey, Rumpelmans, vodka, whatever. This was the worst feeling I've ever had. I felt like I wanted to, pass out and fall asleep for hours. But my whole body was moving at 9,000 miles an hour. It was scary. It was. We're losing somebody in Pittsburgh, and we're not going to be better for it.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Altima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Monday evenings at 7 for the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot.
I have never abused our daughter.
Ohio Representative Max Miller responding to Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, his father-in-law, who says Miller is violent, mentally unfit, and needs to resign now.
Every one of these allegations traces back to a single source, my former wife.
A second woman also accuses the congressman of being physically abusive. Former Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham. Pacific Gas and Electric may have to cut power in parts of Central California and the Sierra Nevada to let crews deal with out-of-control wildfires. Fires in eastern Washington state have tens of thousands of families out of their homes. Iran says the reason President Trump called off weekend attacks is because Iran convinced U.S. allies to dissuade Trump, or else they would attack them too. Investigators believe Iran could be behind attacks on water plants in a number of states over the past week. This is ABC News.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More rain and a thunderstorm throughout the afternoon. It's going to be humid. The storms could bring flash flooding and locally damaging winds, a high of 78. Muggy tonight with a shower or thunderstorm around and a low around 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
All right, just got a text from Dave Sunday's people. He's still in his press conference. We're going to effort for a little later on in the show and go from there. But 1 hour from right now, Slippery Rock Mayor John David Longo, he has right-sized, actually brought his township, or borough, I should say, out of debt. So that's one thing with Slippery Rock Borough. The big question that I want to ask him is this, because he's made the national rounds. Is it scalable? How can you make that happen in places much bigger, and can you make it happen in places much bigger? I understand the template for Slippery Rock Borough, but can you make it happen in places much bigger? 866-391-1020 is that number. Again, we'll effort Dave Sunday throughout the show. I'll keep you posted as to that. He got caught up in a press conference a little longer than anticipated. But let's dive into this because it became a hot-button topic last night. It was something where this whole teen takeover stuff has kind of enveloped a lot of different neighborhoods, particularly in the city. And I look at it and I go, you know, it feels like that some people are using kind of an easy way out excuse for it. Give a listen.
The city has not taken a position whatsoever or instituted anything related to curfew. That is a mischaracterization of terms, and I want to be clear that we have not moved in an administration to institute any curfews.
Okay, that's just one of the comments from Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams last night. And looking at all that, I don't know if all of it's good enough for me. So he spoke to reporters at this town hall about so-called teen takeovers. And that was Sheldon Williams. He said a bunch of things. One of the things that kept resounding loud and clear from Mr. Williams was, it's all, and I'm taking a quote here, it's always about response to behavior, and I want to be clear when I say that it's never about the people in the space. It's about the behavior in the space that we are told. Well, I kind of take issue. If it keeps being the same people, it is about the people. He also then said that he heard the young people want a place to gather, more creativity, and their own space. Quoted as saying they kind of want some level of autonomy, but not a lot of rules. But I don't know how much we can go with that. Okay, there are plenty of places for these kids to gather. Am I missing something here? Many of them have had many opportunities to gather and have proven time and time and time again that they can't behave. Doesn't that seem to be the problem? Or am I just somebody who's saying this and I'm like off base here? He said there needs to be better networking to help everyone unite, identify issues, and problem solve. Well, isn't part of the problem solving eliminating the people who can't figure it out or stay on track? Citations, arrests, penalties, things like that. You see, for me, this one, while it's not simple, it's simple to go ahead and make excuses like there's not places to gather, or we need to be more creative, or we need to provide more creative spaces, or things need to happen like there needs to be better networking and help unite and all that. There's plenty of unification. You know how I know this? Because these teens find a way to unify and come together in mass to create trouble. Find the ones who are doing the bad things and punish them. This gets back to, for some reason, people not wanting to lay the hammer down on kids who can't behave. It gets back to Schumann not being open. Now, I'm not saying because of a teen takeover that you need to throw everybody in Schumann, but I am saying we need to start writing disorderly conduct citations. We need to start putting kids in front of the magistrate a lot more. We need to start making things penalties and going ahead and enforcing the laws on the books. Every time that I hear Sheldon Williams talk, it kind of feels like he goes right up to the edge and then scales back and says, but part of the problem is society's problem. There's not enough places for these kids. Well, there sure as heck were enough places for a lot of kids for a lot of generations, and they found something to do. It's like that age-old, hey, mom and dad, what do you want me to do? There's nothing to do. Well, go find something. And it's just not good enough for me to hear from somebody in a position of power, well, there's not spaces. Okay, I get it. Now, I can also understand whenever there's chaperone policies everywhere and kids feel like they can't go to the mall. They feel like they can't go to Kennywood. They feel like they can't go to Market Square. But again, that's when those people who are in charge of those places need to work with police. The people who are in charge of those places, and a lot of those places, particularly kind of quasi-public places like Market Square, they are fed up. They're fed up that there's not an enforcement of the rules already on the books, and they've exhausted all avenues in which to keep their spaces safe. So then it comes down to, which I hate, but it's the last resort, no kids this age are allowed in here. You know why? Because we've let it go so far. If you proactively police, and I'm not telling Jason Lando how to do his job, but I am telling Mr. Williams that it's enough with the excuses. If you proactively police and you go ahead and you get the bad kids or the ones who can't behave, and you start writing citations, you start putting them in front of the magistrate, you start penalizing them, you start telling the Barb Warwicks of the world and the people who are on city council, hey, thanks, we appreciate your input, but too freaking bad. Some of these kids can't behave and they're going to pay consequences. When that starts to happen, it becomes a much safer space, in particular for the kids who have proven that they can behave. So these teen takeovers that I see, so many kids are suffering consequences or are not able to do things because there is a small minority of kids who go out and do things that they shouldn't be doing. But they're not dealt with. They're not dealt with at the first time, the second time, the third time. And in so much as this, they're really never dealt with on an individual basis. The only time they are made to deal with any consequences is when it becomes a blanket policy. And I think that needs to be brought up to Mr. Williams. All right, Attorney General Dave Sunday, he's going to join at 3:35, 3:37. So we got that going for us. That'll be good. 866-391-1020 is that number here. Coming up next, I'm going to tell you about, and I talked about this the other day, greatest PR job in Western Pennsylvania history, but now I got a little bit of a conspiracy theory.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Woo! Hello to you. Man, what a day, what a show. I can't wait to talk to Rich Fitzgerald coming up just past 4:30 about the pension situation. Yeah, there's a lot going on. All right, what else do I need to tell you about? Oh, I'll tell you about Service Master in just a little bit. I'll talk to Paul Alexander at the top of the hour. They tell me, well, they don't tell me. They used to when I was just starting out, but now they don't have to tell me anymore. It's kind of like you learn this. Find relatable topics. You know what's relatable to a lot of people? Golf. And I brought something up about the game of golf, playing, watching, all of it. And it's incredibly relatable. And I want to talk to Paul about that coming up just past 4 o'clock. All right. So I was talking to somebody in law enforcement today, right? And what I thought, I didn't necessarily think this was going to happen. So I asked the person, I said, hey, about this Paul Miller law, because I kind of entered into a conversation when it was halfway through, about this Paul Miller law. You happen to be citing anybody about the Paul Miller law? And guess what they said? Tons of people. I said, what? The Paul Miller law, the one in which you get cited for using your phone while driving. And it was a police officer who I know. And he said, yep, all the time. I've been using it. I've been citing people for it. And it's not just anybody who's egregious. It's if I'm behind you and I could see through and I pull alongside of you and you're stopped at a light, you take forever, you're texting, I see it. I see people on the other side of the road all the time. And I said, wow, $50. Seems like a lot of work for $50, right? And they said, no. When it's all said and done with fees and fines and court costs and all that, it works out to $198.50. So if you get cited for this Paul Miller law, it's $198.50. And I said, well, tell me the practical part of it. And he said, listen, if there's 10 cars in a line at a red light and somebody reaches down and sags, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to pull somebody over. But if I'm driving next to someone and they're swerving and it's almost like they're drunk and I look over and I can see one hand on the wheel, one hand on the phone, yeah, you're getting pulled over. And a lot of times it's not a warning. It's here you go. And I said, well, let's talk about this just a little bit. Why is that? And he said, there absolutely needs to be a new mindset of when that phone is in the car, when I'm in the car, when I'm driving, it's something that's hands off. Any new car or newer car has the ability to do pretty much all the functions without touching it. And if you don't have a newer car, or one with those functions, sorry about your luck. We can't keep putting people's safety in jeopardy just because you want to text, just because you want to tweet, just because you want to look at something on the internet. We can't keep doing that. And I said, well, wow, I had no idea. So let me ask you this at 866-391-1020. We're not too deep into this Paul Miller's law. Has it changed the way you operate? I'll tell you what, it has for me. where I'm even in traffic. Now I really don't even reach down. You know, when it first started, I would do the whole, I'm going to reach down and grab my phone, and I'm going to keep it below the steering wheel, and I'm going to kind of be looking out of both sides, and hopefully there's not somebody who's a police officer that's going to pull me over or see me or whatever, and do it real covertly. I would do that right when it got pushed into practice, even during that year when it was just a warning and not a fine. But then even more when it became something that was a ticketable offense. But now I'm at the point where I have, and I guess this is the right word and the best way to say it, and kind of what their goal and aim was, I've kind of reconditioned myself that it's hands off all the time. Anytime I'm in the car, anytime that the car's in motion, anytime that I am driving, the phone, it's almost like it's not there unless it rings. And if it rings, then I can reach up, I can touch that big screen, and I don't answer any calls of people who I don't know the number. So many times it's a spam call. I hit that big red button and it stops ringing and the radio goes back on, or the satellite goes back on. But I think they might be, and I was super skeptical of this when it started. I still drive home and see a lot of people holding their phone. But I was super skeptical if anybody would get pulled over. I think it might be a real long slog, and it might be a super long march. But it does feel like they're making a dent on people, both in my personal behaviors, and then when I talked to that police officer today, and he said, yeah, you know what? It's happening. I'm seeing people, and it's a no tolerance kind of thing. And are they mad? Yeah. Sometimes, but more often than not, you know what he said they say to him? You know what? You got me, and I got to do better. I can't argue this. I'm just going to pay the fine. There's no points or anything like that, and you don't want to keep paying $200, that's for sure. And he said he gets very little resistance from it. Hardly anybody is like, you know what? That wasn't me, or I wasn't doing it, or you got me all wrong. People, he said 99% of the time, just admit it and go, you know what, I'm sorry, my bad. You got me. Stupid on my part, and I need to do better. So that might turn into people just seeing it as something that they can't do when they're driving. Again, if you told me at the very beginning when this was proposed that it would actually have an impact, I even said this. I said it would have no impact. Now, I'm not saying it's going to have everybody drop their phones when they're driving, but I kind of feel like it is. And for the people like the texter right now who say it's just another revenue stream, I thought that too when it started. But after talking to a police officer, he told me there's a lot of times he'll go on a wreck, he'll go on a rear end crash, he'll go on something, and the person will say, well, I don't know what happened. And 1 and 1 makes 2, but you just can't prove it. A lot of crashes, texting while driving. Has it changed your behavior? That's what I want to ask about next. 866-391-1020 is that number.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And when I went to go back down to the lobby area, the door opened and there was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I stopped and I said, looks like you guys are busy. Go ahead. He goes, get in. And then Bruno tells Arnold, I hope I didn't frighten your little friend. I feel like sometimes I'm leading a Forrest Gump type life.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot.
I categorically deny abusing my former wife.
Ohio Representative Max Miller responding to Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, his father-in-law, who says Miller is violent, mentally unfit, and should resign from Congress.
Anyone who has lived through a contested custody case knows it is not uncommon for exaggerated, even entirely baseless allegations of abuse to surface in exactly this setting as leverage.
A second woman also accuses the congressman of being physically abusive, former Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham. They may have to cut power to assist firefighters in Central California and the Sierra Nevada, where PG&E's Jeff Smith is worried about sparks.
Vegetation does not take a long time to dry out, and when you have that dry vegetation, it always increases the possibility of wildfires.
Wildfires in eastern Washington state have 5,000 families out of their homes, says ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane.
Firefighters say conditions are explosive. On Saturday, a rare, particularly dangerous situation red flag warning from the National Weather Service. Thousands of residents, many without electricity, ordered to evacuate.
President Trump just said on Air Force One that a deal with Iran is imminent. Both U.S. and global oil are down nearly 6%, but Iran says the Strait of Hormuz will not return to the way it was before the war. And it says the reason that President Trump called off renewed bombings this weekend is because Iran threatened U.S. allies in the Gulf with retaliation if that were to happen. Iran could be behind the attacks on water plants in a number of states over the past week. Investigators cannot yet confirm their suspicions that Iran was behind it, but they say that the cyber attacks have the hallmarks of coming from Iran. There were at least 30 attacks in just one state, Minnesota, and Georgia and Michigan reporting attacks as well over the past several days. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
An In-N-Out burger that just opened last week was the scene of a mass shooting yesterday. Police in Twin Falls, Idaho have no idea why the 24-year-old gunman opened fire, killing 2 people, then himself.
At this time, we are still working to determine the full set of circumstance in this incident, including the suspect's actions and possible motivation.
Chief Matthew Hicks saying an off-duty officer and an armed citizen engaged the suspect, returning gunfire toward him, and they think that is what drove him away from the scene and stopped further casualties. In California, a push to end child marriage. A bill there setting a minimum age of 18 to wed. No exceptions. Courtney Stodden got married at 16 to a man 35 years older. They've since split, and she thinks it's smart to set a minimum age.
I was a child, not, a bride. I wish people knew that children cannot consent to marriage.
Drivers are on notice to put down their phones because there may be eyes in the shrubs watching them. A police officer in Dunellen, New Jersey, has been hiding in the tall weeds and shrubs, blending in to catch unsuspecting drivers. The police posting on Facebook, "Did you spot our shrub today?" If you had your head buried in your phone, probably not. Dunellen police hiding in the weeds say it's way more effective than sitting behind the wheel of a patrol car. 74 drivers getting tickets just Wednesday alone this week. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not...
AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A flood watch is in effect through this evening, as well as rain and a thunderstorm at times through the afternoon, which could produce flash flooding and locally damaging winds, high 78. Could have a shower or thunderstorm left over tonight, low 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
It's a big day in McKeesport. We have spent the better part of a week on what I consider to be a very significant issue involving government-funded housing and billionaire LLC owners in New York who don't give a crap whether poor folks living in government-funding housing live or die. How do I know this? They left a massive 11-story high-rise in McKeesport without fire suppression. If there's a fire, they can't fight the fire. They have no water. There are rats and mice and hornets' nests. There's fire damage they never fixed. Yes, there was a fire last year. There are cockroaches. There's syringes. There's fecal matter on the floor. Busted doors. Busted cameras for security that don't exist. 900 police calls in 1 year. Today is D-Day. If the billionaire owners in New York don't step up, they will be charged with crimes by the DA's office. Hell yeah, Zappala. This is the mayor of McKeesport. Listen to him. He's angry. Listen. You sent me a text regarding this water issue. It looks like, according to what you're saying, they have addressed that to a degree, sir. Can you comment?
So what we've learned is they've had several companies go in there to address it, and they're getting proposals or bids or prices for this. I don't care who they pick. They just need to pick somebody that's capable, and our fire department feels comfortable when they do the pressure testing of this line that there's water coming out of that 11th floor and all the way down. But that's their responsibility, and we are going to hold them accountable. This meeting tomorrow, we're having at noon. We'll come to the table, and we want to see actions. There's a lot of remodeling that needs to be done in that building. We don't want to see Band-Aids anymore. You're getting good money from these tenants, and there's some that are subsidized, or a lot of them are subsidized. You're taking that money. They need to reinvest that back in the building to make it a structurally sound building.
They have two of them.
Yes, and the second one I mentioned, to you a few days ago, Highview Gardens. I've talked to residents in that building that are just, we reach out to them. We say, hey, call the health department. They're concerned, and they own both of them, and they didn't get these two buildings did not cost that much money when they rebought them. They actually owned this building 4 or 5 years ago, and they sold them off, and they repurchased them, I want to say, last year. So we had a fire in October. Our fire department, who is tremendous fire department, our EMT and our police officers, they're tremendous folks, heroes in my opinion, all of them. But they go in there and they fight the fire, and there's a trash chute that goes down there. Well, there is a sprinkler system in that trash chute too. We want that to be working as well. They need to invest in that to make sure that sprinkler system is in working order as well.
But Mayor, right now those buildings in your eyes are not safe, sir, right?
No. Our fire department's worried about it. We're all worried about it. They have a thing called a fire watch right now, which they have certified folks that are going there, and every 12 hours they're submitting those to our fire chief, Chief Kovach. They're sending those reports, and he says they're doing a pretty good job on their fire watch. I think there's a couple guys there that are certified, and they're roaming the hallways, and this is what you do in these situations.
Mayor, it appears like these investment companies, billionaires, are doing this all over the country. They buy these buildings in impoverished areas and suck them dry with little concern for the residents. And you're seeing that day to day there, are you not, sir?
Absolutely. And it goes into apartments or in houses, too. I see these conglomerates, they come in and they buy 50, 100, 150 houses, or they buy 10, 20, 30 houses. And they, you hear them say, "Oh, we're going to invest $25,000 or $15,000 in each house," and you don't see that. And then a couple of years later, they're repackaging them and they're selling them off again, and it doesn't make sense.
It's inhumane. So let's be honest. Tomorrow's D-Day. If they don't step up, I'm told they're going to be criminally charged, and one of the things they'll be charged with is risking a catastrophe. Is that fair for me to say, sir, that if they don't step up tomorrow, the hammer could fall, sir?
I believe so. I believe that is correct. My chief is not, my police chief, Mr. Alford, is not happy about this. He's the one that reached out to the DA's office, to Steven Zappala's office, and have an agent in charge, and they mean business. There's no joking around with these guys.
Well, today is D-Day, and now is now. They're in meetings right now, making that decision whether or not to file charges. Although I would like to see these billionaire rich guys in New York who don't give a damn whether these folks live or die punished. Facts are facts, and here's what happened. The coverage by us, the concern by you, the illumination of this by the DA's office, and the possibility of charges has these billionaires with their underwear in a wad, if you know what I'm saying. They're worked up and they're scared to death. I'm told, and I'm told this is historic, they had construction folks on the ground right now in McKeesport with lists of things they promised to do in those high rises in McKeesport. From water suppression system, boom, to security cameras, to paint, drywall, carpeting, cameras, security, staffing. I'm told, and again, this could all be crap, but if it is, they're going to get spanked. I'm told that they made up a list with dates, completion dates, when they promised to have this work done. And I'm told the only reason they're doing this is the media coverage and the attention given to this matter has exposed them for what they are. Greedy, narcissistic billionaires. However, they're also not stupid. They don't want to face criminal charges in Pennsylvania. They want to suck these HUD housing units, build them up to the bare minimum of safety and security, and sell them for millions in profits. Because it's what they do. They do not want to get dragged into court by Zappala. And I'll tell you what happened. They saw what happened with Namdar, the other morons that own Pittsburgh Mills and so many other lousy malls around the country. Namdar now has heavy equipment that they paid for at that mall, and they're doing millions of dollars in paving. You know why? Because Zappala was going to arrest their ass, put them in handcuffs. Same crap, same arrogance, same defiance, same greed, same billionaires, that mentality. Rich guy gets richer, kick the poor guy in the crotch. Zappala said, screw that, I will arrest you. And I commend him and his people for having the courage to do that. The mayor just texted me in McKeesport. They're in meetings making this big decision right now. Charge them or work with them. We'll have the mayor live as soon as that meeting ends. Big stuff. means a hell of a lot. It sends a message to these billionaires that you can't jack around with folks trying to survive.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SPEED to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SPEED for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
Unbelievably horrifying a scenario in Georgia. Mass shooter, kid's 14, kills several students at a school, okay? Gets arrested. They grab his father and charge him with second-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter. Why? He bought the gun his son used in the mass shootings. You might say, well, a lot of dads buy a lot of kids' guns. However, it was after police had come to the kid's house, and because the kid had threatened to shoot up a school and kill a bunch of elementary kids. In other words, he knew that his son was a danger. He knew that his son had threatened to pull off a mass shooting, yet he went out and gave him a gun, and the kid carried out the crimes. Listen to this clip from the judge yesterday. Listen.
It matters that you didn't seek to harm anyone. It matters that you didn't pull a trigger. As I indicated, all of your crimes are a form of criminal negligence. None of them require mandatory prison. I don't have a concern that you're going to commit future crimes. You're 55 years old and you have no criminal history. You didn't intend to commit these crimes that you've been convicted of. But the loss here is profound. But I still have to distinguish your acts from the malignant heart and the acts that Colt Gray committed upon the Appalachian School. For each of the murders in the second degree, I'm sentencing you to 15 years in confinement concurrent with one another. For each of the involuntary manslaughters, I'm sentencing you to 10 years confinement concurrent. For each non-merging cruelty to children, I'm sentencing you to 10 years in confinement concurrent. For each non-merging reckless conduct charge, I'm sentencing you to 12 months confinement concurrent. This is an aggregate sentence of 15 years in prison. I'm going to have the sentence filed presently. I want to advise you, I'm required to advise you that you have certain post-conviction appellate rights. You have the right to a court-appointed attorney if you need one, to file a direct appeal or a motion for new trial. Those have to be filed within 30 days of today's date. You have a right to file a petition for habeas corpus to challenge any violation of your constitutional rights.
Thanks. We get the point. So what happens is kid shoots up a school, kills several students. They charge dad because, according to the prosecutors, law enforcement folks came to the house months before he bought this gun for his kid and said, "Sir, your son had threatened to shoot up the elementary school. Your son is dangerous." They say dad ignored that. Dad broke the law. Dad goes to prison. By the way, this is historic. I have two of the best ever alive. Phil DeLucente is with me, and so is retired judge and one of my favorite of all time, Anthony Mariani. Phil, jump in here, sir. Your first take.
My first take is I understand that he was given notice. I understand that the judge's words were that he was negligent. I understand that he failed to do something that he was given notice on. I think it was an extremely, extremely harsh sentence based upon what the judge had said. That is not to say under their statutory law that he is not guilty. And I do think that this will be appealed in that state.
The judge said the weight of your crimes is tethered and tied to the acts of someone else, your son. Two scenarios. You fail the same way in both. You fail to get your son counseling. You fail to remove the guns from the house. You're going to prison. Judge, fair or unfair, sir?
I think it's very fair, particularly in light of the fact that he ran the sentences concurrently. You know, one death or two deaths or three deaths, the sentence was the same for one death. And so I think the judge is very fair, particularly in light of the fact that of the notice that was given to the father, and the father's going out and getting the gun anyway and giving it to the son. I think it's very fair. By the way, I did not hear what Phil said, if there's an audio problem on my end or yours, but I did not hear what Phil said.
Okay, hold on. Alonzo, take yeah, thanks, brother. You can now. Hey, Phil, this is actually fascinating. This is historic. And there's this narrative in America, and I know you know this because you hear it every damn day. It's about damn time we start holding parents responsible. Yeah, Phil? Do you believe that?
Well, you know, yes and no.
Yeah.
I think it's very fact sensitive. In this case, as the judge had said, and I had said earlier, Judge, you didn't hear me, but yes, he was given notice. Yes, he was told these things. But out of the same breath of the judge was, the sentencing judge was, look, I know you didn't pull the trigger. I know you didn't intentionally do it. But he did use the word negligible, okay? And so my position on this, which differs from the judge, and quite frankly, right, Judge, that's why when me, you, and Attorney Nicole Nino and others here get together, we might have differing opinions. But I thought it was harsh from the sense that he's convicted felon. He is showed great remorse. His son, who's going to be in jail for the rest of his life, and the judge even says, I know you're not going to commit further crimes. I think, Marty, what you have here is a clear example of where this judge is sending a message not only to those folks in the state, but throughout America. And the judge will tell you he's had thousands of cases in front of him. I don't know how many he's seen this of, though, where parents do have a duty to act. we're starting to see the kids run wild. Now, in the same token, in the same breath, that's because, guess what? You're not allowed to paddle your kid anymore. I have people calling up saying, my kid's threatening me that they're going to turn me into CYS.
All right. I don't want to get off track on that silliness because this irritates me. The cops come to my house, Judge, and tell me my son wants to shoot up a school. Ain't no way, brother, that young man's ever getting a damn gun, Judge. I think he did the right thing. I think it's about damn time, Judge. Don't you?
Well, yeah, bear in mind that the man was convicted of second-degree murder, not just voluntary or involuntary manslaughter, which is the negligence side, the involuntary manslaughter. Honoring the jury's verdict, I think the sentence is very fair, whether this fellow is ever going to do anything or not. It is sending a message. That's one of the functions of sentencing. Look, don't do this because when you do, here's what happens to you. That's one of the functions of sentencing.
Judge Mariani, isn't this a narrative across America? Everybody says it's about damn time we hold parents responsible, sir.
Well, it is under circumstances like this. Now, remember, you wouldn't put a kid behind the wheel of a Corvette at the age of 15 with no training. There are requirements on driving, but of course, there's no Second Amendment issue with respect to operating a vehicle. So that's why we don't have mandatory training, which we should have. States should act on this and say, look, because of these dangers, we should have mandatory training for youthful people using deadly weapons.
Phil, you think it makes parents think twice? I hope it does.
Absolutely, because guess what's going to happen now? Because of this conviction, and not necessarily because of the sentence, but just the conviction alone. And this is something back in 97 I learned in law school. We're moving more towards the European way of law in the sense that it's your failure to act.
Nice.
Throughout American history of law, it was always, am I the responsible party? But now, and we see that with sex cases, right? If you're a board member of a school, if you hear something, you have to report it. So this is the way our society's evolving. I am not necessarily saying it's a bad thing, but I did just think that the sentence, I respect the jury's verdict with the conviction, but the sentence, when he said in that same breath, that's what was shocking. I never heard that, Marty. I'm glad you played it. When he said you were negligent, and I thought, well, he was found guilty of an intentional murder, I believe. So that's where I was a little confused on such a severe sentence.
Judge, does he do the time? Is this overturned on appeal, sir?
He does the time.
Yeah.
I mean, absent some other error in the trial, it's not going to be overturned because of a harsh sentence.
Judge Anthony Mariani, Philly D, the best. Thanks, brothers.
Thank you for having us.
It's got the whole country talking, and it should.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. S-A-I-L-E-S. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Both U.S. and global oil are down about 4% now after President Trump decided not to carry out a major attack in Iran this weekend. President Trump saying on Air Force One a short time ago that a deal with Iran is imminent. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz will not return to the way it was before the war. Investigators not confirming that Iran is behind cyber attacks on dozens of U.S. water plants over the past week, but says that the hacks do have the hallmarks of being from Iran. Now 60,000 people in eastern Washington state are out of their homes from wildfires.
And this was my happy place.
The place Eric Frank has called home since 1980, now reduced to ashes.
I'm so tired. I couldn't see my feet, and I had to feel my way down the ladder because everything just turned black.
Firefighters could not protect the homes that were burning and instead had to focus on life safety.
ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane. This is ABC News.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More rain and a thunderstorm throughout the afternoon. It's going to be humid. The storms could bring flash flooding and locally damaging winds, a high of 78. Muggy tonight with a shower or thunderstorm around and a low around 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
People always ask me why I do this. Well, you heard why. The mayor of McKeesport. Without us, this doesn't happen. That video blew people away. You get 450,000 people watching something, including billionaire developers in New York. It scared them. That's why we do it. That's why we're here. I'll tell you what. Without that mayor, that building doesn't get fixed. He's a badass. Without this mayor I'm about to talk to here, there's no hospital in Washington, PA. No BS. I love this man. He reached out to me, I don't know, is it now 2 years? I can't remember when. There was a chance they could lose that hospital in Washington, PA. The mayor said, hell with that. From day one, the narrative from this mayor was, I will do anything to save this hospital. And guess what he did? Save the damn hospital. That's why I love him. These mayors of these towns that don't get love, they deserve love. They're great leaders. JoJo Burgess is a great man. Good morning, sir. How are you?
How you doing, Marty? How are you this morning?
You know what's cool about you, man? You give a damn. You fight till you can't, and then you fight again, right?
I mean, we have to. You can't give up. You got to keep your head down to the ground, keep your goal going, keep heading for stuff. Hey, Marty, you got to bear with me because I work in the front table of the job fair also. So as I'm signing people in, I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to get talked to. Give me 1 second. You from the job fair? Yeah. Yes, sir. How are you doing, sir? I'm on another call here. No, come on here. If you don't mind, you can sign in right here.
Love it.
And there's all employers right there. Sorry about that, Marty.
I love it, man. Are you kidding me? It's you being you, brother. Tell us what's going on out there. This is important stuff, sir. Tell us, Mayor.
We got a job fair going on here today. We got this is my fourth one I've had. I did one even before I was the mayor. Yep. I believe that in order for your community to sustain, you got to start with housing and jobs.
Yep.
Jobs is being the most important because if you don't have a job, you can't afford the housing. And we got the job fair going now. Got about 10 companies here.
Nice.
Some didn't show, that's okay, but we got some good ones. One of which is the hospital.
Nice.
That I was told we were going to lose jobs with. Guess what? We're hiring at this hospital.
Wow.
They're at this job fair. They're looking for people, and this is what I like about it. When you try to build your community, you got to start with the foundations that keep people here, jobs and homes.
Hey, Mayor, where are you, and how can folks get to you?
I am at the Alpine Club on Jefferson Avenue in Washington in their ballroom. If people need to get around or need transportation, they can call my office directly.
Nice.
That number is 724-223-1380. I monitor that line 24 hours a day. If I get a message, we'll get you here. If you're looking for work, we're going to make sure you have every opportunity to get down here and get a chance to find work.
My man.
I don't want to hear there's nothing here because guess what? I bought them to you.
Hey, Mayor, we helped you save that hospital, and everybody out there said they're just going to cut jobs. They're sitting there with you adding jobs, aren't they, sir? UPMC is.
100% adding jobs. And, in fact, one of the ladies went through. They had 200 nursing openings.
Whoa.
That's now down to 5.
Whoa.
Okay?
Whoa.
So don't tell me there's no jobs here. Don't tell me they're going to cut jobs because in the last month and a half, I've been to an opening for the Cancer Center.
Nice.
And a Child Development Center that we had down here that's UPMC, part of the Children's Hospital and McGee's Women's Hospital. We're making sure that people that live in rural areas don't have to come into this hustle and bustle of the big city and can get their health care right here. I can't speak enough about how that merger has worked out for the city of Washington, and not just the city of Washington, the whole tri-state area or rural America, because we're not just Pennsylvanians going there. We got West Virginia, Ohio, rural rural America won with this merger.
True.
And it's great. And we're still adding jobs, like you said.
Mayor.
And that's after UPMC cut jobs. I want you to realize that.
Mayor, what kind of opportunities exist for folks if they come and see you at this job fair today, sir?
What do they want to do? We got nursing jobs. We got the trade unions down here.
Nice.
The IBEW.
Nice.
Iron workers, painters.
Nice.
We have restaurant and service industries.
Nice.
We have it all. We have whatever you want. If you want it, we got it. Come and find your niche.
You are saving your town, sir. That's important to you, isn't it? Allowing it to grow,
it's
sir.
It's very important. It's very important, and I'm just trying to be better today than I was yesterday. That's all we can all try to do. Try to be better today than we were yesterday. Try to improve on what we have going today. We're going to continue to strive for that and fight through all obstacles we have and get to where we need to be.
My man. Hey, Mayor, tell us one more time where you're at. We'll get people over there for you.
Jefferson Avenue in Washington, PA. I think it's 7 or 835. Alpine Lanes, the sign has on it that the job fair is here today. We're on the side of the building in the hall on the Burger King side.
Nice.
Come down there. We're matching employers with people that want to work. It's like speed dating. Come get your date. Let's go speed date. Come get your interview and see what's going on. Also, with that being said,
yes, sir.
One of the booths that is in this at this job fair is for the city of Washington itself.
Nice.
We're hiring a data entry clerk for the police department. I am actually working that table and have the applications and the job descriptions there. Come and apply. We're considering whoever we can to match up for any job you may want.
Mayor, you're the man. I love you, man. You get it, sir. You give a damn, sir. Thanks. What time's it done? Is it 3 o'clock, sir?
We're done at 3 o'clock today, yes, from 10 to 3.
All right, my man. Thanks, Mayor. Anytime you need anything, man, just text me, brother.
Hey, Marty, thank you for all that you do, too. Thank you.
Yeah, man. He's a giant. These guys, man, they make no money. They get all kind of grief. My man is working it and gives a damn about his town. So in the last hour, we had the mayor of McKeesport, another town people gave up on. And the mayor of McKeesport said, don't give up on us. We're going to develop these buildings. We're going to make them safe. We're going to make this a good place to live. Boom. One at a time, taking down these bums and making McKeesport better. Fighting the good fight. Without that mayor, that high rise is still dangerous. And at the end of the day, folks, without that mayor, nothing gets done. Same with JoJo. Without the mayor of Washington, that hospital is not there. My man stepped in. He took responsibility for the employees. He took on the unions. He took on the SEIU and called their BS. He did. And he flew the flag for Washington and made the pitch to UPMC that this hospital is vital. They're adding departments. They're adding jobs. He did a job fair today. It's at Jefferson Avenue Alpine Club. All right? And they're there till 3 o'clock. And they're hiring 10 to 3. Alpine Bowling. Whoa. Jefferson Avenue, Washington, PA. Thank you, Mayor.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
All right, so this one, I've become friends. This is what happens when I meet these experts. I reached out to Joseph Patrick Murphy because he's a badass immigration lawyer. And through that process, because it's such a relevant issue, we become friends. I probably communicate with him at least 5 times a week because it's so relevant. This time, though, it's personal. He started sending me photographs of this gorgeous, Jesus, little angel, this 5-year-old girl. And I posted one of them. I blocked out her face because we didn't have permission yet. And now her guardians say it's cool, and I'll post some more pictures. And she's going to be, they're trying to deport her. She's 5 years old, for God's sakes. Deport her alone to Haiti. Yeah. Why not throw her in the river without a life jacket? Why not just do that? So I posted this, and before I get to him, I want to see some of the hate-filled comments that you idiots put up. Why don't you take her in? Listen, Jagoff. There's an American family that would adopt her tomorrow, Jagoff. Isn't she here illegally? Yeah, Jagoff. She's 5 years old. I tell you, man, sometimes, man, I give up on these morons. I don't give a crap how the hell she got here. I just don't. She's 5 friggin' years old, man. I'll tell you right now, if someone said to me, look, if you take her into your house and take care of her, she can stay in America. I'm like, sign me up, man. Here's my address. My wife would say the same damn thing. I'm so offended by the anger over this is ruining your day that they're trying to keep oh my God, get rid of the 5-year-old. I tell you what, it's social media, and that's how I handle some of this ignorance. But I tell you what, man, I want to choke some people who don't have compassion for a friggin' 5-year-old girl. Anyway, I exhaled. Joseph Patrick Murphy is with us. You know what I'm saying, though, brother? This one, man, this one's personal when you start jacking with a 5-year-old girl, right? Right?
It is. It's kind of sick. And even further, these comments, they actually make the anti-immigrant sentiment look pretty unhinged. If you could look at that little girl and say, I hate this thing because it's an immigrant, buddy, you ought to have your head examined. This is a child.
She's
effectively
5.
An infant. One correction, she's not from Haiti.
Oh, she isn't?
No, she's from Honduras.
Oh, wow.
So she's a Latina, not a Haitian. But
they want to deport her where? Where do they want to send her?
Right back to where she came from, just like they want to do with everybody else, I suppose. The thing about this case, this is a new law. This is a new law that came out 142 days ago. A case came out, Pinzon Rosso, reinterpreted. Congressional intent was that these children that get into this country, abandoned children at serious risk for persecution, if they have someone taking guardianship over them, that they should be able to apply for green cards because they need those things to do things like go to the police and say someone's been hurting me. The point of this isn't such a nice thing at all. It's to protect these kids. And they are children. We wouldn't say this person was able to commit a crime. She's 5. She doesn't. The aiming that kind of hatred at a child. Again, I understand people are sick of the immigrants. I get it. But this is a little kid, cute little kid.
Come on.
Who didn't do anything to anybody.
Come on, man.
As far as paying for her, you're not paying for her. The host family's paying for her. Handsomely, I might add. They paid me to get guardianship over this child, to do court hearings for her, and advocate for her. And again, the only reason this is a problem at all is because of a bizarre change in case law that came out of immigration courts that is frustrating congressional intent that people like this should be protected.
Hey, so her parents are out of the picture. She really doesn't have parents ostensibly, right? Right?
Right. This is a young couple. Mom was pregnant. Dad took off to the United States. Mom followed him up here when the baby was born, left the baby with him. These are teenagers. Dad, on and off, did things that qualify as abuse or neglect, drugs. Yes. So it's an ugly situation. It's a very nice story that this wonderful American family, in the best tradition of American charity and hospitality, took care of this kid and spent all this money. And now the law changes after the fact. Okay, this was someone brought in the country as a toddler.
Hey, does she call them mom and dad?
She does. She does. And she gets very confused if you call them anything else. So, we have a real opportunity here for this young girl, that what she went through maybe will be forgotten as a bad dream or not.
So hold on. But bottom line is they want to send her back to Honduras by herself, in essence, the law, right?
Well, they can't send her with the parents. They don't have deport orders. We don't even know where they are. They would presumably take her into some sort of orphanage or whatever they have in the home country.
No.
Right. After what she's been through, really not heaven and hell and then heaven, this is a really unfortunate and terrible outcome. Not what Congress intended. It's a perversion of our immigration law, and it's only been going on for 142 days now. We'd like to see that change back. But in the meantime, we're doing everything we can to keep her here and potentially find another different way for her to get a green card.
Hey, my man, does she, you've been around her, I can tell just by your demeanor and the pictures you're sending, this has affected you personally, I can tell. Right?
It has.
Yeah,
it has. Look, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been doing a lot of it. It's pretty rare that I get personal. I mean, you care about your cases. You want to win. You've got a reputation and a job. But it's different when this kid's sitting on your lap and you're talking to a federal judge.
Jesus. Hey, my man, you said something. I'm an idiot about this stuff, and that's why I love you. I said if mom and dad, if the folks here adopt her, she's cool, but that's not true, right?
Right. That won't solve her problem. The illegal entry is, in a lot of ways, the original sin of immigration. The law treats you as, although you're actually, here in the country, the law treats you as not here because you've never been admitted by the law. So in order to solve that problem, and this is true for millions of people who came in under the Biden administration, they're ultimately going to have to find some program that forgives an illegal entry, and that's the program she's in, that they're telling her isn't protecting her, or go home, get a visa, and come back, so to speak. The problem is once you've entered the country illegally, you can't be let back in.
We have Joseph Patrick Murphy back. Blame Biden for allowing the parents of that kid to stroll across the border in the first place. If we deport her and she ends up on the streets of her home country, that seems like a decent disincentive for that behavior in the future. I'd like to send your ass there, Matt. You'd last about 30 seconds. It's that hate, Joseph Patrick Murphy, that makes me nauseous. It's got to make you nauseous too, right?
Well, I mean,
what are we doing, man?
The law, I once said that the law is the minimum amount of love we'll expect from each other. And we have foreigners in this country. We have a legal system about what that is. And now you're changing the rules after the fact. I've often said, if I was a traffic lawyer, I wouldn't argue about what the speed limit is. I'd argue about whether my client violated it.
Right.
Here in immigration, I increasingly find myself in a situation where they've changed the speed limit after my clients have already run down the road.
Nice.
This is not fair, okay? You guys are going to take your anger at immigrants and you're going to throw out logic and reason and your heart, and you're going to regret it.
Damn straight.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And when I went to go back down to the lobby area, the door opened and there was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I stopped and I said, "Looks like you guys are busy. Go ahead." He goes, "Get in." And then Bruno tells Arnold, "I hope I didn't frighten your little friend." I feel like sometimes I'm leading a Forrest Gump type life.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early. Bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Peter Sagal. When we were growing up, my two brothers and I just loved our Uncle Ted. He was like a really cool big brother who always brought around the best toys and took us to the best places and with whom we always had the most fun. It was odd, though, when we got older, to realize he wasn't nearly as outgoing and adventurous with other adults. I found out much later that this might have had something to do with the ostomy bag he wore ever since he was diagnosed with Crohn's disease as a teenager and had part of his lower intestine removed. Theodor Skolnick, my Uncle Ted, died last year at the age of 80, never having once mentioned his illness to me or my brothers. He left a large bequest to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation to help fund better treatments for these diseases and also to help other people, old and young, seek and get help for the situation that he was never able to talk about. Don't feel you need to hide your Crohn's or colitis. Go to spillyourguts.org to learn more about the treatments available and even find a specialist. That's spillyourguts.org.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12.5 years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Imminent is the word President Trump just used on Air Force One. On the end of a now 6-month war in Iran, he is again hoping peace can be negotiated and called off weekend attacks he had planned that also seemed imminent. ABC's Matt Rivers in Jordan.
Overnight Saturday, posting on social media saying he canceled the attack subject to being able to rapidly make a deal, adding the perimeters of a deal had been agreed to. A far different tone from Friday.
We'll be hitting them very hard. And, at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
But Trump saying that Iran and regional U.S. allies alike had since asked him to hold off, claiming any deal would include reopening the Strait of Hormuz and address Iran's nuclear threat.
Iran saying the strait will not return to the way it was before the war, but oil just resumed trading down 4%. Israel says it told the White House of serious security concerns it has about a proposed White House deal with Hamas and that it will not withdraw from Gaza until Hamas disarms. The pain of a mass shooting, coupled with confusion as to a motive at an In-N-Out burger that just opened in Twin Falls, Idaho. 3 people died, including the shooter. ABC's Trevor Ault is there.
Police have identified the shooter as 24-year-old Chad Williams and say he died at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That In-N-Out had just opened a week ago and was drawing massive crowds of people, and we now know one of the restaurant workers is among the dead. In-N-Out saying in a statement, "We lost one of our beautiful associates. She was taking care of our most important asset, our customers. He took the precious lives of our associate and customers, innocent people who never saw it coming."
The fires are bad in the Pacific Northwest. They've burned 600 structures. They've forced the evacuation of 60,000 people around Spokane, and they're not controlled. 390 square miles have burned. It's about the size of San Antonio. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
The biggest movie this weekend came this close to scoring the biggest opening box office ever.
Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart.
Spider-Man Brand New Day made box office history in its first weekend in theaters. The Sony-released superhero movie became the second biggest North American opening ever, with $355 million in ticket sales, say studio estimates Sunday. Spidey made $572 million internationally.
Help me go home.
Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey slid to second in its third weekend in theaters with $51 million. Toy Story 5 was third with $6.3 million. Minions and Monsters fourth. Moana fifth.
ABC's Chuck Sievertson. In Ohio,
I have never abused our daughter.
Representative Max Miller responding to Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, his former father-in-law, who says Miller is violent, mentally unfit, and should resign now. Miller says his ex is exaggerating to maintain child custody. ABC's Alex Perchet.
The timing of this war of words is setting off a debate for Republicans because Democrats are eyeing Miller's seat as a possible target. He won that district 2 years ago with just over 51% of the vote.
A second woman also accuses the congressman of being physically abusive, former Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham. Flight attendants have struck WestJet, Canada's second-largest airline, canceling flights for 250,000 travelers this weekend. A key issue, how they're paid for duties on the ground. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
This report is sponsored by IBM. A new study from the IBM Institute for Business Value reveals a growing disconnect between executive perceptions of AI progress and employee experience. Executives report AI-driven role change at twice the rate employees experience it. 81% say AI skills are rewarded, yet 43% of employees lack employer AI training, and 50% say AI obscures contributions. Aparna Nair, IBM's Chief Talent, Leadership, and Culture Officer.
The organizations that will lead in this era won't just be the ones with the best AI. They'll be the ones that invest equally in their workforce, making it clear when to trust or challenge the system, strengthening how managers coach decisions, and rewarding employees for using AI responsibly, not just using it quickly.
The study finds that organizations most likely to stand out redesign workflows, enable managers to coach effectively, clarify decision-making, and align incentives alongside AI adoption. These organizations could see up to 73% higher revenue growth and an 11% operating margin advantage over their peers. To learn more, visit ibm.com/IBV.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A flood watch is in effect through this evening, as well as rain and a thunderstorm at times through the afternoon, which could produce flash flooding and locally damaging winds, high 78. Could have a shower or thunderstorm left over tonight, low 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Let's take the Pittsburgh Steelers, for example. For the first time in 19 years, they have a new head football coach. That's their fourth head coach since 1969. Their first year at St. Vincent was 1966. Then head coach Bill Austin thought the University of Rhode Island was too far away. So change may still be a constant, but it happens slowly and deliberately with the Steelers. First-year head coach Mike McCarthy knows all too well what Steelers Nation and training in Latrobe is all about. Born and raised in Greenfield, Coach is about as Pittsburgh as you can get. At his introductory press conference, he was overwhelmed with emotion. This is truly his dream job, and despite beating the Steelers in a Super Bowl as the head coach of the Green Bay Packers, no one will ever need to question his allegiance, desire, or love for the city and its great football team. Oh yeah, here we go, Steelers. Here we go.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
In a continuation of our celebration of America's 250, United States Army's elite Golden Knights parachute team took a number of civilians up and out of a perfectly good airplane yesterday, and two of those are hometown heroes here. I want to first thank Dr. Terry Sweeker-Reed, the founder of Phase Forward. Her late husband, Tom Reed, always appreciate the men and women who serve, and she is also a civilian aide emeritus to the Secretary of the Army, coordinating this effort yesterday in Fort Meade in Maryland. And our two celebrities, Jason Grilli, of course, Major League Baseball all-star closer for your Pittsburgh Pirates, and Dontez Ford, University of Pittsburgh and Detroit Lions alum. Gentlemen, I saw the video, and I'm going to start with you, Dontez. You had never jumped out of an airplane. What was your tandem jump like yesterday at exactly 10:20 a.m.?
This was, simply put, an unforgettable experience, man. It was the most exhilarating thing I've done in my life. A huge thank you to everyone involved with making this happen. Dr. Reed, Lieutenant Johnson, Sergeant Mojica, Colonel Shepard, and then especially Sergeant Reese of the Golden Knights, who I did my jump with. It was a great experience. He was cracking jokes the whole way up and the whole way down. So we were having a good time. We're laughing in midair, taking pictures. And it's an unforgettable experience and just a sight to see as you're coming down there. Who knows, maybe 100 miles per hour, watching the sky just fall right in front of you.
And you were at 13,000 feet, and you both free fell for quite a long time before the chute opened. What was your anxiety level, Dontez, when you first made the leap?
You know, it was unexpected. I thought I was going to be a lot more nervous when we went to make the leap. The nerves, the second they open up that door, you feel the wind hit you, you throw your goggles on, and they start counting you down. The nerves went away, and it was just pure adrenaline and excitement. So we jumped out of that plane. In the first few seconds, you can kind of just feel gravity yank you down, and then the rest of it, you kind of feel just weightless. And it was very peaceful. Other than the wind blowing your face all over, but it was peaceful on the way down. We were just having a ball, laughing. I rewatched the video, and I can see the guys laughing too, the cameraman and Sergeant Reese. So it was awesome.
And they kept you. Probably the humor played a big role in keeping you calmer to do that. That's outstanding. All right, let's switch over to our closer, Jason Grilli. I watched your video, get ready, and the leap. Man, I'll tell you, I felt nervous just watching the video and knowing everything went well and you were safe. Tell us how you felt as you were just about to exit the aircraft.
It's funny. It's not Christmas, and you usually crack walnuts at Christmas, but a lot of people might have cracked some walnuts between their derriere there. But I'll tell you what, I felt so relaxed. I can echo all the statements, the gratitude to the people that made this all stinking possible. I didn't know Dontez and I were talking about sports and the adrenaline rush that provides. This was next level. This was definitely next level. We jumped out of a plane yesterday with these awesome Golden Knights of the Army and the parachute team there. And I got to be honest, I'm still not all the way back down. I must have watched it 100 times. I woke up at 3 a.m. The moon was coming in my window. I looked at the sky. I'm looking at the sky differently today, being that we fell out of it. Everybody knows my nickname to be grilled cheese. I feel like more like melted cheese right now because we were burning through the atmosphere, man. But we went so high, and they made us feel so relaxed. The pregame, as you want to call it, the way the military goes about it. I mean, kind of like a doctor. It reminded me of like a doctor tricking you to say, hey, we don't know. We don't know. No one's ever come back for this. It's almost like they know the psyche of a challenge. And Dantes, like I said, man, they made us feel comfortable, right? And the fun part was Dantes and I were like stretching like we're ready for a game. But the pregame was done. We were excited to go up. We were last. Like I said, there's a moment in the free fall where you got to have zero control, right? The cold air's coming in your face, blazing speed. There's no sound but the wind. Total trust of the stranger who's packed a parachute. That's what I was really thinking of, that initial, like, rocking. It's 1, 2, and then go. I felt that before. Kind of walking out of the bullpen door in the ninth inning. But it's a different fight. It's the same kind of letting go feeling, but it's a different fight. And, why this really stuck with me. Yesterday I was in the car reading the Bible, praying, of course, right? They tell you in the pregame, hey, you signed all these waivers. Dantes, you had to sign as a witness for me. We were vouching for each other, like we were giving our last rites, like, hey, we're not suing anybody and all that stuff. So there's a lot of nerving things that could like shake you, and any time you could say, I'm not doing this, and they give you that option. But I was 2 feet in. I'm like, I didn't know this was a possibility. I was like, yeah, I think I could do that. And then when like I said, Dr. Reed calls me and gives me a text message and says she was volunteering me to do this, I was like, holy cow, man, I'm really doing this. So, Titus 2, the book I was reading in the Bible that morning. It was just kind of just about integrity, being an example, and it hit me midair. Who packs my parachute? Who packed my parachute? And who's got your back when you can't see what's coming? Really, that was kind of the lesson. It's not just in skydiving. It's a life question. And the people I jumped and did this for a living, let's give it back to the credit to where that's due. I'm sorry, I got a lot to say and a lot on my mind because I've been deep in thought from this experience. But the people that do this for a living, for us, it's like humbling,
Well, shout out to the United States Army Golden Knights, an elite team. They obviously are passionate and love what they do. They're experts. And Dantes Board, I sent your photograph to Coach Pat Narduzzi, and his response was, Dantes, always a great young man, always has been. So shout out to Dr. Terry Sweeker-Reed again, Baseboard Learning, and the connections you all made. These are lifetime moments, and what a way to celebrate America's 250, gentlemen. We'll have to have you back for more, but thanks for taking the time for us today.
Yeah, we'll
Absolutely.
jump again.
Thank you.
Dantes, we'll jump again.
Yeah, I'll see you up there, Grilly.
That's right. Next jump. We'll bring some more of our fellas.
Yes, sir.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal? Make somebody brag a little back home? That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKA-radio.com.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early. Bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said,
if it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
Good morning. What a beautiful day. You know, this would be a good day to go fishing. Anchorman Paul Rasmussen putting the rod out. Let's see what happens here.
Nothing like some fishing on a crystal clear day.
Oh, it's got the big one. Well, it soon might be a blue catfish, and here's why. The Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission is doing something really cool in the Ohio River, and joining us, Mike Parker is the communications director. Blue catfish. Mike, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
I never heard of a blue catfish. I know we have plenty of catfish overall. What's so special about a blue catfish?
Well, blue catfish, for one, are North America's largest species of catfish. So that's the big thing. And the name is just as true as it gets. I mean, if you catch one, the color of them is pretty blue. So you're not really going to confuse them with other native species in the Ohio River Basin, like channel catfish or flathead catfish, which are more of a darker blackish or brownish, almost green color. These are blue catfish, and they're named that way because of their vibrant blue color. But you haven't heard of them because they haven't been around here for a while, although they are a native species. Historically, they existed. There was a big fishery for them, thriving population in the Ohio, in the lower Allegheny, in the Monongahela. So they've been around the three rivers. The problem was they're a little bit susceptible to poor water quality. And as we know, turn of the century type stuff, industry, mining, different sources of pollution really sort of extirpated the species out of the river. So this is our chance to sort of bring them back.
Mike, I'm looking at the article about this, and it says that you've released thousands of them into the river. Well, how many thousands, and where was this done, and how do you expect the population to grow?
So they're a warm water species, and that means, that when you talk about fish in Pennsylvania, we talk about warm water species and we talk about cold water species. To make it easy for you, really the only cold water species we have are trout. And as you know, unless it's a wild brook trout, some wild brown trout populations around the state, most everything that we have is a warm water species. So we're talking things like, the catfish, the walleyes, the muskies, the stuff that you catch with the kids out of the pond, the sunfish and the bass, the largemouth and smallmouth bass. So these species, we have all sorts of water in Pennsylvania, great big rivers, and they will repopulate. They will become naturally reproducing populations. So we don't have to go out there and stock them, through eternity here. We're hoping that with the introduction of about where we've been doing now, this is our 5th year, with about 13,000 to 15,000 some years to 12,000 or 10,000 in that, let's just call it 10 to 15,000 fish per year range with these blue catfish. We're hoping that over the course of about 15 years that we'll be able to reestablish that population so that they become self-sustaining.
All right. Good question for you here. Listener wants to know, hey, Mike, what's a bait for that fish? They're bottom feeders, aren't they?
Yeah, well, blue catfish are really just like any other catfish when it comes to catching them, So people use all sorts of stuff for catfish that you don't use for just other baits. Certainly they will hit. I mean, I'm a fisherman, and I've been just bass fishing before, and a catfish will occasionally hit a lure just like anything else. But they do tend to hang at the bottom. They do tend to bite a little bit closer to, dawn and dusk than in bright sunlight, So depending on the clarity of the river and what you're doing, those conditions, a lot of people say the best thing to attract a catfish is sort of a stinky bait, like a chicken livers. People use things like hot dogs. They'll also use special catfish bait, that is kind of like a fish meal based. But yeah, something stinky, even pieces of cheese, marshmallows. I know I'm listing off just about everything you can buy in the grocery store for your next picnic, but catfish, they're not that picky of fish. So something like that is really, with a little bit of weight on the hook to hold the bottom, and you should be good. Now, I do want to tell you that with blue catfish, these are going to be catch and release regulations. So if you do happen to catch one of these catfish, and they're pretty small right now, they're going to grow. They can get up to be 100 pounds, but right now the ones that we're putting in there are only weighing, a pound or two. They're only about a foot long at this point. So they've been growing, though. Some of the ones that we put in 5 years ago certainly will have gotten a little bit bigger. And, there are blue catfish, connecting to the Ohio and West Virginia, and they've been coming up. So we do occasionally get people that will give reports of a little bit bigger of a fish.
100 pounds.
I'm curious, where do you get these fish from, and why is it good to have them in the Ohio?
So I'll answer the first question. It's good to have them in the Ohio River because they are a native species. So they've always been part of the ecosystem. A lot of fish that you introduce something brand new to it sort of takes over. There's room enough in the Ohio, and the way that the habitat is and the other species interact, we know historically that these large fish have been able to sort of just find their place. Okay, so we're restoring what was natural to the rivers. Where do we get them? Well, we actually raise them at our Tionesta State Fish Hatchery, which is one of about a dozen fish hatcheries that we have across the state. We get the eggs from the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, and then we raise them at our fish hatchery for about the ones that we put in yesterday at the Point, and also at Kilbuck, those were about 14 months old, and those are some of the bigger ones that we put in. Those were all in that 10 to 12 inch range.
Well, that said, Paul, very encouraging. We can get stinky stuff from our refrigerator here at the commissary.
There's plenty of that.
Yeah, Mike, this is a great story. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it. You obviously are very passionate about what you do and knowledgeable.
Yeah, and the only thing that we stress too, I just want to make sure that everybody knows this, blue catfish are only native to your area. They're only native to the Three Rivers, to the Ohio basin. So there is actually regulation that says if you catch one, it's not something you can take home, okay? It's catch and release, and you got to keep it where it is. It's actually unlawful to move that fish. So we want to make sure that people know that. They can be invasive in other places where they put them, like the Chesapeake Bay sort of has an issue with blue catfish right now. But what we're doing is restoring a native species to where they're supposed to be, and we're having a good time doing it, and we hope the anglers eventually do too.
Nice, Mike. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
All right. You too, guys. Thanks.
There goes Mike Parker.
Well, I sure learned something new.
Definitely. He's the communications director for the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission. And people love to fish. And, over the years, the rivers have improved, the quality and the number of fish. So just add this to the list.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. President Trump just said on Air Force One that the end of the now 6-month Iran war is imminent. Oil is down 4%. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz will not return to the way it was before the war. Israel is reiterating it will not withdraw from Gaza until Hamas disarms, throwing cold water on a White House deal. An area the size of San Antonio has burned already in eastern Washington state. Wildfires out of control, 60,000 people out of their homes. ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane.
Firefighters say conditions are explosive. On Saturday, a rare, particularly dangerous situation red flag warning from the National Weather Service. Thousands of residents, many without electricity, ordered to evacuate.
Police have no motive yet in a mass shooting yesterday at In-N-Out Burger that just opened in Twin Falls, Idaho. 3 people died, including the shooter. This is ABC News.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More rain and a thunderstorm throughout the afternoon. It's going to be humid. The storms could bring flash flooding and locally damaging winds, a high of 78. Muggy tonight with a shower or thunderstorm around and a low around 66. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I'm Larry Richard, looking for something to do this weekend or beyond. Very special debut. Everybody knows where the Cayman Science Center is, right down along the river next to Acrisure Stadium. And joining us on the Big K Morning Show is someone that knows a lot about it. Jason Brown, director of the Cayman Science Center and vice president of Carnegie Museums. And you can see Jason on our live stream at KDKA-radio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Jason, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Not as good as you. This big new innovation had a big debut, so I don't want to steal your thunder. Tell us about it. I saw some great video. This looks like a blast.
It's a ton of fun. So our new exhibition, Science of Speed, is 21,000 square feet. For those people who have been to the Science Center before, they may remember what was called Sportsworks. Well, we built an entirely new sports exhibition inside the main building, which then left our Sportsworks building available. So we built a 21,000 square foot exhibition that is dedicated to the science and innovation that was driven by racing over the years. So it's got an exhibition with interactives like we would normally have, so people can understand things like the aerodynamics and the way engines have evolved and the way drivers, the psychological and physiological characteristics of a driver that allow them to race at 200 miles an hour. But then we also have a number of cars and motorcycles that are either on loan or donated from places like the Peterson Automotive Museum and local collectors. And then a centerpiece is a 800-foot-long, 3-story, all-electric go-kart racing track with karts that can go as fast as about 40 miles an hour. So you get to learn about the racing, and then you get to experience the thrill of it.
Well, I love the aspect of full immersion. And on the video, I had to do a double take. It looks really cool to have this indoors so people can obviously enjoy year-round.
Exactly, and it's fast too. So, and it's different too, because I think a lot of people have this belief that the Science Center is a place that's only for kids. And we have really wanted to make sure that people understand that science and technology is something that anyone of any age can connect with. And we wanted to demonstrate that. So in addition to being open during our regular business hours, like we normally would with the rest of the museum, because it's a second building, when the museum closes at 5 p.m. on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, we're going to stay open till 11 p.m. for adults only. So the museum closes at 5 p.m. We switch over to adults only. And so in addition to the track and the exhibit and the cars, we built a restaurant lounge space as well. So you can come in, grab a bite to eat. If you're not going to race, you can have a cocktail, you can sit with your friends, and you can just have a nice, relaxing entertainment type destination as well.
I think that is really smart, and I think you'll do big business there, too, for that reason.
I hope so.
Yeah, and the other thing, while we got you and your attention, is you make a great point. The Cayman Science Center does offer a lot, and the theater there, if you haven't been, is spectacular. The last show I saw was the Football Town story, which was great. But you run shows all the time there. And what other things should people know about what's inside the Science Center?
Well, that's a great, thank you very much. So the theater, obviously, we run a variety of shows throughout the day, but then we also run like boutique movies. So we don't run first run shows, but we try and have like thematic film festivals throughout the year. So like vintage shows that people would really love. But then we also run our 40-minute educational films about science and education topics throughout the day as well. But thanks to the Cayman family and their amazing gift, we're actually redoing 75% of our galleries between now and the end of next year. So we've already built a new main lobby. We've redone our H2O exhibit. We built a garden out front. We've redone now Science of Speed. We built a new sports exhibition. But between now and the end of next year, we're going to be renovating the entire ramp atrium area, the third floor, and the fourth floor, and then we're actually building, we're in the process of building a large photovoltaic canopy that will help power the Science Center as well and sort of demonstrate the value of alternative energy.
Tell you a funny story. Being in the press lounge next door at Acrisure Stadium, there were visitors from the press from the West Coast in Seattle. They'd never been to Pittsburgh, and one of them said, I saw a submarine. What's a submarine doing in Pittsburgh? And I walk by and go, we're very well defended here. And they all kind of laugh.
We are indeed, although I'm not sure if we were in that, I'm not sure I'd want to defend it. But it's an amazing artifact, and that's actually the next part of what we're doing as well. We're working on a plan to restore the submarine and conserve it in the long term, and then actually build it into an entirely new and reimagined riverfront to fit in with the incredible development that's going on across, from all the way upriver down to the new Esplanade project. We want to be a major piece of that destination, and our renovation of the sub and the riverfront's a part of that.
Well, bravo to you, and certainly thanks to Dan and Carol Cayman, who really have a passion and have put a lot of money into making sure that people for generations to come can enjoy these amenities. And I know Carol's a part of the board for Carnegie Museums, too. What a treasure that is in Oakland. I mean, that's been there for a long time, well over a century, and people love going there, too, in the Scaife galleries.
The four museums, I think, are just an absolute treasure for this city, and there's such a diverse range of things that you can get from, obviously, we just talked about the Science Center, but then the Art Museum and the Natural History Museum and all the renovations they're doing there. The Andy Warhol Museum is also just it's an incredible single artist museum, and Pittsburgh, for a city of its size, just punches so far above its weight for its cultural attractions.
I have heard, Jason, that the Andy Warhol Museum attracts the most out-of-town visitors of any attraction in the region. Is that true?
I believe I've heard that as well, and I can see why. It's just it's such an amazing, unique place to go, and Andy Warhol was such a massive personality, and I think when you go there, you can really feel and experience that.
For those that don't know, he grew up in South Oakland, right around the corner from the late, great Bruno Sammartino. Think about in that small space there. And Andy Warhol's famous for a number of things, but he said everyone will be famous for 15 minutes, Jason. And I was thinking the other day, if he were alive now, he would say, and everyone will have a podcast.
That's right.
So what's the best way to get more information on all the great museums and, of course, this brand new innovation?
So for CaymanScienceCenter.org, you can find out everything you need to know. Our big opening is on tomorrow, is the public opening for Science of Speed. It's going to be, in addition to the exhibition itself, we'll have representation from the Pierogies and Iceberg and the Pirate Parrot and Amo from the Riverhounds and Nellie from the Riveters and a DJ and all sorts of giveaways, because it's just a big opening. So you can check out CaymanScienceCenter.org and find out everything you need to know about that. And then CarnegieMuseums.org, you can get information about any of the museums and the massive investment that's going in across the entire system.
That's Cayman Science Center with a K. And
correct, KAMIN.
Yes, and you got to go check this out. Jason, I really appreciate the time this morning. Congratulations. Have fun tomorrow.
Thank you. It's fun. I look forward to it. I hope I see you there.
You got it. Jason Brown, Director of the Cayman Science Center and Vice President of Carnegie Museums, which are a real treasure for the region.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I'm Larry Richert, and we welcome a special guest. Campus Guardian Angel founder and CEO is Justin Marston, who joins us on our live stream, and you can check in at kdkradio.com. Presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Justin, welcome to
Morning.
The world's first commercial radio station. You aware of this? Since you're a technology guy.
Yeah, it's I see all kinds of things on the screen right now. It's very impressive.
We appreciate you joining us. The story about the drones armed with a pepper gel obviously got our attention when it comes to schools. So the technology for drones is exponential at this point from where they started and the way to utilize these in security situations. So share with our audience how you set this up in the first place. What was your motivation and what will your technology do?
Yeah, so I saw what happened at Uvalde and I live in Austin, Texas, so we're not that far away from Uvalde. And really the original inspiration was, look, you've got to have something that's elite and that's there already because these shootings unfold so quickly. Typically it's over in 120 seconds. So how do you have something that's elite, instantaneous, always goes, scalable and affordable? And so the inspiration came from watching drones in conflicts around the world, and they were just so incredibly good at getting through gunfire to get to the person with the gun. And my thinking at the time was, well, hey, look, if we just put pepper spray on it, or if we hit them with the drone, it would be pretty effective in stopping them from killing people. So we could use less lethal effects on the drone. We could still be successful with it. And then, rather than having a pilot stood there at the school, if we could centralize that so that they could be flown from 1,000 miles away, that would let you have one operation center and from there protect thousands of sites instead of having to put people at every single school to keep it safe.
How many drones, if more than one, would be required? I guess it's based on how big the school is, but you have made deals in 3 states so far, right, including Florida. And what other states have schools signed up for this technology?
Yeah, so Florida, Georgia, and Colorado so far. And then we are, working with some schools in our home state of Texas and, also Arkansas, right? We expect to move forward soon. So increasing number of states, we're talking to others. And I think, when people see this, when you first hear about it, it kind of sounds a little, it can sound a little way out there and different, right? But like when you see it live, it just becomes so obvious. So we often have people who come along as skeptics, and I don't think it'll work. Here's the reasons why. And then when they see a live demonstration, those objections go away in the first 5 minutes. It's really just seeing these things being flown by incredible pilots and what they're capable of doing as these kind of like mini F-35s. They're like tiny, tiny little drones, but they're so incredibly fast. It just, you really just have to see it, I think. That's what we've found.
So walk us through a demonstration. So I'm at a school, I'm an administrator, we get an active shooter alert. What happens next?
Yeah, so typically the school's going to have some kind of button they press, or they're going to call 911, or so there's some way that they notify us that they believe that kids are at risk. When that happens, we have a digital twin of the school that we bring up on the screens in our operations center. So it's kind of like a 3D model of the school. We bring all of the video cameras and everything into that picture so that we know like what's going on. We have the kind of God's eye view of what's happening that is better than what an officer running around corridors hearing echoes of gunfire has, in that moment. We have a whole team that's looking at that with different roles, like a response center. So we're looking to try and see it for secondary confirmation of things like people running, multiple people hitting panic buttons. And when our operations commander of that unit thinks that it's a credible threat, they can launch the drones. And so their pilots, they pick the nearest box to where the reports are coming in from. And our goal is to respond in 5 seconds, to be on the shooter in 15 seconds, and then degrade or incapacitate in 60 seconds.
And this would be able to shoot some kind of pepper gel, as I understand it, so that it would at least temporarily disarm the shooter.
Yeah, so we have 3 effects. We'll go first with a strobe and a siren. And, we can say things through the drone. It's like a speakerphone. So we could say, hey, drop the gun, put it on the ground, or why are you in a corridor walking around with a gun? Who are you? And, again, our team has decades of experience in tactical entries and hostage rescue. So the leader of each team has done hundreds of tactical entries and is good at kind of figuring out what's going on. So we go first with that. Then we have the pepper gel. So if they don't comply, if they start trying to shoot at us, and we judge that, that they're hostile, then we can cover them in pepper spray. And, it's temporary. It doesn't cause long-term effects, but it's very debilitating in the moment. And then finally, if somebody really fights through that, which is very unlikely, to be quite honest, with the kind of threats we face. But if somebody did, we are able to hit them with the drones at speed. And, you get hit by a drone at 50, 60 miles an hour. It's very good at getting people on the ground. And again, when a lot of folks experience of drones is like the little camera drones that people fly around at weddings and take nice videos. That's not what we're flying. So, we're flying at higher speeds. They're pretty robust. They hit something at that kind of speed. Again, they're very effective at stopping somebody from trying to kill people. So
this is fascinating. The final question, and I'm sure you get to this, is what is the cost? Because schools will be evaluating. It's hard to equate that with the life of a student or teacher, obviously, but if it's cost prohibitive, then it might not allow schools to even consider it. What kind of money are we talking?
Right. Yeah, so our mission as a company is that we believe every child deserves an education free from the fear of mass gun violence, not just ones in rich areas or private schools. So we've really tried to make the pricing affordable. So, we are $1 a square foot to get set up. We're 25 cents a square foot a year as the managed service. That typically works out to be about $4 a kid a month. For the price of a state